Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
To the question of what comes next. The United States.
"13 years. That's how long Bashar al-Assad resisted the Syrian rebels. He clung on against all odds, but in 13 days, his resistance crumbled. As the rebels closed in on Damascus, Assad fled the country, thus ending 24 years of his rule and 53 years of his family's rule. It's indeed the start of a new chapter in Syria. We'll discuss that in detail, but first, how did Damascus fall? When we last spoke, the rebels were in Hama, around 200 kilometers from the capital. After taking the city of Hama, they marched towards Homs. It's a city north of Damascus, sort of like a gateway to the Syrian capital. The regime soldiers did not put up much of a fight. They were underpaid and under-equipped, so most of them simply surrendered. A few even joined the rebel ranks. Soon celebrations broke out in Homs. The rebels fired their guns into the air. Statues and portraits of Assad and his family were attacked. Take a look. Homs was captured on Saturday. By then, the picture was becoming clear. The rebel leader released a message on social media. His name is Abu Muhammad al-Julani. He leads an Islamist rebel group called HTS, the same group that led this offensive. Al-Julani set his eyes on Damascus after Homs. Rebel forces said that they had encircled the capital city of Syria. The stage was set for a final standoff, but it wasn't even needed. Because in Damascus, the sentiment was firmly anti-Assad. The city was in no mood to fight, so the soldiers simply surrendered. Late on Saturday, the rebels began entering the capital. Around the same time, Assad hopped on his plane and fled to Russia. By morning, the takeover was complete. The rebels appeared in front of Syrian state television. They declared that Damascus had fallen. So who's in charge now? On paper, the Prime Minister of Syria, he is the one who's in charge. The rebels have asked him to keep running the government. Once a transition plan is ready, he will step aside. That's the assumption right now. But the immediate worry is stability, getting a grip on things in Damascus and beyond. That's what they need to do first. On Sunday, rebel fighters stormed Assad's presidential palace. They looted his belongings and destroyed his family portraits. They also found his garage. It had Ferraris, Aston Martins, Bentleys and Rolls Royces. Take a look.
نحن معنا بدبي نحن بكراج الحمار نحن معنا بدبي.
The rebels also went for the prisons. Assad had jailed a lot of critics in the last decade. Reports say around 100,000 people have disappeared or been jailed since 2011. The rebels tried to free them. One of their main targets was the Sednaya prison. It's located on the outskirts of Damascus. It's often called the human slaughterhouse. That's how brutal it is. The rebels took control of this facility and they released the prisoners. Some of them could be seen roaming the streets later.
الله أكبر الله أكبر مساجين يحيى الله أكبر سقط النظام.
Most Syrians are thrilled by Assad's ouster, and it's obvious why. Around 70% of the country lives in poverty, around 26% have no jobs, and 30% are displaced. There is no freedom, no livelihood, and no peace. So Syrians were relieved by Sunday's news. We saw celebrations across the country. So Syrians are thrilled. What about the rest of the world? US President Joe Biden hailed Assad's ouster. He called it a fundamental act of justice. Europe and Britain are also on the same page. They have welcomed the regime change in Damascus. So has Turkey. President Erdogan says there is a new political reality in Syria. And the Arab nations? Same thing. Assad was an ally of the Iranian regime. So the Arab capitals are fine with his ouster. But all these countries are worried about one question. What happens next? Is the civil war truly over? Well, that depends on three factors. For starters, the Syrian rebels are not one homogeneous group. There are different tribes, different religious sects, and different ideologies. They did unite to oust Bashar al-Assad, but will they stick together during the transition, or will they bicker over power sharing? That's one question. Secondly, what role will the Kurds play? The Kurdish groups control most of northeast Syria. They don't have a good relationship with Islamist rebels. So will the Kurds be sidelined? And if so, will they fight back? Which brings us to the final factor, the nature of future regime. Assad's rule was largely secular. But the rebels are hardcore Islamists. He mentioned HTS and al-Julani. Al-Julani used to fight for ISIS and Al-Qaeda. He may talk about tolerance now, but let's see how he rules if he comes to power. The fact is, it's too early to predict anything. We've seen similar scenes in countries like Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. Long-time regimes and rulers toppled in lightning offensives. In Afghanistan, the Taliban have consolidated power, so the war is over. In Iraq, there is no political stability, and in Libya, there is still a civil war. So it's a question of which way Syria goes. Right now, there is a political vacuum in the country. The key is to fill that rapidly, to chart a quick roadmap for the future. If not, the world has bad memories from instability in Syria. Last time it led to the rise of ISIS. They set up a caliphate in Syria and Iraq. They plotted terror attacks across the world. That remains the biggest worry for the world right now, a repeat of that chaos. Plus, Syria's location is very important. It borders Turkey, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, Iraq. It is also home to foreign forces from Russia, from Iran, and from the US. So what happens there affects all these countries. And what about India? Well, New Delhi has called for unity in Syria. It also demanded a peaceful and inclusive political process. But frankly, this is not ideal for India. Bashar al-Assad was a long-time partner of New Delhi. He supported India's positions on Kashmir, including the 2019 decision to rescind the special status, to scrap Article 370. The next regime in Damascus may not be so understanding. India also has commercial interests in Syria. In 2009, it agreed to fund a thermal power plant. A loan of $240 million was promised. Some Indian companies are also involved in the oil industry. Combined investments are about $350 million. As I said, India would have liked a political settlement, one where Assad was still involved. But there isn't enough at stake to keep New Delhi awake at night. Now, I know it's celebration time in Damascus, but it should also be a period of caution because uncertainty is looming over Syria. Only time will tell if this revolution succeeds. So the rebels have won in Syria. But now let's zoom out a bit and look at the other big winner. That is Turkey. Their president Recep Tayyip Erdogan has claimed a major victory. For years he's been backing the Syrian rebels, and now that they've succeeded, he stands to gain.
Türkiye olarak bizim temennimiz
Our wish as Turkey is for our neighbor Syria to attain the peace and tranquility it has been longing for 13 years.
Erdogan made that speech on Saturday as Damascus was falling and Assad was fleeing. Erdogan was addressing a crowd in the city of Gaziantep. It's near the border with Syria. It is home to hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees. Erdogan was clearly pandering to the crowd, and they probably did not mind because Assad's fall was a victory for both these parties, the Syrian refugees and the Turkish president. Throughout the civil war, Turkey opposed Assad's regime. It was reportedly personal. Erdogan and Assad used to be friends. They even went on a family holiday together once. But things turned sour in 2011. When the Syrian civil war began, reports say that Erdogan made a personal appeal to Bashar al-Assad to go easy on the rebels. But Assad ignored him and unleashed a bloody crackdown. Erdogan is said to have taken this personally. He was furious that his supposed friend would shun his advice thus. So he began to publicly oppose the Syrian regime and started supporting rebel groups, most notably a group called the Syrian National Army that controls vast swathes of northern Syria. They were part of the latest offensive, the one that brought Assad down. They fought alongside the HTS, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Now the HTS is a designated terrorist group in Turkey, so Ankara could not support them overtly, but they did support them with aid and supplies. Look at the HTS stronghold. It's the region of Idlib, and Idlib borders Turkey. So by keeping these supply lines open, Erdogan gave them tacit support, and now their victory is his victory.
kapımızı açarken de
The Damascus regime never realized the value of the hand Turkey extended. It did not understand what it meant.
daima buydu.
You heard what he said. Assad never valued the hand Turkey extended. That happened last year. Erdogan reached out to Assad. It was a pivotal point in the war. Assad could have negotiated with Ankara, perhaps cut off the rebel supply lines. But he did not respond to Erdogan's overtures. Perhaps that was the beginning of his downfall. Reports say the rebels then reached out to Ankara. They showed Turkey their plans and asked for a free hand. And it seems Turkey agreed. And the results are there for the world to see.
Bundan sonraki süreçte farklı etnik ve
We will continue our work to ensure the voluntary and safe return of Syrians and for the reconstruction of the country. Turkey, which gave a hand to its Syrian brothers in their difficult days, will also be with them in the new chapter that opened in Damascus.
Suriye görmek istiyoruz.
Cut through the diplomatic jargon. What do you hear? Point number one, Syrian refugees are going to leave Turkey. It is already happening. In fact, Syrian refugees started gathering at border checkpoints last night. They want to go home, and this will be a massive relief for Erdogan. His country's economy is not doing well. The refugees were seen as an added burden, so their departure will relieve some of the pressure. Point number two, Ankara will help with reconstruction, which means big money for the Turkish construction industry. Incidentally, Erdogan has ties to the construction sector, so he might just make a pretty penny during the reconstruction activities. And finally, point number three, Turkey plans to, and I'm quoting, Turkey plans to be with the Syrians during this new chapter. Basically, they want to have a say in what happens in Damascus. Considering their long-term support, this is entirely possible. And this is Erdogan's prize. He is the winner. Now let's turn to the losers. Apart from Assad, obviously, there are two big ones, two big losers, Russia and Iran. We'll start with Russia. Putin came to Assad's aid in 2015 at the height of the Syrian civil war. He rescued the regime. Russia has military bases in Syria. For years, they conducted airstrikes on the rebels, but this time, Moscow could not muster enough forces. It was busy fighting Ukraine, its forces were stretched. The most that Russia could do was offer asylum, so Assad and his family have fled to Russia. Moscow says it does not betray its friends, but it has accepted the regime change. This was the Syrian embassy in Russia, in Moscow. They were raising Syria's new flag, the opposition flag. Even Assad's new home understands that his reign is over. And what about the Russian bases in Syria? What happens to them? Well, Moscow does not know yet. The Kremlin spokesperson said it was premature to talk about them. The Russian forces there are reportedly taking precautions in case they're attacked. The world sees this as a Russian loss, at the very least, a major loss of face. In fact, look at this post from Donald Trump, the next US president. Trump says, and I'm quoting, "They lost all interest in Syria because of Ukraine, where close to 600,000 Russian soldiers lay wounded or dead." Russia and Iran are in a weakened state right now, one because of Ukraine and a bad economy, the other because of Israel and its fighting success. That brings me to the next big loser, Iran. Tehran has lost a major ally in the region. They supported Assad's regime with a network of proxies in West Asia, proxies like the Lebanon-based Hezbollah. These were Assad's elite boots on the ground, the troops who pushed the rebels back. But Hezbollah has been severely weakened due to the war with Israel. They could not help Assad this time around. Neither could other Iranian proxies.
No request for assistance was ever made to us. It was fundamentally the responsibility of the Syrian army. We did not consider it our duty, nor did the Syrian government assign us any role, as it was an internal Syrian matter, its relationship with its own opposition groups and its own people.
So Iran is trying to play it cool, saying it wasn't even asked for help this time, and that the blame for Assad's fall lies with the Syrian army. But the Syrian people aren't buying it. They stormed the Iranian embassy in Damascus yesterday, leaving a trail of destruction behind. By the looks of it, Iran has lost an ally, and this weakens its position in West Asia. Syria gave Iran a land corridor all the way to Lebanon, to the borders of Israel. Now Tehran will have to deal with potentially hostile forces in between. The land corridor is shut, and so is Iran's ability to project power. And Iran's proxies will be watching all of this. They will take note. They see that Tehran could not defend a key ally. They may start doubting Iran's ability to support them. So Iran has lost face, and so has Russia. It wasn't a direct military blow to either, but a blow to their prestige. Let's see how they recover from this. Two names come up repeatedly in this story. HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, led by Abu Muhammad al-Julani. So who is Julani? Why did he form the HTS? And will he rule Syria now? First things first, Abu Muhammad al-Julani is not even his real name. It's Ahmad Hussein al-Shara. He is Syrian, but was born in Riyadh in 1982. That's where his father worked as an oil engineer. The family went back to Syria in 1989. They settled near Damascus. Not very much is known about his childhood or what he did in Syria. But we know that in the year 2003, Julani moved to Iraq. It was when the United States invaded Iraq, Julani joined the al-Qaeda to resist the US invasion. In 2006, he was arrested by the American forces and imprisoned at Camp Bucca. That's where he met Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of the Islamic State. In 2011, Baghdadi sent Julani to Syria. The goal was to set up the al-Nusra Front. By 2012, it became a big fighting force in the country, with links to al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. In 2013, Baghdadi made a sudden announcement. He was cutting ties with the al-Qaeda and expanding into Syria. The plan was to form the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, or what's popularly known as ISIS. It included taking over the al-Nusra Front. But Julani did not like this plan, so he resisted and pledged allegiance to al-Qaeda. Julani did not want a global caliphate. What he wanted was power within Syria's borders, so that's what he focused on. In 2013, al-Nusra became al-Qaeda's Syrian affiliate, but that did not help. The Syrian war was raging, rebel factions were all fighting for power, and the al-Qaeda did not do much. That gave al-Nusra very little leverage. So in 2016, Julani broke up with the al-Qaeda. He rebranded his group. It was first called Jabhat Fateh al-Sham. That name did not stick. In 2017, it became the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, aka the HTS. And their goal was simple, to free Syria from the Assad regime. Soon, HTS became a dominant force in Idlib. It's a northwestern city home to some 4 million people. The HTS controlled it. They even established a civilian front called the Salvation Government, or the SG. The SG ruled like a state. They had a prime minister and government departments. Julani too went through an image makeover. He wanted to shed the al-Qaeda association. So he organized events, talked to the public, even arranged some disaster relief. And now that they have taken over Syria, all that image building will help. The HTS can use it to legitimize its rule. Although there are 3 problems with this. Number 1, the HTS is a designated terrorist organization because of their past association with the al-Qaeda. The US, the UK and the United Nations, all of them see the HTS as a terrorist group. In fact, Julani has a bounty on his head, an award of $10 million for his whereabouts. The HTS will want to come to power in Syria, and that means countries will need to talk to them. So the terrorist past won't help. The jihadist tag is a liability. Although some countries are wondering if they should drop it now. The UK, for instance, is looking at removing it from the terror list, removing this group. And other countries could follow, else the HTS could end up becoming another Taliban. Problem number 2, their Islamic dreams. They want to establish a state according to their own interpretation of Islamic law. It's not clear what that means. What is their interpretation of the law? Syria has a multi-ethnic and multi-religious society. Yes, there are Shias and Sunnis, but there are also Christians, Druze and others. Assad and his father cracked down on Islamist groups. They kept them at bay. Now, the HTS has also issued assurances, and they've said that religious and ethnic minorities will be protected in the country. But we'll have to wait and see. And problem number 3 is their track record. They accuse Assad of being authoritarian, but look at their own record. The HTS has done the same, imprisoning critics in Idlib, brutal crackdowns and human rights abuses. Also, they may have led this offensive, but they had support from many other rebel groups. Groups that will now want their pound of flesh. So where does that leave Syria? Can a group with such a troubled past earn legitimacy both at home and abroad? As of now, the questions outnumber the answers. The future of Syria remains uncertain. Julani could be Syria's new ruler, but let's talk about the old one for the moment, Bashar al-Assad. His rise to power was unexpected. Assad was a doctor in the UK, leading a quiet life. But then his brother died, and that propelled him into power. His rule began with a fresh wave of modernity, but it continued only with brutal crackdown. The Assad family ruled Syria for more than 50 years, and even the strongest foundations crumble when the tide turns. For years, Bashar al-Assad defied the odds. In the end, his grip slipped. And his legacy? A nation scarred by war, division and loss. Our next report tells you how a doctor became a dictator.
It was 21st January 1994. Bashar al-Assad was on his way to the Damascus airport. He was driving really fast. He collided with a barrier. The car crashed and he died immediately. This accident changed the life of his brother Bashar al-Assad. Bashar was the golden child of the Assad dynasty. Once he was gone, it was Bashar al-Assad's throne. He may never have wanted it, but there was no choice. Bashar al-Assad was born in 1965, the third child of Anisa Makhlouf and Hafez al-Assad. His father was the ruler of Syria. Bashar was unlike his siblings. He was quiet and reserved. He was not interested in politics. In 1988, Assad graduated from medical school. He started working as an army doctor. In 1992, he settled in the United Kingdom. He was doing his postgraduate training in ophthalmology. He was described as geeky by his classmates. His boss called him humble. He lived a comfortable life in London. His path seemed destined for quiet professionalism and not the labyrinth of Syrian politics. But his brother's death changed it all. Hafez al-Assad had groomed Bashar to be his successor. He was charismatic and a people's person. But with him gone, Bashar was suddenly thrust into the role of the heir apparent. It's not something he wanted, but it's not an order he could refuse. So Bashar al-Assad left his job and moved back to Damascus. The next 6.5 years were all about training him. Bashar entered the military academy. He moved up the army ranks. It was all a bid to legitimize his rule. He learnt the tricks of the trade from the master himself. And when Hafez al-Assad died in 2000, it was time to put them to use. The initial reaction to Bashar al-Assad becoming president was lackluster. Critics said he was incompetent, that he would end up squandering his father's gains. The first few years were a welcome change. Assad wanted to show that he was different, modern and opening Syria to the world. His initial plan was economic change, replacing state-owned monopolies and embracing the free market. His wife, Asma al-Assad, a former investment banker, helped with that. By 2011, this carefully crafted image fell apart. The Arab Spring reached Syria. Protests broke out against Assad and his rule. It started out small, but soon snowballed into a bigger movement. Syrians wanted a revolution, but they were on the receiving end of a brutal crackdown. Thus began a full-blown civil war. It went on for nearly 14 years. Assad held on to power, but he did so using the most oppressive techniques, including reportedly unleashing chemical weapons against his own people. Syria soon became a battleground. Several regional and international powers started to get involved, as did the jihadists. Assad suffered a few setbacks, but he had massive military backing from Russia and Iran. By the end of it all, Assad even managed to win back nearly 2/3 of Syria's territory. However, the war itself destroyed Syria. Over 500,000 people were killed, millions displaced. It was the worst refugee crisis in the world. All of this made Assad a global pariah. By 2020, it looked like the worst was over. A truce was declared in March of that year. In 2021, Assad was re-elected for a fourth term with over 95% of the votes. By 2023, he was back in Arab diplomacy. Syria joined the Arab League. Assad took part in his first summit for more than a decade. But what kept him afloat would ultimately become the very force that unraveled him. Assad depended on external help to remain in power, mainly Russia and Iran. Moscow was busy and stretched with the Ukraine war. Iran had bigger problems in West Asia with its axis of resistance under attack. So, once they looked away, Syrian rebel groups had the perfect opportunity. They mounted a lightning offensive and Assad's army could do nothing. He vowed to crush the rebels, but in the end, he had to flee, ending his family's half-a-century-long grip on Syria. Bashar al-Assad's story is one of reluctant power, a man who never wanted the throne, but once got it, he clung to it with everything he had. His rule ended just as it began, with a sudden twist of fate, leaving Syria to once again reimagine its future.
India's Foreign Secretary was in Dhaka today. It was a high-stakes diplomatic mission, one with multiple objectives. He had to attempt a reset with Bangladesh, he had to draw some red lines, and he had to cool down the temperatures. And all of this in less than 24 hours. So did he do it? Well, for starters, there are no controversial headlines yet. The talks were frank and cordial. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri had multiple meetings in Dhaka. He met Interim Chief Mohammad Yunus. He also met the Foreign Minister and the Foreign Secretary. And the agenda? India highlighted three main talking points. First, India's commitment to the people of Bangladesh. Second, a call to deepen cooperation. And third, concerns about the state of minorities, especially the attacks on religious and cultural centers. Listen in.
I emphasized that India desires a positive, constructive and mutually beneficial relationship with Bangladesh. We have always seen in the past and we continue to see in the future this relationship as a people-centric and people-oriented relationship. At the same time, we also had the opportunity to discuss certain recent developments and issues, and I conveyed our concerns, including those related to the safety and welfare of minorities.
New Delhi kept highlighting the role of people on both sides. In fact, let me quote from the Indian statement. Foreign Secretary emphasized that people are the main stakeholders in India-Bangladesh relations and noted that India's development cooperation and multifaceted engagements are all geared towards the benefit of the people of Bangladesh. So the message is quite clear. India's commitment is to the people of Bangladesh, not one particular leader, not one particular regime, but the people. This statement must be seen in context. A lot of Bangladeshi leaders have accused India of favoritism, of siding only with Sheikh Hasina, but New Delhi says that is not the case. Our commitment is to the people. And speaking of Sheikh Hasina, did her stay in India come up during the talks? The Indian statement does not mention Hasina at all. But Dhaka did raise the issue. And the Indian Foreign Secretary tried to clarify his position. He said New Delhi will work with the government of the day. Hasina's stay has no bearing on relations. That's what Vikram Misri told his counterpart. But Dhaka was not satisfied. They asked the Foreign Secretary to convey a message to Hasina that her statements from New Delhi are not welcome, to which the Indian diplomat did not say much. He simply apparently noted it. Now, just to be clear, this is Bangladesh's version of what happened. The Indian statement, like I said, does not mention Sheikh Hasina at all. What it does mention, though, is minority rights. New Delhi did not shy away from raising its concerns. The Foreign Secretary highlighted the attacks on temples and cultural centers. Listen to Dhaka's response.
We brought to India's attention the misinformation and false reports in Indian media about the alleged mistreatment of minorities. We also highlighted that all religions in Bangladesh are practiced freely and there is no room for confusion or misrepresentation. Furthermore, we underscored that this is an internal matter for Bangladesh and that foreign comments on our internal issues are inappropriate.
Dhaka is still not admitting the problem. They're blaming Indian media. They also say that it's our internal matter, so do not comment on it. And that sums up Vikram Misri's trip to Dhaka. Both sides were certainly frank. They openly aired their concerns. They also agreed that ties should improve. But we have no roadmap on how to do it, because that depends on political will, which is missing in Dhaka. They have cancelled an important connectivity deal with India, one that could have increased internet speeds in India's northeast. The deal was signed in 2023. Mohammad Yunus has cancelled it. You see, India's northeast gets internet through a long route. First, submarine cables from Singapore to Chennai, then domestic fiber cables from Chennai to the northeast. This long route slows the internet. Plus, the cables pass through rough terrain, so repairs are a nightmare, which is why Bangladesh entered the picture. The plan was for Bangladeshi companies to supply internet bandwidth. Instead of Chennai, the cables would go via Bangladesh. Shorter distance, greater speed. That was the idea. Then why is Dhaka making a U-turn? Apparently, they feel it will undermine their potential to become a regional internet hub. Dhaka wants to supply bandwidth to other players as well, like Myanmar and northwest China. But they say that the 2023 deal with India will not permit that, hence the U-turn. Frankly, it sounds like a petty move, much like blaming your neighbor for flash floods. The fact is, Dhaka must engage in good faith. India has made its commitments and concerns clear. It's time for Mohammad Yunus to be clear about his. Now let's look at another diplomatic display, one that could reshape Europe. Donald Trump just paid a visit to France and dropped another bombshell. He wants China's help to end the war in Ukraine. So what exactly is he proposing, and what was he doing in France in the first place? Let me answer the second question first. Trump was in Paris for the reopening of the Notre-Dame cathedral. The cathedral was gutted by a fire in 2019. It was repaired over the last few years and finally reopened on Saturday. French President Emmanuel Macron held a grand ceremony for it. He invited leaders from all over the world, including Donald Trump, who is still technically a private citizen. He hasn't taken office yet, but Macron invited him because talking to Trump was important as soon as possible. So Trump was given a grand welcome at the Élysée Palace in Paris. That's the French presidential palace. Macron and Trump hugged and shook hands multiple times, and quite fiercely. It's an old habit of theirs. They did this during Trump's last presidency as well. It seems some things never change.
President, I just say it's a great honor for French people to welcome you 5 years later. And you were at that time present for the first time, and I remember the solidarity and your immediate reaction. So, welcome back again.
Thank you very much.
We are very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here. We had a good time together, and we had a lot of success, really great success working together on defense and offense too. And it certainly seems like the world is going a little crazy right now.
Yeah.
And we'll be talking about that. Thank you very much for being here.
The world certainly is going crazy right now. So once the hearty handshakes were over, the two of them got to business. They spoke for about an hour. One of the things they discussed was NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's a Western alliance, and it is worried because Donald Trump may pull the plug. He has criticized NATO members in the past, saying they don't pay their fair share. NATO guidelines are very clear. Every member should spend 2% of their GDP on defense. Most of them did not until recently, and Trump was not happy about this. And now that he's coming back, NATO countries have started paying up. This alliance has 32 members. In 2023, only 10 of these members paid their dues, or their due, 2% of their GDP on defense. This year, that number has gone up to 23. So 23 out of 32 NATO countries are now spending the requisite amount on their defense. Clearly, there's an improvement. Macron brought it up with Trump. And the response? NATO is good as long as they pay their bills. That's what Trump said. Probably not the reassurance that Macron was looking for. But it's better than nothing. After the bilateral, they were joined by a third participant, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Macron was initially supposed to meet Zelensky separately, but he decided to pull off a diplomatic coup. He staged the first meeting between Trump and Zelensky after Trump won the US election. The meeting did not last long, just about 20 minutes, but despite the brevity, Zelensky said it went well.
It was a very good meeting. It is important that it was constructive and the atmosphere was crucial.
Zelensky called the talks constructive. He called Trump resolute, as always. And he said they would continue to work together. So he was trying to project hope. But then Donald Trump himself spoke, first about the Syrian crisis and then about Ukraine. Let me quote from what he said about the war in Ukraine. There should be an immediate ceasefire and negotiations should begin. Too many lives are being so needlessly wasted. Too many families destroyed, and if it keeps going, it can turn into something much bigger and far worse. I know Vladimir well. This is his time to act. China can help. The world is waiting. So he urged Vladimir Putin to act now to bring about an immediate ceasefire and begin negotiations. What came next was even more interesting. As you heard, Trump said China can help. Not something that Zelensky and the West wanted to hear, because they accused China of being partisan, of supporting Russia in the war. They've sanctioned a number of Chinese firms for making weapons for Russia. And now Trump says China can help end the war. It's interesting also because of Trump's own position. He's no fan of China. He's preparing for a trade war with them. He's threatening tariffs on Chinese imports, and yet he wants Beijing to step in to help stop the Ukraine war. This might be a signal to Putin, an assurance that he won't be pressured by the West. that he may have a friendly face at the negotiating table. But will Putin accept this? Will he be more likely to play ball if China is involved? We'll probably find out in January after Trump takes office. Now let's turn our attention to the Caribbean, where Haiti has been rocked by gang violence again. This weekend there was a massacre in the capital city of Port-au-Prince. Nearly 200 people were slaughtered with machetes, knives and guns, all because of a priest who said voodoo was being practiced in a neighborhood. This incident has worsened Haiti's spiraling security crisis, which has left at least 5,000 people dead this year and displaced more than 700,000. But why is the Haitian government failing to control these violent gangs, and what will become of this crisis? Here's a report.
This is Wharf Jeremy, a sprawling slum in Haiti's capital city of Port-au-Prince. It's one of the poorest, most densely populated, and violent neighborhoods in the Caribbean nation. This weekend, it was rocked by a spike in gang violence. The massacre killed at least 184 people, and it was all thanks to a gang leader's personal vendetta. His name is Monel Felix. His son had a fatal illness, so Felix consulted a priest who blamed voodoo for the child's illness. Now, voodoo practices the belief that all living things have spirits. While it's largely misunderstood in Western pop culture, it's one of Haiti's official religions. But even though voodoo is a recognized faith here, it doesn't always have the best reputation. So, on Friday night, Felix set out to seek his supposed revenge against witchcraft, and the killings began. His gang killed at least 60 people in Wharf Jeremy. On Saturday, the child died from the illness. So, grieving or not, gang members paid the neighborhood another visit. They declared round 2. Using machetes and knives, they killed dozens of people. Most of the victims were over the age of 60. Older people who practiced voodoo were targeted and slaughtered. In some homes, 5 or 6 people were killed. Wharf Jeremy is a near impenetrable gang stronghold in the capital. The police generally don't go there, and law enforcement is severely lacking. So people from outside the neighborhood, like motorcycle and taxi drivers, intervened to save people, but they too were gunned down and killed. While mutilated bodies are still being burned in the streets, at least 184 people have been declared dead by the UN. But experts predict that the actual figure is much higher, pushing the overall death toll in Haiti's spiraling security crisis to at least 5,000.
The situation is getting much more critical. We've seen a growing number of internally displaced, now getting to over 700,000 in the country.
Haiti has been embroiled in gang violence since early this year, when rival gangs banded together and attacked government institutions, including police stations, prisons and hospitals. Since then, bloodshed has continued. Last month was particularly deadly for Haiti. 3 US airliners were struck by gunfire at the Port-au-Prince airport. The airport is still closed. Meanwhile, the government has been racked by political infighting, and the UN-backed police force, led by the Kenyan police, is severely under-resourced. So the government has struggled to contain the violent gangs whose power is only growing. And this weekend's massacre is a grim reminder that Haiti's problems are far from over.
Now let's talk about Jack Ma, China's most famous businessman. He's made a comeback from the wilderness. Jack Ma made a rare public appearance yesterday. He addressed employees at the Ant Group in China. He's the co-founder of the Ant Group. This is a financial services company. It runs the popular digital payment platform Alipay in China. The Ant Group has completed 20 years in business, and Jack Ma was there to rally the troops. He expressed hope for the future. He said that AI is a big opportunity for the company. Nothing extraordinary in his speech. And yet it's making headlines because this story is not about the speech. It is about Jack Ma himself and his return to the mainstream. He's not the same man anymore, though. Not too long ago, Jack Ma used to perform Hollywood-style concerts for his staff. It was as if he was living up to his reputation as the undisputed rock star of China's tech ecosystem. But 4 years ago, he was cut to size by Beijing. Jack Ma had a run-in with the Chinese state. He criticized China's financial watchdogs and banks. He said China's banks operate with a pawn shop mentality. The truth did not sit well with China's decision makers, especially Xi Jinping. Jack Ma had a falling out with the Chinese president. That's a mortal enemy to have if you live in China. So, of course, it set off a chain reaction. The Ant Group was about to list on the stock exchanges. It would have been a blockbuster IPO, the biggest one in the world. The Ant Group's listing was worth $37 billion. Jack Ma himself would have benefited immensely. He would have been richer by $27 billion, but the Chinese state nuked the listing. They cracked down on the Ant Group. The company was restructured. Jack Ma had to give up control, and after that, he disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown for a long time. Reports said that he lived in Japan for a while. Then he was seen in Australia and Thailand. Safe to say he was avoiding the spotlight. Perhaps staying below the radar was the only way to save his business. And now the man is back in the public sphere and apparently in Xi Jinping's good books too. Earlier this year, he wrote to Alibaba employees. Alibaba was Jack Ma's first big breakthrough. It's an e-commerce website like Amazon, and now he's given a pep talk to the employees of Ant Group. This is not happening out of the blue. All these engagements have been carefully orchestrated because China needs billionaires like Jack Ma. It needs to showcase them, to project economic stability. By showing him, China is trying to send a message to overseas investors that the disruption is over and a course correction has begun. This is the narrative that China wants to promote. And billionaires like Jack Ma are mere tools, ambassadors of Beijing's latest campaign. His face lends credibility to this message. And he would most likely not mind. Jack Ma is getting out of the crosshairs of Xi Jinping. In return, China gains a trusted influencer to rebuild investor confidence. It's a win-win. And this is not a unique case. It's not just Jack Ma. Richard Liu has also been rehabilitated. He's the founder of JD.com, another e-commerce giant of China. So Beijing is warming up to its billionaires again. But does this rehabilitation scheme extend to everyone? We ask because in recent years, several top executives have vanished. There have been dozens of such cases, a dozen such cases in fact. No explanation was given and their whereabouts remain unclear. China has also cracked down on foreign businesses. Firms like Bain & Company and the Mintz Group have been raided. Foreign executives have been stopped from leaving China. Exit bans have risen by 8 times. The country is not seen as business-friendly anymore. In fact, the US has called China uninvestable. So Jack Ma's performances won't help beyond a point. This is no longer about optics. Are Chinese companies and businesses investable? Can they operate without a target on their back? Do billionaires feel safe in China? These are the questions that that are being asked today, and Beijing refuses to answer them. It needs solid policies to repair its economy. Instead, it has resorted to an influencer campaign. Perhaps Jack Ma understands this too, but by voicing his thoughts, he won't make the same mistake twice. Let's turn to Singapore now, which is hosting the ultimate contest in chess. 14 rounds of a grueling battle on the board. And the prize, the right to call themselves the world chess champion. It's a rare honor for players. Only 17 world champions have been crowned since 1886. An 18-year-old from India wants to be the 18th. His name is Gukesh D. He is locked in a tense battle with China's Ding Lizhen. Both players are tied after 12 games. If he wins, Gukesh will be the youngest world chess champion ever, also India's second after Vishwanathan Anand. But it takes a lot more than a sharp mind to reach that stage. It's about mental conditioning. It's about playing those mind games and sometimes even physical exercise. Gukesh has his own way of employing these tactics. Our next report tells you.
A small crowd has gathered at the Aquarius Hotel in Singapore, some of them in India's cricket jersey. But they're not shouting for Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma, they're shouting for India's chess sensation. Gukesh D, an 18-year-old grandmaster from Chennai. He's on a quest to rewrite history in Singapore and to become the youngest ever world chess champion. His rival is China's Ding Liren. The 32-year-old became champion in 2023, but he arrived in Singapore low on confidence. Ding had gone 28 classical matches without a win, so Gukesh had reasons to be excited. The title match has 14 rounds. For each victory, you get 1 point. For each draw, you get 0.5 points. The first player to reach 7.5 is declared the winner. And what's the score right now? 6-6 at the end of round 12. So 2 rounds left and everything to play for. Ding Liren surprised Gukesh by winning the first round. The second round was drawn and Gukesh took the third. What followed was a string of 7 draws. Then on Sunday, Gukesh pulled ahead. He capitalized on a mistake by Ding to take the lead, but he couldn't hold on to it. Because today, Ding won the 12th round, once again levelling the score. It's truly a monumental tussle. There are 2 rounds left in the title match. If neither player crosses 7.5, we head to a tiebreak on Friday. Whoever wins that is world champion and gets to walk away with $2.5 million. At this point, it's not just about skills, it's also about composure, about mental fortitude and mind games. And we've seen a bit of that in Singapore. Before the first round, both players could select a playing chair. They were given 7 different options. Ding went for a simple office chair, but Gukesh chose this, an imposing gaming chair. Some experts weighed in on the choice. They said it reflected the mindset of both camps. Gukesh and Ding also had other demands. Both of them wanted to play outdoor sports on their rest days. Gukesh is admittedly a tennis fan. At a tournament in Baku last year, he played tennis on his rest day, though it's not clear if he did the same in Singapore. Gukesh's team also includes a mental conditioning coach named Paddy Upton. He says the young grandmaster has self-awareness way beyond his years. It tells you just what goes into becoming a chess champion. It's not just sharpness, but also physical and mental conditioning. Each player has his own style, and in Singapore, we are seeing 2 contrasting ones. Just consider round 1. Gukesh got up from his chair and moved around between moves. He spent 28 minutes away from the board. And Ding, he didn't move an inch. The champion spent 245 minutes at the board. All of this makes the clash in Singapore iconic. Gukesh chasing history, Ding Liren looking to consolidate. But only one will walk away as champion.
Have you ever felt too lazy to take a bath? If yes, the Japanese have an answer for you. They have designed a human washing machine. It is powered by artificial intelligence and it is exactly what it sounds like. You enter the pod, it fills halfway with water, the jets clean you with the AI monitors, while the AI monitors your vitals and adjusts water temperature. Now, most of us don't even know that we needed a human dishwasher. But this is hardly the only AI product in this club. Many products claim to have AI technology now, but do they really need it? And do we need these products? Here's a report.
Artificial intelligence has changed the world. The technology is everywhere. It's in the work we do, the food we eat, the music we listen to. And we are lazier for it. But new AI is taking things to the next level. Are you too lazy to take a shower? No judgments here, because the Japanese have a solution for you. Japanese firm Science Co. has designed an AI washing machine for humans. It looks like a cutting-edge shower capsule. It's transparent. All you have to do is step in. The pod will fill halfway with water. High-speed water jets will clean your skin. The pod will continuously monitor your vitals, adjust the water temperature, and manage the pressure. You don't have to move a finger. The AI will do it all. The entire process will take 15 minutes, after which, voila, you'll be as clean as a human doll, freshly bathed by its robotic caretaker. Now, this technology may seem cutting edge, but it's actually a recycled technology. Back in 1970, Sanyo Electric, what's today called Panasonic, showcased a human washing machine. It was dubbed an ultrasonic bath. it did something similar. It filled the pod with water, then released ultrasound waves and used plastic balls to clean the bather's body. The device never took off, but it has inspired this new AI-based human washing machine. Could this be a case of AI washing? This refers to overinflated claims made by companies about their use of AI. And this is happening in two main ways. First, companies are launching products without AI, but falsely claiming that they use the technology. Allegedly, like in the case of Amazon. It launched Just Walk Out stores, where you go into any of their stores, pick the products you want to buy, put them in your cart, and just walk out. No need to visit the cashier. The cart will figure out what products you have added. Your account will be charged accordingly. So, it was supposed to be seamless. How did it happen? Amazon said it was powered by AI, but reportedly, that was not true. Amazon has been accused of employing people who watched shoppers, noticed what they were purchasing, and charging them accordingly. So, that's one way of AI washing. The second is using AI in products that don't even need it, just so you can say that something is AI-powered and get investors and stakeholders interested. Like in the case of an AI toothbrush, which detects which tooth is being brushed. Don't humans already have nerves for that? Or AI-powered shoes that automate walking. So it's the shoes that will walk the humans. Kind of like a fancy leash that costs $1,000. Or an AI bot across social media and other apps, whether you want one or not. Now, with an AI-powered human washing machine, companies are taking AI washing to another level, quite literally.
It was like battle royale in France. Donald Trump on one side, Emmanuel Macron on another, knuckles turned white, jaws clenched, veins popped. It was supposed to be a handshake. Just two world leaders greeting each other. Instead, it turned into round two of the handshake duel. The first round was in 2017 ahead of a NATO summit. Both looked like they were arm wrestling for the last baguette in Paris. And this was the second round. But if you thought that was bad enough, Trump did not stop there. He was sitting beside Jill Biden, the wife of current President Joe Biden. The moment led to a candid photo, one where she was smiling at him, perhaps politely, perhaps in confusion. But Trump thought it was the perfect endorsement. For what? His new perfume. The tagline, a fragrance your enemies can't resist. Because if there's one thing Donald Trump knows, it's how to sell a product and himself. Take a look.
Now this is what I call cashback.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In France, the Notre-Dame cathedral holds its first public mass since the deadly fire in 2019. A US-based company uses 5,000 drones to form a giant Santa Claus in a stunning Christmas display. And Guatemalans set the devil on fire to welcome the festive season. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1979, smallpox was officially eradicated. In 1967, the WHO undertook a worldwide effort to prevent any outbreaks. By the mid-1970s, smallpox was only present in the Horn of Africa and the Indian subcontinent. The last naturally occurring case was in Somalia in 1977. Smallpox is the only human disease that has been eradicated till date. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We start in the Middle East, where the United States launched multiple airstrikes across Syria late on Sunday night. B-52 bombers, F-15s, and A-10 fighter jets carried out about 140 precision strikes on at least 75 targets belonging to militant groups. Now, Washington said the strikes were carried out to prevent ISIS and other terror groups from exploiting the chaos in the country. The airstrikes came hours after Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad's regime was toppled by rebel groups. President Joe Biden said he was closely monitoring the developments in the region after the government's collapse.
After 13 years of civil war in Syria, more than half a century of brutal authoritarian rule by Bashar Assad and his father before him, rebel forces have forced Assad to resign his office and flee the country. We're not sure where he is, but there's word that he's in Moscow. At long last, the Assad regime has fallen.
Joining President Biden in echoing the sentiment were America's allies, France, Canada, the United Kingdom, and Germany.
I welcome the fact that Assad has gone. The Syrian people had to put up with his brutal regime for far, far too long. We're talking to regional allies. It's very important now that there's a political settlement, a political way forward, and it's very, very important that we emphasise that civilians and minorities must be protected in this process. But very, very pleased that Assad has fallen.
Viele haben nicht nur die Hoffnung, sondern natürlich auch Sorgen.
Syrian President Assad brutally and violently oppressed his own people for more than a decade. He has tens of thousands of lives on his conscience. He has driven millions of people to flee their homes.
In Recht und Ordnung leben kann und dass Recht und Ordnung dort hergestellt werden.
Meanwhile, Israel bombed Syria, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered his tanks to capture disputed land between Israel and Syria in the Golan Heights.
Together with the Minister of Defense and with the full backing of the cabinet, I instructed the IDF yesterday to seize the buffer zone and the commanding positions adjacent to it. We will not allow any hostile force to establish itself on our border. At the same time, we are working to establish a policy of good neighborly relations.
Now, after the White House announced that it struck several targets in Syria, President-elect Donald Trump criticized Vladimir Putin and called him, quote-unquote, weak for not protecting Russia's ally, Syria. However, both Donald Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance said Syria was not the problem of the United States and that Washington should stay out of the region. The fall of Assad's regime is a major blow to Russia and Iran, who both backed the Syrian dictator with weapons and money despite years of anti-government protest. Currently, the ousted Syrian leader has been granted asylum in Moscow after he reportedly struck a deal with Putin as the rebels entered his palace. However, thousands of civilians in Syria took to the streets to mark the end of the Assad regime, which ruled the country with an iron fist for nearly 5 decades. And after 50 years of unyielding power, the Assad dynasty has crumbled in spectacular fashion. Overnight, Bashar al-Assad, the so-called Lion of Damascus, abandoned his throne, fleeing Syria for the cold embrace of Russia. A regime once held together by fear and brutality fell apart in a matter of weeks, leaving a trail of shattered cities and unanswered questions. Questions like, who in fact were the Assads and what drove the sudden collapse? And what does the seismic shift mean for Syria? Here's the story with more.
In the early hours of Sunday morning, opposition forces declared Syria liberated from the rule of President Bashar al-Assad.
Within 11 days, Syria was liberated from its north to its south and from its east to its west. We have witnessed with our own eyes how 13 years of suffering are being healed through this great victory.
Bringing the remarkable 50-year rule of the Assad family to an end. Bashar al-Assad, Syria's brutal dictator, fled Damascus overnight, seeking refuge in Moscow.
We are very concerned with the fate of the Syrian people. We don't want them to follow the fate of Iraqis, of Libyans, and of other nations who were disturbed by the people desiring to keep their domination.
Russia, his staunchest ally, granted him and his family asylum, calling it a humanitarian gesture. Once a symbol of authoritarian resilience, the Assad dynasty has collapsed like a house of cards.
I am a mother of 7 martyrs who were killed by Bashar al-Assad. May God burn him in the fires of hell.
Now, this is no ordinary fall. For decades, the Assads ruled Syria with an iron fist, creating a police state of unimaginable brutality. And Bashar al-Assad, an educated former ophthalmologist trained in London, seemed like a different kind of leader.
Is that the role of the state, just to keep and watch? You have to liberate, and this is the price sometimes. But at the end, the people are liberated from the terrorists.
His wife Asma, a British Syrian banker with a degree from King's College London, also brought a sheen of modernity to the regime. The young couple, living in palaces yet posing as relatable, captivated global media. Asma was dubbed a rose in the desert. Her unveiled face without the hijab was seen as progressive in the conservative Middle East. But the charm was a facade. Behind closed doors, Bashar became a dictator like his father, Hafez al-Assad, who was infamous for crushing dissent and orchestrating massacres. And his British wife Asma transformed from a symbol of liberation into a cold, calculating power broker. She controlled Syria's resources during the civil war, shaking down middle-class merchants and distributing foreign aid on her terms. Once celebrated for her elegance, she became reviled, a Lady Macbeth manipulating the crumbling regime.
We will win without a doubt against this conspiracy. They have now reached the final stages of their conspiracy, and we will make this phase the end for them and their plans.
Their collapse has been swift and dramatic. In just a few weeks, rebel forces mounted a fierce campaign and ended Assad's regime. Syrian troops, who were once feared, folded. Strategic cities fell with little resistance. And in Damascus, Assad's forces surrendered without a fight.
50 years of injustice, insult, poverty, water and electricity cuts. I won't add more to that. Thank God, after 50 years, we were able to remove Assad's family form ruling. Syria is moving towards democracy, and this is an archive of His Excellency previously, after he caused the people hunger, after he made us live the injustice and oppression. Thank God we were able to enter the house of Bashar al-Assad.
Even Russia, which had invested heavily in Assad's survival, appeared powerless to stop the unraveling.
But definitely after the Russian intervention in supporting the Syrian army, legally of course, we felt much better.
In Moscow, the Kremlin is scrambling to manage the fallout. Assad's flight to Russia is a humiliating blow to Vladimir Putin, who had framed his intervention in Syria as a cornerstone of Russian power. Even though Russian state TV blames Syria's army for the disaster, accusing it of abandoning fortified positions. Yet the questions loom. What happens to Russia's air and naval bases in Syria? Will Syria's rebel leaders honor their vague promises to secure Russian interests? Syria stands at a crossroads. The dynasty that ruled through fear is no more. The Assads, once untouchable, are now fugitives. Will Syria rise from the ashes or sink further into turmoil?
And now moving to France. Over the weekend, the Notre-Dame cathedral reopened its doors for the first time in 5 years after a devastating fire left the historic site in ruins. The evening celebration was attended by at least 1,500 dignitaries, including First Lady Jill Biden. Seated beside her was President-elect Donald Trump, who made headlines with his chatty demeanor and a viral 17-second handshake with French President Emmanuel Macron. Here's our next story with more from Paris.
The bells of Notre-Dame rang again, their echo rippling through Paris like a long-forgotten memory. For 5 years, they had been silent, waiting for the moment when the cathedral could reclaim its place as the heart of the city. And on a chilly December Saturday, under the glow of soft floodlights, that moment had finally come.
Ce soir, les cloches de Notre-Dame.
Tonight, the bells of Notre-Dame ring again and the organ will awaken in a moment. Music of hope, familiar to Parisians, to France, and to the world. The bells of Notre-Dame ring again, they who have marked the hours of the day, and those of history.
French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte stood at the forefront. their faces lit with pride. And behind them, the newly restored spire pierced the night sky, like a testament to an ambitious restoration effort that rallied over 2,000 artisans and 700 million euros, which is roughly over $739 million.
De ce qu'est une nation et ce que devrait être le monde.
We must treasure this lesson of fragility, humility, and will, and never forget how much each one counts, and how the greatness of this cathedral is inseparable from the work of all. Tonight, together, we can share joy and pride. Your Grace, Notre-Dame de Paris is given back to you.
Vous est redonné.
Inside the cathedral, the air was heavy with reverence. Paris's archbishop ceremonially knocked on the ancient doors, a tradition signaling the reopening. The crowd of 1,500 dignitaries, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, tech mogul Elon Musk, and Britain's Prince William, rose to their feet as the massive oak doors creaked open. The ceremony wasn't just about solemnity. It was a stage for personalities. But the spotlight was only on Donald Trump. The newly elected US president arrived in his signature flair, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with fellow leaders. Seated next to First Lady Jill Biden, who represented her absent husband, and outgoing President Joe Biden, Trump seemed upbeat, and what the internet claimed, absolutely in love. While the context of their conversation remains unknown, Donald Trump, the ever-opportunist, found a way to steal the spotlight. As his pictures with First Lady Jill Biden kept trending, Trump seized on the opportunity and promoted his newest venture, a patriotic fragrance line named Fight, Fight, Fight. He shared his picture with the First Lady and captioned it, "A fragrance your enemies can't resist." And by the end of the night, the $199 cologne was sold out online. Then came the handshake. When Macron approached to greet him, Trump extended his hand and the two men locked in a now famous grip. 17 seconds of unrelenting intensity followed, and the French leader smiled through it all. While the onlookers whispered, social media erupted. 7 years later, and the handshake battle continues. One commentator quipped online, recalling their infamous 2017 encounter. Nearby, Prince William navigated the scene with quiet diplomacy. Representing the British royals, he engaged warmly with Trump. Their conversation touched on the special relationship between their nations. Trump, always one to charm, praised William as a good man doing fantastic work. As the opening ceremony commenced outside, thousands gathered despite the biting wind and heightened security. On giant screens, the crowd watched as the cathedral came alive with music. As the final hymn faded, the bells of Notre-Dame tolled once more, their sound cascading over the city like a benediction. Paris had its heart back, and the world, for a moment, stood still to listen.
And back in the United States, President-elect Donald Trump outlined his aggressive plan to crack down on illegal immigration in his second term. In an interview with NBC News, his first sit-down since being re-elected, Donald Trump said he will move to end birthright citizenship. Now, the act is in fact enshrined in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and guarantees automatic citizenship to those who are born to parents in the United States without legal documents. Donald Trump also suggested that birthright citizenship is unique only to America. Yet there's at least 34 countries that provide birthright citizenship, including Canada, Mexico, and Brazil. Donald Trump also reiterated his plan to deport millions of unauthorized immigrants, starting with convicted criminals.
You have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated very unfairly are the people that have been in line for 10 years to come into the country. We're starting with the criminals, and we got to do it. And then we're starting with others, and we're going to see how it goes. It's a very tough thing to do.
The president-elect added he's open to working with Democrats to pass legislation that would ensure migrants born in the United States who are now adults would be able to remain in the country.
We have to do something about the dreamers, because these are people that have been brought here at a very young age, and many of these are middle-aged people now. They don't even speak the language of their country. I will work with the Democrats on a plan. They were brought into this country many years ago. Some of them are no longer young people, and in many cases they've become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases they have small businesses. Some cases they might have large businesses, and we're going to have to do something with them.
The anti-immigration rhetoric comes as thousands of migrants are trying to cross into the United States illegally, uncertain of what will exactly happen once the second Trump administration takes over.
We feel very uncertain because we really do not know what he wants to do. Many things are said, but we have to wait for what he says. We have faith that he will continue with the CBP1 appointments, and everything will continue normal and helping us in that way.
The idea is that everyone is judged as he wants, to be judged but not deported, that we reach a dialogue. All of us are coming with necessities, the necessity that makes us run from our country, and it is hard. It is hard because we endured many difficulties. They do not know the sacrifice and the violence that mean leaving our countries. I left my family, my daughters, my wife, everything to come to chase a dream.
Now, during his interview, Donald Trump also said that children who are Americans, because of being born in the country, may be deported along with their immigrant parents. The president-elect said he doesn't want to break up families, hence he will deport families together.
I don't want to be breaking up families. So the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together and you have to send them all back.
Notably, there are 4 million families of mixed immigration status living in the United States. Now, the last time there was a constitutional amendment was back in 1992 when the 27th Amendment was ratified, changing the compensation for members of Congress. Now, it's unclear if Donald Trump will actually press for amending something many believe to be sacrosanct. At least right now, Donald Trump, however, is talking the talk. In a matter of weeks, we'll see if, in fact, he walks the walk. And today we end in Haiti, where nearly 200 people were killed due to a personal vendetta by a local gang leader whose son died on Saturday. The massacre took place in one of the poorest neighborhoods in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince. Now, according to human rights activists, mostly elderly people who practice voodoo were targeted by a gang leader, Monel Felix. This after Felix was reportedly told that elderly people from the slum performed witchcraft on his son that made the child fatally sick. The United Nations said the gang members hacked at least 184 people to death using just knives and machetes.
Community testimonies suggest that the actual death toll is much higher, as mutilated bodies were burned in the streets.
The vast majority of victims were over the age of 60, but some younger people who were trying to save others were also killed. A human rights group said this is not the first time that Felix has been accused of killing older people who practice voodoo. The gang leader was allegedly responsible for killing 12 elderly female practitioners back in 2012. Now, experts say Haiti is seeing more killings and lynchings than ever after gangs launched their attacks against the government and people.
In Haiti, we have a situation of escalating violence. In fact, ever since coinciding actually with the installation of the new prime minister on the 11th of November. You will recall that the airport was closed down as a result of gangs shooting at incoming airplanes. And so that, of course, was a very critical moment for Haiti. But also to say that since then, the gangs have escalated in terms of violence.
The United Nations estimates that at least 700,000 Haitians have been internally displaced due to gang violence that police say is systemically failing the country.
The situation is getting much more critical. We've seen a growing number of internally displaced now getting to over 700,000 in the country. So the needs are huge.
The rapidly growing violence in Haiti is such that even a multinational mission is unable to bring peace to the country. The mission led by Kenyan police is only partially deployed and severely under-resourced as the United Nations fails to convert it into a UN peacekeeping force. Now, many are wondering if there's a path forward for bringing an end to the gang violence that continues to plague the island nation. That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus is on Ghana. The results of the December 7th presidential results are out, and the opposition has made a historic comeback. Ghana's former president, John Dramani Mahama, who was voted out 8 years ago, has staged a political comeback. Though official results are yet to be announced, the candidate of the ruling party, Ghana's Vice President, Mahamudu Bawumia, has conceded defeat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition.
This marks the end of 8 years in power for the ruling New Patriotic Party, or the NPP. The party was headed by the incumbent president, Nana Akufo-Addo. The 80-year-old will step down in January after serving 2 terms. Under him, Ghana faced its worst economic turmoil in years. High cost of living and a debt default. The growing frustration paved the way for the opposition to bounce back to power. Now, Ghana's new president is 66-year-old John Mahama. He belongs to the National Democratic Congress. He was president of Ghana between July of 2012 and January of 2017. He has promised a 24-hour economy model after coming to power, whereby the whole or part of the economic infrastructure adjusts to support 24-hour operations. He has promised nighttime jobs in the public and private sectors and says he will ease taxes. But he has also faced criticism. During Mahama's term, his administration was also hit by economic problems and a string of corruption scandals. He also gained a poor reputation due to power crisis during his first term. But that seems to have been ignored this time around. The public is hailing his victory. Several of his supporters took to the streets of the capital, Accra, and celebrated by blaring horns and whistles and waving the party's flags.
We are celebrating our new president because our new president is better than the old one. The old administration, they are criminals, you understand? We used to buy fuel at 14 cedis. Now we buy at 70 or 80 cedis per gallon. It's not good. We and Nigerians are very similar, and we don't know why our petrol costs more than in Nigeria.
Now, violence was also reported at some of the collation centers ahead of the vice president conceding defeat. However, Ghana has remained one of the most stable democracies in West Africa and is known as a largely peaceful transfer of power. With 34 million people, it is the second most populous country in the region. Now, Ghana is the world's second biggest cocoa grower, the largest gold producer in Africa, and is among the top 10 oil producers in Africa. It is a key security ally of the US in West Africa, and this is a region where many nations led by military governments have turned to Russia for security and aid. The US has reacted to the election results by applauding a successful election that reflects the will of the Ghanaian people. However, the incoming president will have a crucial task to reset Ghana's economy, which has been in the doldrums since 2022. Now, Ghana's government defaulted on debt payments. Its rating has been downgraded to junk status. Inflation has skyrocketed to 54%, and public debt stands at 72.3%. Ghana's currency has lost 70% of its value in 8 years. To survive the crisis, Ghana has reached a deal with the International Monetary Fund for a $3 billion bailout. But the rise in prices and unemployment continue to be a major concern for the people. Will the new president live up to their expectations and reset the course for West Africa's stable economy? Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Kwaku Nuama, a professor of international studies at the American University. He is a citizen of Ghana, joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, what does Mahama's victory signify for Ghana's political landscape and for its democratic stability, especially given his previous tenure as president?
So it's a mark of political maturity on the part of the principals, but also on the part of the electorate. So as you mentioned in your lead-up, the vice president, the incumbent vice president, called the former president conceded, and the election proceeded mostly peacefully. And the fact that Ghanaians are willing to resolve their problems through the ballot box is a testament to the enduring nature of Ghana's democracy. We also saw evidence of institutional resilience. The EC had problems in certain areas, but there wasn't the widespread rigging that social media was reporting. We saw the security agents on the ground solving problems as they arose. So generally, I think that this was a good elections for the region and for Ghana. And also for John Mahama, this is a God-sent second opportunity to fix problems, to build a legacy, and to show us that he has learned his lessons from the last time he was in power. He's been rejected twice already.
Yes.
And this is a wonderful opportunity for him to do things right.
Right. And Doctor, on that, how might Mahama's administration differ from that of the outgoing government, particularly in terms of economic policies, governance, and addressing the challenges that are facing Ghana today?
So there are areas where we will see immediate change. For example, he's going to announce his government, and the size is going to be remarkably smaller than the Akufo-Addo government, which was bloated. He's also not going to have relatives and hopefully friends in the government. So that's also going to be a major departure. Some of the economic policies that he has announced will also have immediate impact. For example, he's going to end levies on electronic financial transfers, taxes on sports betting, for example. Some of those kinds of adjustments will immediately impact the pockets of the ordinary Ghanaian. But the larger problems will persist. So he's inheriting an economy that is really, really, really struggling. Youth unemployment is going through the roof. He's not going to be able to solve those problems overnight. And he's going to have to continue dealing with the IMF in terms of trying to fix the debt crisis. And those problems will not go away. So his big policy that he probably won this election on was the 24-hour economy, which you talked about. And it's not clear exactly how he's going to execute that. Initially, he's promising to hold some type of a national dialogue on the state of the economy in general. And it looks like he's crowdsourcing solutions to the economic problems. So those problems will persist until he's able to actually implement the policy that he's promised.
We'll leave it there. Thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valued analysis and insights on the latest out of Ghana.
Thanks for having me.
Shifting focus to Mozambique. Deadly violence continues to batter the southern African nation in the aftermath of the controversial 9th of October presidential polls. In the latest, at least 20 people have been injured during clashes that took place in the capital of Maputo over the weekend. As per the police, protesters set ablaze 2 state buildings in the capital. Police say that the arsonists used homemade bombs to burn down the 2 government buildings. Demonstrators also cut off part of Maputo by blocking any moving traffic with burning tires, stones and containers.
Soldiers show strength and they show that they are with us. They keep their faces covered because, as it said, they are afraid of the superior order, so they wear masks. But when they arrive, they say, "We are with you. We support the same cause." My protest is not vandalism. No, I'm concerned with the future of the young people. What's going to happen with them tomorrow? That's what matters to me.
We want things to be all right. Life is hard here. What the protesters are doing is good. Even though it is difficult for us trying to get home and rest. It's hard, but they are fixing things.
The most important thing is that the people coming in and out of this border are our livelihoods. But no, there is no one coming in or out here. Our lives are being affected because the Mozambican government is not reaching an agreement with its people, so the order the economy can stabilize.
A fresh wave of violence was triggered last week when 5 people were killed as protesters were reportedly run over and beaten. In the northern city of Nampula, protesters tried to invade the governor's residence and were reportedly stopped by police firing live ammunition.
There are people who have died here today. Friends, neighbors that died today here. There are people suffering till now. I don't know why they are putting so much pressure on us. They're also suffering like us. They don't have a good salary. They and their families are suffering. What are they doing? Let's fight for our country.
Mozambique has been reeling from chaos and unrest after the country's electoral authority declared the ruling Frelimo candidate Daniel Chapo the winner of the presidential polls. He was declared winner with 70% of the votes, extending his party's 49-year-long rule, while the main opposition candidate, Venancio Mondlane, came in second with 20%. However, Mondlane has called himself as the true winner. A former radio presenter who is believed to be hiding in South Africa, Mondlane has been mobilizing protests through social media and has called for a week-long new phase of protests across the country. At least 90 people have been killed and 340 injured since the post-election violence broke out in the country. Nearly 3,500 people have been detained. Post-election protests in Mozambique have also paralyzed 2 power plants in the country. Mozambique's state-owned energy firm, Saido, the plant near the border with South Africa, has been forced to halt energy production in the wake of the ramped-up protests. Traffic in the area around the plants was also disrupted. The president-elect, Daniel Chapo, is due to take oath in January. The Constitutional Council is due to confirm the results at least 2 weeks ahead of the ceremony. The council said it is working hard to achieve the electoral truth and is expected to make an announcement by the 23rd of December. Moving to Ethiopia now, where despite an end to the conflict between the government forces and the Tigrayan rebels in the north, many hospitals and clinics are finding it difficult to recover from the ravages of war. The conflict, which took place between 2020 and 2022, led to several healthcare facilities being targeted in Tigray. These facilities are now short on resources and funds to cater to the population. The government is also not in a position to disperse more funds due to its tight finances. Our next report gets you all the details.
In the northernmost region of Tigray in Ethiopia, several hospitals are struggling to recover from the ravages of war. The conflict between Ethiopian government forces and Tigrayan rebels that raged from 2020 to 2022 saw many hospitals and clinics being targeted and several doctors being killed. Despite a peace deal 2 years ago that stopped the fighting, hospitals in the northern Tigray town of Shiraro remain desperately short of resources. At one such hospital, the Mayani Hospital, Kiros Girma, a 60-year-old ex-soldier, looks at his dirty bedsheets despairingly. Suffering from shortness of breath, he wonders how he could ever be cured in a place like this.
Because it's been destroyed by the past war, we're not receiving enough health services. We can't receive enough equipment.
The hospital suffers from shortages of medicine and equipment. It estimates that per year it would need 100 million birr to cater to the population. However, the government is providing only 4 million birr at the moment, which has not been enough to meet needs. But was the situation the same before the war broke out in Tigray? No, it was not. Prior to the war in 2020, Tigray had relatively better healthcare systems in Ethiopia. The state had over 720 health posts, 224 health centers, 24 primary hospitals, 14 general hospitals, 2 specialized hospitals, 250 ambulances, and more than 20,000 healthcare workers. Tigray also had over 90% of accessible public and private health facilities before the war. However, after the war, the situation has completely changed. The war displaced more than 1 million people from their homes, according to the United Nations. Many of these displaced people are now crowded into camps, fueling the spread of cholera and polio. And the healthcare sector has been under immense pressure.
Around 89% of the health facilities were damaged during the war. 99% of medical equipments were either looted or they were damaged. And they are still in a space where they've barely been able to recover like 33% of health facilities.
With shortages of medicines being a common factor across hospitals in Tigray, many patients have had to buy essential medicines for treatment at higher prices. For Zameda Teklai, a 28-year-old patient being treated for bowel cancer at the Eider Hospital in Tigray's capital city of Mekele, there are no available medicines for her treatment at the hospital. She has had to procure them at inflated prices from outside.
I don't have money to buy medicines. Up until now, I was getting medicines with whatever I could sell. I don't have anything now. I have finished what I had. We're buying from outside from 7,000 to 8,000 birr for one medicine.
However, from the hospital's perspective, getting medicines has been an even bigger problem due to the non-availability of suppliers in the market.
Whenever we are ordered with some medications, we have to get it from outside. Like I said, there is no available reagents or supplies in the market like we want. But even if there are, like I told you, we don't have any. money. We don't have any budget to purchase from the market and supply to the communities.
Yet funds are far from being dispersed by the government, whose finances are already tight. This has killed hopes for improvement in the situation in Tigray, whose overall reconstruction costs are estimated at more than $20 billion.
And our final story is from Rwanda. The country is preparing to host a mega gala for Formula One races. This year's F1 Racing Awards are being hosted in Kigali. Red Bull's Max Verstappen has won a fourth consecutive championship despite a bumpy season, but the Dutch racer will be collecting more than just awards. Verstappen will help out a grassroots racing movement in Kigali, where he will meet and guide young drivers and mechanics on what it means to be a world champion. Rwanda has been trying to bring back F1 racing to the continent. The last race in Africa was the South African Grand Prix in 1993. The sport has never returned to the world's youngest continent since then. But Max Verstappen has the chance to put Rwanda on the map. Here's our report.
Formula One is coming to Africa. It will involve a lot of sitting, some tension, and maybe some controversies. But it's not going to be a race. Formula One's governing body, the FIA, is going to host its official awards ceremony in Rwanda's capital, Kigali. The gala is organized annually by the FIA. It honors the year's top drivers, manufacturers, and teams. And the 2024 edition of the awards is going to be the reason for the return of the sport to Africa. From Lewis Hamilton to Lando Norris to world champion Max Verstappen, Kigali is gearing up to welcome the elite drivers. However, this time, the award ceremony will be more than just about felicitating the F1 teams. It'll be about popularizing the sport in Africa, and leading the charge is Max Verstappen. Formula One champion Max Verstappen will travel to Kigali this week. The Red Bull racer sealed his fourth consecutive championship last month at the Las Vegas Grand Prix. However, the Dutchman will be collecting more than just trophies, because Verstappen will be taking part in community service to wipe his slate clean for what happened in September. The Singapore Grand Prix happened on the 22nd of September, a crucial race for Max Verstappen. The 27-year-old was having a rough season after sweeping podiums in 2023. 2024 proved to be a rather bumpy ride. The Red Bull racer hadn't won a race since the Austrian Grand Prix in June, and this was taking a toll on Verstappen. After finishing second in Singapore, Verstappen let his guard down. During a televised press conference after the race, Verstappen dropped the F-bomb. And less than 24 hours later, the Red Bull driver was summoned by the FIA. After a meeting that lasted just 14 minutes, Verstappen was punished. He was ordered to undertake community service. And despite criticizing the FIA while defending his actions, Verstappen accepted the challenge. With the racing season now in the rearview, he will perform his community service duties in Rwanda, only after he collects his championship title, of course. Verstappen will meet junior racers in the African nation. He will work with young competitors that are part of a grassroots movement organized by the Rwanda Automobile Club. One of the major activities will involve an FIA affordable cross-car that has been built locally from blueprints provided by the governing body. It's a chance to interact with Africa's daring drivers and the most innovative minds. For Verstappen, the visit to Kigali is about being crowned champion and using community service to return to the good books of the FIA. However, for Rwanda, this is the golden ticket. The country has been trying to bring F1 races to its capital. Kigali is sure that it will meet international standards. The last time, in fact, Africa hosted a Grand Prix was back in 1993 in South Africa. Since then, the world's youngest continent has been deprived of the races. But Verstappen's visit could change all of that and put Rwanda on the map.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's day 3 in post-Assad Syria. All eyes are on the capital Damascus. How soon will normalcy return? Who will form the new government? And what is the world community hoping for? These are just some of the questions that everyone is asking, and today we got some answers. Things are slowly stabilizing in Syrian cities. Just look at the scenes in Damascus. You can see a lot more cars on the road. You can also see people walking about. It's not like residents are hiding inside their homes. Some volunteers are also at work. They could be seen sweeping bullets away from the streets, mostly from the celebratory gunfire. Even government employees are returning to work. Dozens of them arrived at Syria's central bank today. They're hoping for a fresh start.
God willing, we will start a new shift, a new day, a new year, a new life, everything new.
So far, things are stable. We haven't heard reports of widespread looting or revenge attacks or violent flare-ups. But symbols of the Assad regime remain vulnerable, especially portraits and statues. Look at what happened at the National Library in Damascus. A lot of focus is also on the Sednaya prison. It's located on the outskirts of the capital. Former prisoners tell horrid tales of this facility. It's often called the human slaughterhouse or the Syrian gulag. When Assad fell, Syrians rushed to this prison. They tried to free their jailed family members. Thousands of them did make it out. But reports say the rescue mission is now over. So all in all, it's a tentative march to stability. You can't call it normal, but it's not a breakdown either. Which brings us to the Syrian rebel groups. How are they shifting from rebellion to ruling? Well, the main group is the HTS, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. They led the blitzkrieg to oust Bashar al-Assad. And now they're forming a government. Yesterday, the HTS leader met Syria's outgoing prime minister. Listen to what he said.
The young men have gained a lot of experience. They started working from nothing. Idlib is small and has no resources, but thank God, we were able to achieve something big during the past period. You will see experience. It's not zero.
That's Abu Muhammad al-Julani, former al-Qaeda fighter turned rebel leader in Syria. He has picked an interim prime minister for Syria. His name is Muhammad al-Bashir. He too is a senior leader of the HTS. Now, you may have noticed something in Julani's remarks. He says that his men have experience ruling. How is that? You see, the HTS controlled Idlib and much of northern Syria. They basically ran a parallel government in this region. And that is why Julani says that he has experience, his team has experience. But will it be enough to rule all of Syria? He's facing both internal and external challenges. The external one is Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel cheered the downfall of Bashar al-Assad, but he also senses an opportunity here. Israeli troops have occupied a buffer zone with Syria. It's located in the Golan Heights region. This area legally belongs to Syria, but Israel has been occupying it since the 1967 war. It's been under Israeli control for almost 6 decades. Some reports also say that Israeli tanks have been spotted deep inside Syria, just 25 kilometers from Damascus. But Israel has denied these reports. What they have admitted is taking over the buffer zone. Israel is calling it a limited and temporary operation.
We are taking all the actions necessary to try to ensure our security with regard to the new situation created in Syria. Together with Defense Minister Israel Katz and with the backing of all cabinet members, I instructed the IDF to seize the buffer zone between us and Syria and the positions controlling and adjacent to it.
Not just ground operations, Israel is also attacking from the skies. Reports say they have launched some 300 airstrikes on Syria, and the targets, mostly weapons and ammunition depots. The idea is to destroy them before terrorists get their hands on them. But the rest of the world is worried. Arab countries have condemned Israel's actions. They say Netanyahu is grabbing land while Syria is busy. Members of the UN Security Council also agree. All of them have backed Syria's territorial integrity. The United Nations has asked Israel to back off.
And then a very troubling development. We are continuing to see Israeli movements and bombardments into Syrian territory. This needs to stop. Extremely important that we don't see any action from any international actor that destroys the possibility for this transformation in Syria to take place.
And that's the external challenge for the rebels, Israel trying to take up Syrian land. Now the internal challenge, starting an inclusive political process. Let me pull up the map for you. The rebels and al-Julani do not control all of Syria. Kurdish groups have influence in the northeast. These are fighters backed by the United States. Can al-Julani bring them to the table? We've seen mixed signals so far. Some reports mention clashes between Turkey-backed rebels and US-backed Kurds. But in one city, they struck a deal. The northeastern city of Manjib. Kurds and rebels were fighting in this city, but their backers, Turkey and the US, signed a deal. So the Kurds have begun withdrawing. Even in Assad's hometown, there was a breakthrough. It's a city dominated by the Alawite sect. It's a Muslim minority group, the Alawites. Most Syrian Alawites had supported Assad's rule. But reports say they have now welcomed the rebels. If true, it's a boost to the legitimacy of the new rulers. Most countries in the region will be watching these moves closely, but none more intently than Turkey. This country is home to some 3 million Syrian refugees, and President Erdogan is keen to send them back home. Hundreds of Syrians are lining up at the Turkish border. Erdogan says he's opening the gates.
It is my belief that our Syrian brothers' longing for their country, which has lasted 13 years, will slowly end now. We have started seeing signs of this already. To prevent congestion and to ease traffic, we are opening the Yeladaji border gate for crossing.
The rebels are certainly moving fast, but the danger is not over yet. Prolonged instability could lead to more radicalism. The US is worried about that. They believe the ISIS will try to use this period of churn. And they've got a point. The HTS leader al-Julani used to fight for Al-Qaeda and ISIS. He may claim to have changed, but the world cannot take him at his word. Now, the regime change may have happened in Damascus, but the aftershocks are being felt in Tehran. Make no mistake, this is a body blow for Iran. They had just one state ally in the region, and that was Bashar al-Assad. The rest are armed groups and ragtag militias like the Hezbollah in Lebanon or the Houthis in Yemen. So Assad's ouster is a big setback for the Iranian regime. Their foreign minister put the blame on Assad's army. He said they failed in their duty.
The Syrian army failed to carry out its duty. We were never supposed to replace the Syrian army in resolving their domestic affairs or fighting the opposition. Our battlefield presence in Syria was for fighting the ISIS and was ended after IS was defeated. We were also there to support the resistance.
So Iran says it wasn't our fight, which is frankly a plain lie. Iran's support to Assad is well documented. In 2012, their top military officers visited Syria. They found Assad's regime teetering, and that's when Tehran decided to intervene. They have invested between $30 and $50 billion in Syria. They've also deployed thousands of fighters, and not just their own. Iran has also convinced, or did convince, Hezbollah to send their men. So Tehran cannot distance itself from this debacle. It's very much their failure, and it could not have come at a worse time. Iran's regional axis is already weakened. In Gaza, Hamas is out of power. Israel has dismantled most of their capabilities. Up north in Lebanon, Hezbollah is also struggling. Reports say they lost some 4,000 fighters in the war with Israel, plus a number of top leaders. Israel took them out with pager bombs. These were all major blows to the Iranian regime, but Assad's fall is more devastating than all of this. And I'll give you two reasons why. Number one, Assad was a president. He had legitimacy, unlike Iran's other proxies. And number two, Syria's location. It was the link between Iran and its proxies. Look at the map. From Iran, weapons and supplies would go to Iraq. From Iraq, the supplies would enter Syria. And from Syria, they would enter Lebanon. That's where the Hezbollah would collect them. Now, I know what you're thinking. If Assad was so important, why did Iran not help him? The obvious explanation is they were too stretched. Hezbollah was busy with the war, and Iran was focused on Israel, so neither party could spare the support. It has revealed a major weakness of the Iranian regime, their inability to protect their allies. Consider what happened to former Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh. He was killed inside Tehran. And now another ally has been left to his fate. This is probably the weakest Iran's regime has looked in decades, both internally and externally. Inside Iran, there is discontent about the economy. Outside, its regional axis is fading. So what can the regime do? A lot of experts fear a nuclear escalation. The UN atomic watchdog raised the alarm last week. It said Iran is planning to increase its stockpile of nuclear weapons-grade uranium. And the logic is quite simple here. The Axis was Iran's tool of deterrence and power projection. They spent many years building it up. If that axis weakens, Iran needs an alternative, another tool to deter and scare its rivals, which could be nuclear weapons. In the meantime, expect escalation from Iran's remaining proxies, especially the Houthis in Yemen. On Monday, they fired drones at central Israel. One of them struck a home in the city of Yavne. So Iran does have options to keep up the fight, but what they choose could also depend on Israel and Donald Trump. Netanyahu has always talked about toppling the Iranian regime. He may sense an opportunity here.
Assad's regime is a central link in Iran's axis of evil. This regime has fallen. This is a direct result of the blows we inflicted on Iran and Hezbollah, the main supporters of Assad's regime. This created a chain reaction throughout the Middle East.
He's talking about a chain reaction, but if that reaction reaches Tehran, expect them to lash out. The next year, all eyes will be on Donald Trump, on whether he imposes more sanctions on Iran. And if he does, the regime will fear internal discontent, which is another recipe for instability. It's been a very bad year for Iran and its allies in West Asia. But at this point, 2025 could be worse. Our next story is from Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made history. He is the first sitting Israeli Prime Minister to be charged with a crime. Netanyahu has been indicted in 3 separate cases of corruption, and he was hauled into court today. He started giving his testimony. The trial is expected to be a long, drawn-out affair. It will take up a lot of his time. And remember, this comes in the middle of a war. So what led to this situation? Why is Israel's judiciary so eager to proceed with this case? And will Netanyahu actually face the music once all of this is over? Let's start with the alleged crimes. Benjamin Netanyahu has been charged in 3 cases. All of them are corruption cases. The first is Case 1000, also known as the Gifts Affair. Netanyahu and his wife Sarah received gifts from 2 businessmen, Hollywood producer Arnon Milchan and Australian billionaire James Packer. These gifts were worth almost $200,000. They include pink champagne, cigars and jewelry. Now Netanyahu insists that these gifts were just gifts from friends, but the police believe otherwise. They say that there was a quid pro quo. Netanyahu pushed a tax exemption law which benefited overseas Israelis, including Milchan. He also got help with a US visa. The Israeli police say that this constitutes fraud and breach of trust. That's the first case. The second case is Case 2000, also known as the favorable coverage case. Netanyahu is accused of making a deal with a media baron. His name is Arnon Moses. The Israeli Prime Minister wanted favorable coverage. That is the charge. In exchange, he promised to undermine Moses' competition. Again, quid pro quo. And again, the charges are fraud and breach of trust. The last one is Case 4000, the regulatory favors case. This too involves favorable media coverage. It features the owner of an Israeli telecom company who also controlled a news website. Now, Netanyahu allegedly wanted positive coverage on this website, so he allowed the telecom firm to complete a merger deal by passing regulations and red tape. And for this, he's been charged with fraud, breach of trust, and bribery. And the bribery charge could mean 10 years in prison. Now, all of these cases are quite old. They were filed way back in 2019. That's 5 years ago. But today was the first time that Netanyahu ended up in court. He's been quite busy, you see. A lot has been happening in all these years. The court started questioning the witnesses when the cases were filed in 2019. Then in 2020, the Wuhan virus pandemic struck, so legal proceedings were delayed. Then in 2022, Netanyahu won the election, he became prime minister, and he began trying to dismantle Israel's judiciary. This led to mass protests against the prime minister and his plan to overhaul the Israeli judiciary. These were the scenes in Israel, but all of that stopped in October last year when the Hamas attacked. And then the subsequent war in Gaza. Israeli courts agreed to give Netanyahu some time, first to deal with Hamas, then to fight the Hezbollah. But now the courts are tired of waiting. Gaza lies in ruins and a ceasefire is in place with Hezbollah, so the judges decided that enough was enough. It was time to Netanyahu to appear in court and start testifying. Netanyahu disagrees, of course. He tried to get all of this postponed. The courts gave him 1 extra week and told him to appear on December 10th, that is today. In the meantime, his ministers tried to delay proceedings too. They said taking up Netanyahu's time would bring, and I'm quoting, would bring severe harm to Israel's security. They cited the recent chaos in Syria. Israel has deployed troops there and is bombing Syrian military infrastructure. The minister said that all of this needed Netanyahu's undivided attention. But the courts weren't having any of it. They said Netanyahu must appear 3 days a week. He must be in court 3 days a week, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. And for 6 hours each day. That is the court's order. And so Prime Minister Netanyahu finally complied today. He took a defiant stance, though, and proclaimed his innocence.
Regarding the trial, I heard in the media that they say that I want to avoid the trial. Have you heard that? Do I want to dodge? What a sad thing. For 8 years, I have been waiting for this day. I have been waiting 8 years for this day to present the truth. For 8 years, I have been waiting to finally blow up the deluded and absurd charges against me.
Blowing up the charges will take time. This case will drag on, maybe until 2026. So Netanyahu will be busy shuttling between the courtroom and the war room. And the Israeli people are divided over this. His supporters say that this is ridiculous, that he shouldn't be distracted like this during a war. But his critics say it's about time.
We are here to shout in front of the Prime Minister of Israel, enough with the war. Bring back the hostages. Stop the killing in Gaza. Stop everything. You have no mandate to continue the war. A prime minister accused of crimes must declare himself unable to serve.
Netanyahu's detractors accuse him of extending the war for personal benefit. They think he wants to keep the wars going so he doesn't have to face the courts. But remember, the situation in West Asia is still volatile. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Perhaps Israel will start fighting a new enemy and Netanyahu will get exempted again from court appearances. But for now, it seems that the wheels of justice are in motion. For thousands of years, humanity has searched for answers, answers hidden in the fabric of the universe. We built tools. Then came modern machines and even supercomputers. All of them had one goal: to solve the puzzles of our world. But some problems were too vast, seemingly impossible. Well, at least until recently, because now Google seems to have an answer. It has unveiled a new chip called Willow. Now, Willow is not like any other chip we know. It's a quantum chip. In simpler words, it can solve a problem that none of our supercomputers can. And Google claims to have tested this chip. Willow was given a problem. It took five minutes to solve it. Do you know how the fastest supercomputer fared? It would take 10 septillion years to solve the same problem. 10 septillion, that's 1 followed by 24 zeros. That's 10 septillion. That is more than the age of our universe. So you get how fast Willow is. And for Google, this is a major breakthrough, the first in this field in nearly 30 years. But does the world really need such machines? What exactly is quantum computing? How can it change the way we live? For the answers, you'll have to brace for a science lesson. We'll try to keep it simple. Imagine your regular computer like a librarian. Your computer is like a librarian, a very, very smart librarian. You ask them a question, they start flipping through the books. As a librarian, your computer can only look at one book at a time. But quantum computers are very different. They're like a magical librarian. They can look at a lot of books simultaneously. Your quantum computing librarian can read every page of every book at once, all at the same time. That's how it works. So will quantum computers replace our normal computers? The answer is no. Quantum computers are not designed for daily work. They're designed to solve big problems, problems that are too tough for our computers to handle. For instance, a new medicine. Scientists go through millions of chemicals. They run all sorts of simulations to find the perfect formula that will cure a disease, and that is when a new medicine is created. A normal computer would take years to do this, but a quantum computer can analyze the possibilities way faster. It can get it done in a matter of hours. And that makes its potential limitless. Imagine predicting the weather with absolute accuracy, or designing new medicines in a matter of days, or making artificial intelligence smarter, or building new technology that we haven't even imagined yet. Quantum computers can do all of it and more. It's like opening a Pandora's box of ideas, which is why countries are investing in it. The United States is considered as the world leader in quantum computing. Their government is pushing for advanced technology, and so are private companies like Google. But in terms of money, China takes the cake. It has the highest investment in quantum technology, around $15 billion. Then there are the likes of Europe and Japan. They have poured in a lot of money in quantum technology. And then there's India, which is also trying to build a quantum ecosystem, investing nearly $500 million in it. But as they say, with great power comes great responsibility. The rise of quantum computing also brings challenges. The first one is viability. Take Google's Willow chip, for instance. It's powerful, but it is a largely experimental device. You cannot use it to solve real-world problems, at least not yet. Maybe not even the next decade. That's the first problem. Problem number 2 is logistics. Quantum chips use something called qubits. They're incredibly fragile. They need very cold temperatures to function. Also, they have very high error rates. Willow 2 was not error-free. And the third is the question of security. Quantum computers are very, very powerful. They can break encryption codes. These are codes that keep your information private. But now they can be compromised. And companies are already scared about this. In February, Apple made an announcement. It was making its iMessage encryption quantum proof. This is to stop future computers from reading them. That time has not come yet, but quantum computing is no longer the stuff of science fiction. It is here, brimming with possibilities. The Willow chip has given us a glimpse, a look into what the future might hold. But as we stand at the edge of this revolution, it's important that we tread carefully. The real question is not what quantum computers can do. The real question is what we choose to do with them.
China or any other country is charging us 100 or 200% tariff or tax, then we will charge them 100 or 200% tariff or tax in return. In other words, it's an eye for an eye.
An eye for an eye, that's what Donald Trump is promising China. Trump will take office next month, and he's already issuing threats. He has vowed to impose a 10% tax on Chinese imports. This is on top of the existing tariffs. The move is bound to raise trade tensions between the two rivals. Beijing is now bracing for impact. Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, is trying to mitigate the risk of higher tariffs. He's planning a spending spree. He held a meeting with China's Politburo. These are the country's top 24 leaders, the Politburo, and the outcome of the meeting was a statement. It said that China will go easy on interest rates. You know what this is about? China's monetary policy. Interest rates on different kinds of loans. And with this statement, China is sending a signal. It wants to keep the cost of borrowing low. This is a major shift. For the first time in 14 years, China is signaling that it wants to ease interest rates. The idea is quite clear, boosting cash flow into the economy. When you lower interest rates, loans become cheaper, so more cash circulates in the system. Beijing wants to do that for the first time in 14 years. It is also planning another stimulus package, again to inject more cash. These moves are welcome, but they come too late because China's economy has already tanked. Domestic consumption is sluggish, government debt is high, the property sector has collapsed. And China will miss its growth target. It is official now. This year's target was 5%. As of today, China is growing at around 4%. The only way to push this number is through stimulus. It's something that Beijing has been reluctant to do. But they don't really have a choice anymore. Xi Jinping has finally decided to pull the trigger. Both investors and observers are cheering the news. Chinese stocks saw a rally today. But this optimism could be short-lived because Donald Trump is waiting in the wings, ready to start a trade war. If and when he does, can China spend its way out of this crisis? Their premier is already sounding an alarm. That's Li Qiang. He's worried about the growing curbs on trade.
If we look at the obstacles to economic globalization, some countries now easily resort to imposing additional high tariffs, erecting barriers of protection. There are more and more restrictive measures on trade.
Li Qiang did not name anyone. He did not have to. He's clearly referring to the West. China faces a tough trade environment there. Joe Biden has restricted the flow of Western technology to China. He has banned the export of advanced chips. Plus, Europe is targeting Chinese EVs. Tariffs on these cars are as high as 45%. Trump wants to tighten the screws further. He has threatened tariffs of up to 60%, 60. So the pressure on China is unlikely to ease, not anytime soon, which brings us back to the question, how far can this stimulus help? Can it offset the growing trade challenges? Reports say the impact of the stimulus will be limited. Beijing is yet to spell out its plans. Some observers expect a large stimulus package or direct aid to Chinese citizens. What Beijing needs, though, is a long-term solution. Exports are critical for their economy. They contribute close to 20% of China's GDP, and Xi Jinping must find a way to revive exports. He has two options: negotiate with the West, promise some concessions, and in return seek more favorable trade terms. That is option one. The second option is riskier. If China feels boxed in, it could respond militarily. Use the PLA, their army, to apply pressure on rivals. How? With more provocations and different flashpoints. In fact, this could already be happening. Tensions are high in the Taiwan Strait. Today, Taipei raised a warning. China has deployed its largest naval fleet in the region. Nearly 90 ships have been dispatched. Taiwan says it is on high alert. Beijing is putting pressure on the Philippines as well. 6 days back, China's Coast Guard targeted vessels from Manila. They fired water cannons on them. And this is an old playbook. We've seen this before. China uses its military to distract people from domestic problems. But this time, the stakes are far higher. As China faces more economic pressures, the risk of a military misadventure is growing. And if that happens, tariffs alone won't be enough to rein in a belligerent Beijing. Every day, more than 100 people are killed in gun violence in America. It's shocking, but not new. This is the land of gun terror. Last week, it saw a killing that made it to the headlines. A man called Brian Thompson was shot dead in New York. He was the CEO of United Healthcare. Today, the police have arrested a suspect, 26-year-old Luigi Mangione. They found a weapon on him, something called a ghost gun. What's a ghost gun? It's a privately made firearm, like a DIY gun, something that you can assemble at home or create using a 3D printer. Is this the gun that killed the CEO? How long have such ghost guns been around? Are they legal to own? And what are countries doing about them? Our next report tells you.
It's a video that was viewed millions of times. TV replays and social media all played the same security camera footage. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson is on the sidewalk outside the New York Hilton Midtown. An unidentified hooded suspect approaches him from behind. He has a gun in his hand. He fires several shots at Brian, he falls to the ground, and the gunman flees on foot. The police have since been investigating, and today they made their first arrest. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione. He's named a person of interest. Mangione was arrested from Pennsylvania. He carried an unlicensed firearm. It's what many call a ghost gun. Now, ghost gun is used to describe two types of firearms. One that can be bought incomplete. Basically, you buy the primary components, assemble it at home, and turn it into a functional gun. The second is a gun that you make all by yourself, like a gun that you 3D print at home. Either way, they evade any sort of scrutiny. All the parts can usually be obtained without background checks. They also don't have serial numbers. Ghost guns have been available since the 1990s. There were DIY gun kits. You could purchase them and make guns at home. But their popularity has exploded in recent years, especially in the United States. In 2022, over 25,000 such firearms were recovered by the authorities. That's a 1,300% increase from 2016. Only 15 US states have laws on ghost guns. In 2022, US President Joe Biden pushed for a change in rules. Ghost guns would be under the same regulations as commercial firearms, meaning they would have a serial number. It was challenged in court, but for now, the regulations remain in place. But even if there's no DIY kit, it's possible to create fully printed plastic firearms. These are virtually untraceable and impossible for the government to regulate. Mangione's gun was believed to be 3D printed, and it's not the only one. In 2022, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was shot with a homemade gun. The suspect learned how to make it online. He ordered parts and gunpowder online as well. The gun was made with metal and wood. In the Halle synagogue shooting in Germany, the gunman used a weapon that was partially 3D printed. In Italy, the mafia have started using 3D printed firearms. So, what are countries doing about these firearms? Australia criminalizes the possession of the digital plans and files to 3D print firearms. In Canada, it's a crime to manufacture any firearm. Singapore has made it an offence to possess a digital print of a gun. But beyond this, there's not much that they can do. With ghost guns now a global threat, the world is left to ask, can legislation catch up with technology? As the case of Luigi Mangione unfolds, one thing is clear. The impact of these untraceable weapons is far from over. While countries struggle to keep up with the growing danger, the rise of DIY firearms shows a new face of crime, one that can change the landscape of law enforcement forever.
It's time for the world to strap in because the Donald Trump era is here again. Forget niceties and protocols. We are seeing the Trump playbook of diplomacy, which is trolling the weak. Let me show you his recent message on social media. I'm quoting, "It was a pleasure to have dinner the other night with Governor Justin Trudeau of the great state of Canada. I look forward to seeing the governor again soon so that we may continue our in-depth talks on tariffs and trade." It's not a parody account, we checked. This is the next US president. He's calling Canada a state of the United States. And he's calling Justin Trudeau a governor. It's not the best way to engage with your neighbor. But when that neighbor is Justin Trudeau, I guess it doesn't really matter. And the joke is not new. It started last month when Trudeau flew down to Florida. He met Donald Trump over dinner to discuss tariffs. Now, to give you some background, Trump is threatening a 25% tariff on Canadian imports. He says drugs and migrants are pouring in through the Canada border. And his solution? To threaten Canada with tariffs. Justin Trudeau says these tariffs will kill his economy, and he's not wrong. Around 75% of Canada's exports go to the US, so a tariff is bad news for Trudeau. Just one problem though, Donald Trump doesn't care. He cracked the same joke to Trudeau last month. He told him, if you can't pay the tariff, just join the United States, become the 51st state of America. Of course, that was behind the scenes, away from cameras or social media. But this time, Donald Trump has mocked Justin Trudeau in front of the whole world. It tells you a couple of things. One, Trump is quite tuned into the internet. He clearly saw the chatter around his comments, which is why he joined in. And two, he's showing Canada who's boss. Trump wants the world to know that he's negotiating from a position of strength, that he doesn't care what Trudeau thinks. It's certainly unconventional, but will it be successful? Canada has not reacted to Trump's remarks, but Trudeau did speak about the tariffs yesterday. He hinted at retaliatory actions.
And I think people south of the border are beginning to wake up to the reality that tariffs on everything from Canada would make life a lot more expensive for Americans. We will, of course, as we did 8 years ago, respond to unfair tariffs in a number of ways. And we're still looking at the right ways to respond.
It's a shameful episode for Trudeau and Canada. He's been trolled, his country has been insulted, and his office mocked. Any self-respecting leader would have reacted by now. Just look at Mexico. Trump has given them the same warning, fix the border or face 25% tariffs, and listen to how Mexico's president reacted.
Nos vamos a poner de acuerdo.
We will defend our sovereignty and respect Mexicans, respect Mexico and the collaboration a government must have with another government and a trade partner with another trade partner, especially such important trade partners.
Respect Mexicans and respect Mexico. Look at the difference in messaging. We don't expect Mexico to take the fight to Trump. Chances are they will come around, but your attitude matters. Trudeau had no issues picking a fight with India. He accused the government of India of killing a Khalistani terrorist. He also expelled Indian diplomats from Canada, all of this with zero evidence. But now that same Justin Trudeau is pandering to Donald Trump. If you are a Canadian, you should be enraged today. You should question Trudeau's hypocrisy. And if you're a world leader, you should take note of Trump's strategy. He has not changed since 2021. If anything, he's more brazen. So be prepared for threats and intimidation, maybe even trolling and insults. And most importantly, perhaps download Truth Social. It's Donald Trump's own social media app. It's where he posts all his wild ideas and promises. If you don't have it, you may miss a trade war or two. Our next story is from Africa, from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Their mineral wealth is being looted, their environment is being decimated, and the locals are paying the price. It's a story that's all too familiar, the classic neo-colonial playbook. But the difference this time is the exploiter. This time, China is the neo-colonizer. A Chinese mining company is tearing through a wildlife reserve in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's an endangered UNESCO World Heritage Site. But the Chinese firm is destroying the sanctuary. Here's our report.
This is the Okapi Wildlife Reserve, located in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, an endangered one. It was set up in 1996 to protect okapis. These animals are also known as forest giraffes or zebra giraffes. There are barely 30,000 left in the world, and the DRC Reserve is home to about 15% of them. But the Okapi Sanctuary is under threat, thanks to a Chinese mining company called Kimia Mining Investment. These are the aerial shots of the Muchacha Ming complex. It's a gold mining complex located inside the Okapi Wildlife Reserve. You can see the havoc it has already caused. Vast tracts have been deforested. Silt and effluents are flowing into the nearby river. This has had a devastating impact on local wildlife.
We are no longer seeing some species that used to be well protected here. In our time, we've seen protected species such as okapi, elephants, antelopes. We even saw monkeys, but it is no longer easy to see them.
It's not just land animals, it's the fish too. They are slowly being poisoned. The Chinese firm is reportedly using mercury in its extraction process to separate gold from its ore. The mercury then seeps into the soil and nearby river, turning the entire area toxic. The Chinese firm argues that this is necessary. It says that the mine provides crucial revenue for the DRC government, and that the environment is not more important than economic growth. But growth for whom? Because the locals don't seem to have benefited.
I'm one of the former inhabitants of Badengado. Around 14 years ago, we lived well, mixing work in the fields with artisanal gold mining. Our life has not been the same since the Chinese came and chased us out of the bush. We can no longer work or send our children to school. If the Chinese meet you in the forest, they hit you. That's how difficult life has become here in Badengado.
So a foreign company comes in, decimates the environment, drives the locals out of their traditional jobs, impoverishes them, and then justifies all of this by citing economic growth. It's a tale as old as time in Africa, and throughout much of the global south. This is neocolonialism at its most brutal. The locals used to mine gold in the region before the Chinese firm came in. They had small artisanal mines, but when the Chinese firm arrived, they say there was a crackdown. Now, only the Chinese are allowed to exploit the land.
The community is worried because the Chinese are operating in a protected area where the community is not allowed to do the same.
If the locals want to find some gold, they need permission from the Chinese firm. They need to pay a fee just to try and find leftovers, and they say the fee is unaffordable for most. So how did a Chinese firm take over a protected wildlife reserve and drive the locals to despair? Well, the boundaries of the reserve were redrawn, not officially, but by the government officials who provided mining permits. The distortion has been identified now, but it might be too late. The Chinese firm holds permits till the year 2048, so it'll be tough to dislodge them from the protected area. Unless the people of the DRC put pressure, their land and wildlife will continue to get ravaged for years to come.
Many of us procrastinate. We wait until the last minute, then scramble to find shortcuts. This applies to homework, house chores, and even climate change. With each passing year, global warming is getting worse, but climate action is moving at snail's pace. So some scientists have a shortcut to fix the problem: solar geoengineering. In other words, blocking the sun's rays. This includes all things science fiction, from injecting clouds with salts to propping up shields in space. Proponents say these could be the climate solutions we need, but critics warn that such tinkering is a dangerous gamble. So which one is it? Our next report tells you.
It's simple physics, really. We spray aerosols into the space, we do it for long enough, and eventually they will start to reflect the sun's rays. There's another idea though. Instead of spraying aerosols, we inject salts into low-lying clouds. Their job will be to reflect sunlight as well. Wait, there's another idea. Why doesn't the Earth get its own sunshade, kind of like human shades? This huge shade would be like a space bubble. It will be sent to space and placed somewhere between the Earth and the Sun, and its sole job would be to block solar radiation. Do these ideas sound absurd, like they belong in science fiction? Well, you may not be wrong. For years, these concepts have been treated as obscure ideas. They've been part of a club that was generally looked down upon by scientists called solar geoengineering. But in recent years, it's gaining increasing prominence among academics, lawmakers, and even the United Nations. So, what is solar geoengineering? In simple terms, it refers to blocking the sun's rays or reflecting sunlight away from the planet with the larger goal of saving Earth from climate change. Amid growing frustration over the slow pace of climate action, nation after nation is looking into solar engineering. The US has called for coordinated research into solar radiation management, or SRM. Solar geoengineering is rising in the East as well, with China's research programs. Meanwhile, the European Union has called for international talks on the subject. But the scientists are not so sure. A new report is out where critics have pretty much said, don't mess with the sun's rays. They say that while research is underway, no SRM technology is mature enough to be deployed safely yet. Plus, so far, these technologies are purely theoretical. They remain untested, so no one knows what such tinkering would actually do. There could be dramatic and unpredictable side effects. There could be long-term effects in different parts of the world. There is no way to predict these repercussions, let alone manage them. Plus, these technologies will need to be employed for years before any real change is seen. And even if some of these technologies could address the symptoms of climate change, like cooling down the planet, they will bring only short-term relief. They won't do anything for the real causes of the climate problem, like carbon emissions. Which is why many scientists are prompting calls for a global non-use agreement of solar geoengineering, urging countries to give up the idea altogether and cautioning governments against counting on these approaches. Because this is either a temporary climate solution or a dangerous gamble on a planetary level, and neither of those options sounds good.
If someone works at a restaurant, is it their workplace? Yes, of course it is. But what if they're part of a political party, and what if they visit the party headquarters? Is that their workplace? What if they're sexually harassed at an election campaign? Can they seek redressal? These questions are complex, and this week India's apex court had to answer them. It was hearing a petition which wants POSH to be applied to political parties. POSH is the law against sexual harassment of women at workplace. But the Supreme Court of India rejected this plea. They disposed of it. They directed the petitioner to move the Election Commission of India, which is India's poll body. But why was the plea rejected? And why does it matter? To understand this, let's look at the law. It's called the Prevention of Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act of 2013. In short, the POSH Act. It addresses sexual harassment at any workplace, whether private or public. It states that employers have certain duties, like setting up an ICC or the Internal Complaints Committee. This committee is meant to address complaints about sexual harassment. If there are 10 or more employees in a company, it has to set up an ICC. But do political parties in India have such a committee? India has 6 national political parties. Only one of them has an ICC, and that is the CPM, the Communist Party of India Marxist. The ruling BJP does not have one, neither does the Congress Party, and no one knows or no one is sure about the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, these are India's policy makers. These parties have many female workers who are left vulnerable to harassment. It's a sad state of affairs. This is what inspired the plea in court, to bring POSH to politics. Then why was it rejected? Because of a loophole in the law. Let me quote from what the Supreme Court said. Political parties are under no obligation to comply with the POSH Act as employer-employee relationship does not exist in them. In India, political parties have special privileges. They are not considered legal entities. They are associations of individuals. So technically, political parties are not employers and their members are not employees. So the guardrails are quite ambiguous, and the court's judgment has only reinforced this ambiguity and left the problem unaddressed. Because there is surely a problem. According to a United Nations survey, 50% women in Indian politics have faced verbal abuse, 45% have faced physical abuse, especially during election campaigns, and 58% said that the perpetrators were party colleagues. Stating the obvious, but women should be safe in all spaces, including in politics. And policies should back this basic right, especially in politics. Sure, political parties may not be employers per se, but the legal definition of employer is quite broad. It includes any person or board responsible for management and supervision. Isn't that what party offices also do? They have more than 10 workers, who abide by duties of local units, who travel for work, who hold meetings. Isn't that what employees also generally do? So why are political parties off the hook? A woman can face harassment while working from home, while traveling for campaigns, or visiting party offices. In all these instances, shouldn't she be able to seek redressal? And if not with the ICC, then elsewhere? Through other guidelines that protect political workers against harassment. And there are examples the world over. The European Union has done it. They have passed a special resolution on violence against women in politics. Bolivia has criminalized it. Kenya has gone a step further. They have set up what they call political parties dispute tribunals. And the British have an Equality Act that includes political parties. So instead of bringing political parties under the definition of a workplace, failing at it, and letting business continue as usual, why don't we create a distinct, defined space with a code of conduct that is mandatory and ensure the safety of women in politics? Why can't we do it? You see, it is easy to stand with the Me Too movement, to condemn rape cases, or to march in a couple of women's protests. It is easy to make rules for others. What is difficult is to lead by example, to change how we treat women, to change our policies, starting with your own political party. As they say, charity begins at home. Syria is the big topic on the internet right now. Almost everybody is talking about it. In the process, they have rediscovered an old curse, the curse of Bashar al-Assad. People noticed it after the civil war broke out in the last decade. Back then, a lot of leaders sided with the Syrian opposition, especially leaders in the West. They openly wanted to topple the regime, and most of them would make the same statement. They would say, Assad must go. As it turned out, Assad clung on for 13 years. But those Western leaders did not survive. Whether it's former British Prime Minister David Cameron or Hillary Clinton or John Kerry or recently Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, he was probably the final victim of what's being called the Assad curse. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Syria, a protester waves the rebel HTS flag on the top of a monument in Damascus. Christmas spirit lights up Ukraine's Kiev amid a war and rampant power blackouts. And protesters in Seoul play out K-pop hits to fire up impeachment protests. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1996, South Africa adopted a new constitution. It was signed by Nelson Mandela, who was the country's first black president. The constitution replaced apartheid-era laws and marked the country's transition from apartheid rule to a democracy. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
It doesn't look as well as I would expect. Across the political spectrum, we should send a clear signal that, especially in a democracy,
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where the situation in Syria is becoming more fluid as Islamist rebels set to officially take power in Damascus. Meanwhile, Israeli warplanes carried out large-scale attacks across the war-ravaged country, targeting major airports and military infrastructure. They reportedly struck Syria's weapons production facilities and chemical weapons site. Now, the number of airstrikes carried out is believed to be around 300 since Sunday. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is acting to stop weapons from falling into the hands of hostile forces in the wake of the dramatic fall of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad's regime.
We are taking all the actions necessary to try to ensure our security with regard to the new situation created in Syria.
Netanyahu added that Israel has captured more land in Syria-controlled territory of the Golan Heights as the decades-old ceasefire agreement collapsed, with Syrian soldiers abandoning their positions.
Together with Defense Minister Israel Katz and with the backing of all cabinet members, I instructed the IDF to seize the buffer zone between us and Syria and the positions controlling and adjacent to it. This also includes the summit of Hermon, what is called the Syrian Hermon.
Golan Heights is a rocky plateau of about 40 miles between Israel and Syria. Israel seized the land in the 1967 war and annexed it in 1981. The international community views it as an illegally occupied Syrian territory apart from the United States, which recognized it as part of Israel in 2019.
Today, everyone understands the great importance of our being there at the Golan and not at the foot of the Golan. Our control of the Golan Heights guarantees our security, it guarantees our sovereignty. And on this occasion, I would like to thank my friend, President-elect Donald Trump, for accepting my request to recognize Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights in 2019. Today, this historic recognition gains stronger validity and greater importance. The Golan Heights will forever be an inseparable part of the State of Israel.
Now, Israel has deployed troops across the border into Syria for the first time in 50 years. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken has warned that ISIS will try to rebuild its capabilities in Syria amid the political instability. But Washington will not let that happen.
The end of this regime is a defeat for all who enabled its barbarity and its corruption. None more than Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia. So this moment presents a historic opportunity, but it also carries considerable risks. History shows how quickly moments of promise can descend into conflict and violence. ISIS will try to use this period to reestablish its capabilities, to create safe havens. As our precision strikes over the weekend demonstrate, we are determined not to let that happen.
Notably, the U.S. Air Force has also been carrying out airstrikes across Syria since the weekend. Bashar al-Assad remains in Moscow, and Syria's prime minister has agreed to hand over power to the Islamist rebels. And here in the United States, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban met President-elect Donald Trump, billionaire Elon Musk, and Congressman Mike Waltz at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida last night. Taking to social media platform X, the Hungarian leader posted about his interaction. However, the details of their discussions have not been made public. Now, Viktor Orban is known for his nationalist and controversial leadership in Hungary and is a staunch Trump ally and one of his most vocal international supporters. His visit comes as Hungary faces increasing isolation in the European Union due to democratic backsliding, opposition to military aid for Ukraine, and close ties to Russia's Vladimir Putin. This visit marked the Hungarian Prime Minister's third meeting with the president-elect at Mar-a-Lago this year, highlighting their deepening partnership.
The result of the American presidential election created a new reality. And with the establishment of the Sovereign Patriot Group, a new reality was created in Europe. Everyone sees that new forces will be successful, those that until now have been pushed back. The future is for the sovereign, independent, proud, and success-hungry nations. This is the new reality. In Europe, everyone must adapt their own destiny and their own policies to this.
Time and again, Donald Trump has consistently promised to end the war in Ukraine, suggesting negotiations with both the Ukrainian president and Russia's Putin that could leave parts of Ukraine under Russian control. The Hungarian prime minister has publicly endorsed this plan, stating that Donald Trump's approach aligns with his opposition to funding the war.
We do not have the money for war, so all signs of European weakness have appeared. Consequently, after the war, we will have to think about a whole European reorganization, which will guarantee the security of European countries and will also determine America's place in this European security system. Meanwhile, there are two American presidents, one pro-war and the other pro-peace. This causes confusion. Everyone knows that President Trump is coming and he will make attempts to make peace.
The Prime Minister's meeting in Florida follows recent diplomatic activity by Donald Trump, including discussions with French President Emmanuel Macron and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Paris.
We are in the process of discussing various matters. We must work, have more and more meetings. Our teams will work as well. It is important. It is too early to talk about anything. Ukraine's position is clear. It is very important that partners know our stance from us and not from someone else. Without Ukraine, this just peace or any agreements are impossible. Our partners hear this. I am very glad that they understand it.
With global leaders grappling with potential shifts in U.S. foreign policy, all eyes are now on Donald Trump's next move. Could this recent meeting between Viktor Orban and the president-elect signal the beginning of a dramatic geopolitical realignment? And staying in the United States, President-elect Donald Trump has suggested that Mexico and Canada should become U.S. states if they want to continue receiving subsidies. During his interview with NBC News on Sunday, the president-elect ranted about U.S. trade deficits as a result of the free trade agreement between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico.
We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year. We're subsidizing Mexico for almost $300 billion. We shouldn't be. Why are we subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let them become a state. All I want to do is to have a level, fast, but fair playing field.
Now, Donald Trump seemed to be exaggerating the numbers, as the U.S. trade deficit in goods was around $64 billion with Canada and $152 billion with Mexico in 2023. And for the first 10 months of this year, the deficit figures was about $50 billion with Canada and around $141 billion with Mexico. Meanwhile, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum took aim at Donald Trump on Monday, reminding him that he was the one who in fact orchestrated and signed the free trade deal during his first term.
Obviously, Mexico is a free, sovereign, and independent country. I understand that this subsidy he speaks about has to do with the increase in Mexico's exports to the United States, which now exceed Mexico's imports from the U.S. More than looking at each other as competition, we have to look at each other as complementary. It was President Trump who signed the USMCA, and the United States has had a lot of benefits from the agreement.
Donald Trump's comments come days after he threatened to impose a 25% tariff on all Mexican and Canadian exports on day one of his presidency. However, he said the motivation for the tariff was not trade imbalance, but the problem of drugs and migrants coming illegally into the United States via these countries. Following the threat, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau rushed to have dinner with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. However, the president-elect made a mockery of their meeting and called Trudeau the governor of the great state of Canada. Meanwhile, President Sheinbaum said she was doing everything to stop migrant caravans from reaching the U.S.-Mexico border.
Donald Trump raised the issue of migration on their southern border, our northern border, and the issue of fentanyl because those are two issues that he is concerned about. And that was the argument, let's say, for introducing the tariffs. I raised all these issues with President Trump, And I told him that the caravan he mentioned in his publication, well, that caravan in reality is not going to reach the northern border because we have a strategy in place and it's being taken care of in our country.
Now, it's no secret that the incoming commander-in-chief's tariffs would significantly impact the trade relationship between the three countries, raising the prices of goods for all Americans. But it remains to be seen if Donald Trump would sabotage his own free trade pact with Mexico and Canada and let Americans suffer. Days after the brazen Manhattan killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, police on Monday arrested a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Luigi Mangione, who hails from a wealthy family from Maryland, was arrested after a customer recognized him and tipped off the authorities. When arrested, Mangione was carrying a 3D printed gun, fake IDs, and a manifesto railing against corporate greed. Now, how did Mangione go from blue blood to an alleged cold-blooded killer? Our next report uncovers the full story.
The cold-blooded murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson reads like a thriller. But the aftermath? That's where the story takes an unexpected, almost a surreal turn. Thompson, 50, was gunned down in broad daylight outside the New York Hilton Midtown last Wednesday. Surveillance footage shows a masked man pacing on the sidewalk, scanning the crowd. Then, he spots Thompson, strides across the street, and fires. A brazen, calculated hit, one bullet in the back, and another in the right calf. The gunman fled into Central Park, ditched his bike, and vanished. Until 5 days later, when he reappeared in the unlikeliest of places, a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate, was munching on a meal when a sharp-eyed customer thought, "Hey, isn't that the guy from the news?" Calm but decisive, the customer tipped off an employee who quietly called the cops. And moments later, Mangione was in custody, still mid-burger.
Earlier this morning in Altoona, Pennsylvania, members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen, targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police.
Police found Mangione carrying a 3D printed ghost gun, a muzzle suppressor, multiple fake IDs, and a handwritten manifesto railing against corporate greed. The clothes in his bag also matched those worn during the crime, and his weapon was consistent with the murder weapon.
Upon further investigation, officers recovered a firearm on his person, as well as a suppressor, both consistent with the weapon used in the murder. They also recovered clothing, including a mask consistent with those worn by our wanted individual. Also recovered was a fraudulent New Jersey ID, matching the ID our suspect used to check into his New York City hostel before the shooting incident. Additionally, officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset.
Mayor Eric Adams called Mangione's capture a testament to everyday heroes. But the public's reaction was far from heroic. While Thompson's colleagues and family grieved, the internet erupted in a firestorm of memes and mockery. Good riddance, some wrote, blaming Thompson for the frustrations millions face with denied claims and rising medical bills, while others created tasteless jokes, turning the murder into a viral punchline. Even McDonald's wasn't spared in the chaos. Trolls review-bombed the Altoona branch, flooding Google with absurd one-star comments. "Rats in the kitchen," one review screamed. They'll make you sick, and insurance won't cover it. The irony wasn't lost. But Google quickly removed the posts, calling them a violation of their policies.
But some attention in this case, especially online, has been deeply disturbing, as some have looked to celebrate instead of condemning this killer. Brian Thompson was a father to two. He was a husband, and he was a friend to many. And yes, he was the CEO of a health insurance company. In America, we do not kill people in cold blood to resolve policy differences or express a viewpoint.
Manjane, a 2020 graduate from the University of Pennsylvania, is believed to have acted alone. His writings point to deep resentment of corporate America, which police believe fueled his actions. His high school friends said they were shocked to learn the one-time prep school valedictorian may have been struggling.
He was always doing the right thing. Manjane always had a smile on his face. Never really got the vibes of him being socially awkward. So that's why I'm really surprised. I graduated in 2015. He graduated in 2016. It's crazy how 10 years later, how people can change.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro praised the McDonald's employee for their bravery and even bluntly declared, "This killer is no hero."
In America, we do not kill people in cold blood to resolve policy differences or express a viewpoint. In some dark corners, this killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero. The real heroes every day in our society are the women and men who put on uniforms like these and go out in our communities to keep us safe. This killer was not a hero. He should not be hailed.
United Health Group called the tragedy unspeakable, expressing hope that justice would bring Thompson's loved ones some solace. The story, however, has become more than a murder case. It's a mirror reflecting public anger at systemic failures and the ease with which tragedy is transformed into spectacle.
And we end in the world of hip-hop as rapper Jay-Z is embroiled in a legal storm. A woman who has already accused music mogul Sean Diddy Combs of raping her has now named Jay-Z in the same lawsuit. The woman claims that both Sean Combs and Jay-Z sexually assaulted her at an after-party following the 2000 MTV Video Music Awards when she was just 13 years old. The lawsuit filed in New York claims Jay-Z allegedly held the victim down and assaulted her while Sean Combs watched the heinous act unfold. Though Jay-Z has dismissed all allegations, calling them targeted blackmailing, the story is far from over. Here's our final report with more.
Well. Looks like rapper Jay-Z has found himself in a sticky situation. The rapper, who's married to pop royalty Beyoncé and has 3 kids, is now facing some serious allegations. This time, it's something a little more disturbing. Jay-Z is now embroiled in a lawsuit for allegedly raping a 13-year-old girl back in the year 2000. The whole mess started when an anonymous woman, referred to as Jane Doe, filed a lawsuit claiming that Jay-Z raped her when she was a mere 13 years old at an after-party following the MTV Video Music Awards in New York City. According to her, she was lured to this alleged party by a limo driver working for none other than Sean Diddy Combs, a man whose name seems to be attached to every scandal in America's music industry. Once the teenager arrived, she claims she was coerced into signing a non-disclosure agreement, and then she was drugged. According to the lawsuit, Jay-Z, Sean Diddy Combs, and some unnamed female celebrity assaulted her. The woman alleges that she's been dealing with PTSD and depression ever since.
Her lawyer amended the lawsuit on Sunday to include Jay-Z in a new allegation that he was at the party and also participated in the sexual assault.
Jay-Z is not exactly laying low. On a post on social media, he went full-on rage mode, claiming the whole thing is an attempt to blackmail him. He accused his accuser's lawyer, Tony Busby, of trying to extort him. Jay-Z, who's married to Beyoncé, stated that his only heartbreak is for his family. He said, and I quote, "My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people." He added that children should not have to endure at such a young age. Jay-Z shares his 12-year-old daughter Blue Ivy and twins Rumi and Sir, aged 7, both with Beyoncé. Jay-Z's lawyer Alex Spiro threw in some spicy legal language of his own, demanding that Jane Doe reveal her identity or drop the lawsuit.
His lawyer also argued on Monday that the woman, who was only identified as Jane Doe, should have to make her identity public or have her lawsuit dismissed. The woman is being represented by a famous trial attorney in Houston named Tony Busby, who is representing around 120 men and women in allegations of sexual misconduct against Sean Combs.
Now, let's not pretend Jay-Z has exactly been a saint in the past, because this isn't his first brush with controversy which involves young women. Remember Aaliyah, the talented young R&B singer who tragically passed away at 22? Well, turns out Jay-Z was allegedly vying for her attention while she was in a relationship. He wasn't just sending her mixtapes, he apparently tried very hard to win her over when she was 20 and he was 29. Then comes his better half, Beyoncé. Let's not forget that their love story has been under a microscope since day one. Jay-Z himself has confessed that they met when she was 18, and by the time she was 19, they were already a thing. Jay-Z was 30 at the time. So here we are. Jay-Z, the mogul who's rapped his way to success and built an empire, is now finding himself at the center of serious allegations that might just destroy everything he's worked for. Is he innocent? Is this all a case of blackmail? Rest assured, this tale is far from over.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus is on the ongoing unrest in Mozambique. Violence in the aftermath of the disputed October presidential elections has caused deaths and destruction in the southern African nation. But it has also caused tensions at its borders with neighboring countries. South Africa has once again shut its main border crossing with Mozambique. The border closure comes as violence was reported at the Mozambican side of the crossing. Trade flows had resumed through the area after South Africa partially lifted its first suspension last month. However, on Monday, South Africa's Border Management Authority announced the halting of general cargo processing and passenger movements through the key trade route until further notice. The operations have been halted at the Limbombo border, the main crossing between Mozambique and South Africa. It is a major trade route for Mozambique's coal and South Africa's chrome exports. As per reports, South Africa will face a financial loss of around $560,000 daily due to the border's closure. It will be a sharp blow to the mining and logistics sectors and comes at a time when South Africa's mining industry is already grappling with labor disputes, regulatory uncertainties and rising crime. Mozambique will also be hard hit as reduced exports undermine a key source of foreign exchange for the country. After the announcement of the border closure, long queues of trucks have been reported at the border.
Really frustrating because we thought that time we'll be in Mozambique, but we are still waiting. And then worst part of it, we're gonna go inside around about 4 o'clock. So can you imagine, Hore, what time we spent here? It's almost 6 hours. We're gonna sit here and wait for 6 hours.
It is not just South Africa, but unrest in Mozambique is also hurting neighboring Eswatini. Eswatini, which is a major exporter of sugar, is expected to face heavy losses. Its sugar industry is seeing disruptions to supply chains and exports. Eswatini's sugar industry depends heavily on a terminal at the port of Mozambique's capital, Maputo. It is through this port that Eswatini's sugar is sent to the European Union and the United States. In 2023, the Eswatini had generated $305 million from more than 26,000 tons of sugar export. But Eswatini Sugar Association now warns that chaos in Mozambique poses a grave threat to the country's exports to regional and European markets. And this has forced the southern African nation to explore alternate routes. However, that is expected to strain the transport infrastructure and incur additional costs. Tensions are flaring at Mozambique's borders in the wake of the deadly post-poll violence that has killed at least 90 people since October. The ruling Frelimo Party's candidate, Daniel Chapo, was declared the winner in the disputed polls with over 70% of the votes. However, the opposition candidate, Venancio Mondlane, has called himself the true winner. Mondlane has fled the country amid the violence and is mobilizing protests through social media from South Africa. Thousands of Mozambicans have been rallying against the election results, triggering a heavy crackdown by police and security forces. But as the anger and violence is not receding, it is having an economic impact on not just Mozambique, but other neighbors. It could also create distrust among investors in these nations. How can the Southern African nation navigate through this business disruption and the security risks amid Mozambique's post-poll violence? Now, for more on this, we have with us Kanye Magobane, political analyst, who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Kanye.
A very good afternoon to you and your viewers.
Now, how has this unrest following the disputed presidential polls impacted trade and supply chains in the region, particularly South Africa's coal and chrome exports and Eswatini's sugar industry?
This is definitely a regional issue, as you've alluded to, because it's such a central country that connects many other neighboring countries like South Africa, like Eswatini, and even countries, like Namibia, Lesotho, Zimbabwe are also impacted by these crises that are happening because they also have trade investments between these countries. And definitely the ports have been one of the most, serious targeted areas. Now, we know that in local Mozambican media, Padesmo leader Venancio Mondlane has said that what is currently happening right now is phase 4, which will target the capitals, across the country, as well as the ports. Now, South Africa in rands is losing about 10 million rand a day, like you said, just over 500,000. And what this points to is a type of political failure in the region, because we need to analyze and just unpack the events, as opposed to just following the events. What does it mean politically for us. The SADC region leaders recently met in Harare, where this was one of the issues that was raised, the issue of the Mozambican elections that are being contested. And yet we see these protests continuing. So my question is, what political will do they really wield in the region? And are they still being taken seriously anymore? Do they still wield the same political power and influence?
Yes, and Kanye, what are the broader economic implications for Southern Africa if these border tensions persist? And what steps are the neighboring countries taking to mitigate these disruptions?
Well, I think we can just start by looking at South Africa and why they decided to suspend operations. I think that first things first, South Africa has to protect South African companies, from any type of violence and protests that may result in trucks being vandalized, being, looted by protesters. So that there's a vulnerability to the sector. And what this also points to is the government's failure to erect regional rail structures, because we are relying on trucks, because we don't have an effective rail structure that used to be there, where trains used to be able, to move between Mozambique and South Africa and Swaziland and Mozambique to take a lot of these goods. And so with trucks now being suspended from moving in between South Africa and Mozambique, that has had an immediate economic impact on the region, and it's set to continue for at least another 7 days. And the question is, can the region really afford to lose up to 70 million rand a day? And that's a couple of million US dollars just based on political violence that the region has failed, to manage.
And as you mentioned earlier, given the regional reliance on Mozambique as a transport hub, how might this unrest influence future investment and trade dynamics in Southern Africa?
Well, I think that this has brought us to a point where the neighboring countries with Mozambique have to raise security issues. They have to raise security issues with Mozambique because these are their products that are passing through these trades and to these trade ports. And if there's political instability that's going to affect their business, there's nothing stopping these companies, for instance, from diverting to South Africa, from diverting to Cape Town, and that's going to be lost trade on Mozambique. If they choose like other ports, like Richards Bay, is a goods port that can be used instead of Mozambique, and we know that they desperately need this trade with other countries because it does benefit the country and the economy positively. And Financial Mondlane and his cronies know this, and this is why they are specifically trying to bring the country to its knees. And the question is, who's funding these protests? Because we know that the numbers of the protesters keep dwindling by the day, because it's very expensive to sustain this level of protest, especially when one is not in the country and is a fugitive opposition leader, as he's now been named.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for being with us, Kanye. Thank you for your valued insights and analysis on the latest out of Mozambique.
Thank you so much.
Now, Syrian President Bashar al-Assad has been dethroned. The Syrian dynast was forced to flee his country, which he and his family once ruled with an iron fist for nearly 5 decades. Assad and his family are now in Russia's capital, Moscow. They reportedly struck a deal with the Kremlin to grant them asylum.
And now for the breaking news from agencies. The former president of Syria, Bashar al-Assad, is in Moscow and has received asylum in Russia. This was reported by TASS with reference to the sources in the Kremlin. Assad and his family members arrived in Moscow, and Russia granted them asylum for humanitarian reasons, the source said.
Because Russia was once a staunch ally of the West Asian nation, Vladimir Putin had to come to Assad's aid multiple times in the last decade. It began in 2011 when anti-government protests rocked Syria as Arab Spring demonstrations grew in the region. It was then that Putin backed Bashar al-Assad and deployed Russian forces to Syria to prevent the government's fall. Now, since 2014, Russia has maintained a sizable presence in Syria. Russia operated a major airbase in northern Syria in the city of Hamiim, and there was a major naval base in central Syria in Tartus. Now, from these two bases, Russia would deploy its warships and combat jets over West Asia. However, over the years, the Russian bases in Syria became more than just Russia's power projection in West Asia. As Putin grew operations in Africa using the Wagner Group, now the Africa Corps, Russia began using Syria as its connecting piece in the African puzzle. Using the airbase in Syria, the Africa Corps mercenaries would refuel and redirect their logistics to Africa. From Syria, the Africa Corps would launch towards either Libya in North Africa or Sudan in the central region. Now, from Libya, the Africa Corps would then spread out into the Sahel region, particularly Niger, Chad, Mali, and Burkina Faso. And from Sudan, the Africa Corps would then push into the Central African Republic, Sudan, and South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Equatorial Guinea. Ever since the anti-West movement began in Western Africa, military juntas of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso and Chad have cozied up to Putin. And Russia now sends weapons and military instructors to these countries. In return, Russia gets essential minerals, including uranium and gold, from its African partners in Central Africa. Russia has always had a major presence in the Central African Republic, and Moscow has expanded its ambitions in Sudan and South Sudan. The Africa Corps has been helping both the warring sides in Sudan, that is the Sudanese army, and its rival paramilitary Rapid Support Force. And since 2022, the Africa Corps has earned more than $2 billion just by acquiring gold from Sudan. As the Africa Corps has gotten richer, it has announced more involvement in the continent. The Russian mercenary group that is backed by the Kremlin wants to set up and operate military bases in Africa. And they have picked Libya as their anchor, with a proposed airbase in al-Qadim and a naval docking port in Tobruk. With access to a shipping port, the Africa Corps will be able to increase its operations in the neighboring Sahel states. The Russian mercenary group is keen on trading and exploring more oil and gas reserves, gold, uranium, and other critical minerals from the Sahel region, particularly in countries where military juntas have recently kicked out Western troops. Russian involvement in Africa was made easy with bases in Syria in West Asia. Now, Putin's mercenaries would use Syria as a connecting point to Africa, and this was made possible until Bashar al-Assad ruled Syria. However, with the ouster of the Syrian dynasty, the fate of Russia's presence in West Asia hangs on loose threads. Moscow says it is open to talks with the Syrian rebels. However, with Bashar al-Assad getting asylum in Russia, the Syrian rebels could have more demands in the negotiations. But the Russian president is no pushover, which means that Putin will be rethinking strategies on how to maintain and sustain a sizable Russian presence in Africa. Our next story is from Niger. The junta-led West African nation is reeling from Islamist violence. In the latest, Niger's military has launched a massive operation in the country's west to hunt down insurgents. This after at least 21 civilians were shot dead last week after assailants on motorbikes attacked a goods convoy. The attack took place last Thursday near the town of Terra. Thousands of goods lorries that daily pass through that area. It is around 175 kilometers away from the capital of Niamey. It lies near the borders with Mali and Burkina Faso, and the military-led nations have also been hit by Islamist insurgency. The frontier lands between the three Sahelian nations have long been a hideout for terrorists linked to terror groups like the Islamic State and al-Qaeda. While the Islamic State and al-Qaeda-linked violence grows in Niger's west, it is also facing attacks in the southeast, near the borders with Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria. Terror groups like Boko Haram and the Islamic State in West Africa remain active and have carried out deadly attacks in recent weeks. Niger's military junta is conducting 2 major operations in the west, as the region has increasingly been the focus of tit-for-tat attacks between the military and local armed groups. Niger's army also said that one of its troops had been killed in a device explosion attack last week. Now, these attacks come at a time of heightened violence in the Sahel region. The military rulers in the region have kicked out Western forces, particularly France and the United States, and have turned to Russia for support. Niger used to be an important partner for Washington in the fight against armed insurgents. However, after the military seized power last year, Niamey has ordered the US and former colonial power France to withdraw from the country.
If the people of Niger as a whole have decided that a particular force should leave, then that force must leave. And that is the will of the people. And the will of the people must always be respected.
It's been too long since France brought its army here to Niger, but they haven't been able to eradicate terrorism, so they have ulterior motives. We're not really happy that they're with us because we know very well that they're slowly destroying us. We've lost a lot of brothers and a lot of paramilitaries.
Military leaders in West Africa came with a promise to tackle the security crisis better. However, violence continues to grow in the region. As per reports, some 1,500 civilians and soldiers have died in jihadist attacks in Niger over the past year. Millions have been displaced in Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger due to the violence. But while the military leaders pledge to ensure the people's safety, they are yet to deliver on their promise. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. South Africa's iconic Planetarium in Johannesburg is reaching for the stars again. Renamed the WITS Anglo-American Digital Dome, it is set to reopen with groundbreaking technology, offering an unforgettable journey through space. With immersive visuals, cultural storytelling, and a bold focus on learning, South Africa aims to generate interest among students about outer space, where science meets wonder. More in our next report.
Something magical is happening in Johannesburg. The city's beloved planetarium, now reborn as the WITS Anglo-American Digital Dome, is preparing for a grand reopening early next year. After a dazzling 2-year transformation, this historic site is ready to ignite imaginations and transport visitors to the stars.
You could, through this deep immersive exercise, find yourself as a corpuscle navigating through the bloodstream as it enters various organs of the body. Or you can imagine yourself moving towards the center of the galaxy at light speed. You could even imagine yourself being a gamer, projecting your games and playing with other gamers across the world on this mega digital dome here.
Since 1960, the planetarium has been a gateway to the cosmos. Generations of school children, dreamers and science lovers have been enchanted under its dome. But now it's entering a bold new era. With 10 cutting-edge projectors and surround sound, the dome will deliver breathtaking views of galaxies, planets and the mysteries of space.
We have 10 projectors, Sony projectors, and this projector is essentially and a surround sound of 8.1. So it's quite a powerful system, and the projectors work very simply. They come together. It takes a long process to align them, and when they align them, they're blended together to create the full dome.
The dome's visionary director calls it screen time that matters. She says, it's not just entertainment, it's inspiration.
So these are things which is not just screen, like not all screen time is bad also. So this is screen time, but you actually get to learn a lot from that whole 20 or 30 minutes. You will actually learn a lot from that. And I think that is actually quite, and it's also not just TV, it's like you can see it surrounded. So you get a 360-degree view, it's quite immersive. So I think it's the experience much different.
The planetarium's journey, on the other hand, is as fascinating as the stars it celebrates. It was Africa's first full-sized planetarium and played a pivotal role in South Africa's scientific community. And much of this legacy can be traced to its first director, Professor Arthur Bleksley, a trailblazer in science communication. He made the cosmos feel accessible to all. His passion lives on in the Dome's mission to make science exciting, relatable and fun. But this new chapter isn't just about technology, it's about storytelling. The planetarium opened in the 1960s. 9 years later, it aired the landing of Apollo 11. Then, in the 1990s, it introduced laser shows and launched mobile outreach in 2015. The planetarium then celebrated 6 decades of wonder in 2020, and back in 2022, they announced its most ambitious transformation. So now, as the WIT's Anglo-American Digital Dome opens its doors, it's not just reviving a landmark, it's reigniting curiosity. The space will be a place where kids dream big, adults reconnect with wonder, and science comes alive for everyone. So, when the dome reopens, answer the call and let the stars take you on a journey you'll never forget.
And that's it on the show for today. We'll see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Israel has a new target. They have already leveled Gaza, they have a truce with Lebanon, and now Prime Minister Netanyahu has turned his sights to Syria. He's pounding them with airstrikes. The attack started on Sunday, almost as soon as Bashar al-Assad's regime fell, and it's continued well into this week. Some 350 airstrikes were carried out in the last 48 hours. 350 airstrikes. Israel has released footage of their operations. Take a look. And what are they targeting? Assets of the Syrian military. We're not talking about rebel factions or the Kurds. We're talking about the military regime, military of the fallen regime. Their research centers, their weapons factories, their ammunition depots, their naval assets, all of it has been destroyed by Israel. They used a combination of drones and fighter jets for this. Sites all over Syria were targeted, in Damascus, in Homs, in Tartus, in Palmyra, and in Latakia. And the damage is quite extensive. I'll show you the aftermath of two such attacks. One on a research center in the capital Damascus, and second on Syria's naval fleet. Take a look. The entire Syrian Navy is gone. All those ships were sitting ducks for Israeli strikes. They say 80% of Syria's military capabilities have been destroyed. The obvious question is why? Why is Israel attacking Syrian military sites? It's basically a preemptive strategy. Israel says these military capabilities could fall into extremist hands or into the hands of pro-Iran groups, and they could use these weapons to attack Israel. So Netanyahu is not waiting around for that to happen. He says we'll destroy the weapons anyway. He also sent a message to the new regime in Damascus. Listen in.
We want relations with the new regime in Syria. But if this regime allows Iran to reestablish itself in Syria, or allows the transfer of Iranian weapons or any other weapons to Hezbollah, or attacks us, we will respond forcefully and we will exact a heavy price from it. What happened to the previous regime will also happen to this regime.
It's an opportunistic move by Israel. Netanyahu knows the rebels are busy rebuilding. They're more focused on internal issues. So what does he do? He takes the chance to defang Syria's military. But Arab nations are not impressed. They're accusing Israel of exploiting Syria's condition.
It cannot be accepted that any party, including the Israeli occupation, to exploit this opportunity to occupy the lands of another sovereign country. Syria's sovereignty has not been violated for any reason other than this Israeli violation.
Most of the world agrees with this. They may not call out Israel specifically, but they have demanded the protection of Syria's territorial integrity. And it's obvious why. Israel is following a high-risk, high-reward policy. They already control a piece of Syrian land. It's called the Golan Heights. Israel seized it during the 1967 war, and they've had control over it since then. But when Assad fell, Israel pushed beyond it, beyond the Golan Heights. They took over a United Nations buffer zone in the Golan Heights. It's just 40 kilometers from Damascus. Now, Israel says this operation is temporary and limited, that they have no intention of attacking the new regime, but the rebels may not see it that way. For starters, Israel's military is getting very close to them. Like I said, just 40 kilometers away. And secondly, Netanyahu is boasting about reshaping West Asia. He's openly taking credit for ousting Bashar al-Assad. And guess who believes him? Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. He's broken his silence on the regime change in Syria. Khamenei says it was plotted by Israel and the US.
There should be no doubt that what happened in Syria is the result of a joint plan between the United States and the Zionists. Yes, a neighboring government of Syria has played, is playing, and will continue to play a clear role in this matter. Everyone sees this, but the main actors, the principal agents, the real plotters, the masterminds, and the command center are in America and with the Zionist regime.
Now put yourself in the shoes of those rebel leaders. You have just established a new regime, but your neighbor has carried out 350 strikes on your land. He's destroyed your navy and missiles, and he's stationed soldiers very close to your capital. Would you feel threatened or not? Chances are you will. But the rebels have not lashed out at Israel yet. They are rightly focused on internal issues, on bringing back stability. But if these attacks continue, who knows? They can't just allow Israel to destroy Syria's entire military. These planes and missiles may have belonged to Assad, but the rebels stand to inherit them, which is why Israel's strategy is high risk, high reward. If they get away with it, it's one less enemy, or at least a weaker enemy. But if they don't, they could end up further destabilizing Syria. And remember, the last time that happened, ISIS was the winner. Speaking of the ISIS, the United States is worried about them. As Israeli warplanes pound Syria, there's another battle unfolding in the deserts. The US is targeting an old enemy, the Islamic State, or ISIS. Washington is worried about their comeback. Syria is in a state of flux. The ISIS could use this opportunity to mobilize its fighters and exploit the chaos. So the Americans too are taking preemptive action. They have struck 75 ISIS targets in the last few weeks. And these strikes come with a warning.
History shows how quickly moments of promise can descend into conflict and violence. ISIS will try to use this period to reestablish its capabilities, to create safe havens. As our precision strikes over the weekend demonstrate, we are determined not to let that happen.
Donald Trump shares these fears too. He doesn't want America to be pulled into another conflict. This is not our fight. That's what Trump wrote on his platform Truth Social. His team is tracking these developments closely. That's Trump's transition team. They've been talking to the Biden administration. They've been reviewing the situation in Syria. The Pentagon has also issued a statement. That's the U.S. Defense Ministry. They say that their mission is to defeat ISIS.
There's a potential that elements in the area, such as ISIS, could try to take advantage of this opportunity and regain capability.
What is this mission? And why is the U.S. still worried about ISIS? Let me take you back to the year 2014, when the ISIS was at its peak. They controlled large parts of Syria and Iraq. They announced the creation of an Islamic caliphate. Major world powers then stepped into Syria, intense fighting followed, and by 2019 the caliphate collapsed. The ISIS was defeated, but it wasn't eliminated. Until July this year, ISIS had around 2,500 fighters spread across Syria and Iraq, and they have been launching attacks too. In the first 6 months of 2024, ISIS claimed responsibility for some 153 attacks. The group has been active in northern and western Syria. They're operating mostly in the desert now and near Syria's border with Iraq. In recent days, there has been more activity in these areas. Fresh clashes were reported last week. 3 groups were fighting each other: the rebels, Assad's government forces, and terrorists from ISIS. Reports say ISIS fighters are on the move again. They tried to take advantage of the situation and killed at least 54 soldiers from Assad's army. These soldiers were trying to flee Homs. It's a central province which fell to the rebels recently. All of these developments make one thing quite clear: the ISIS may be weaker, it may not have a lot of fighters, but it can still inflict damage. And that is what's making the Americans nervous, the very prospect. The US says the Islamic State is trying to boost its ranks. They're focusing on prisons in northeast Syria. These prisons hold ISIS fighters. We're talking about some 9,000 men spread across 20 prisons. Reports say they're in the custody of Syrian Kurdish forces. A US official has called them, and I'm quoting, the largest collection of terrorist fighters in the world. Now, ISIS is trying to free these fighters. If 9,000 men escape, the ISIS could easily mount a comeback with their support. And so far, they've not been successful. But the US is not taking any chances. Syria continues to remain in disarray. There is a political vacuum, and the ISIS is trying to take advantage of it. So the threat is both real and immediate. How many troops does the US have in Syria? 900. These 900 American soldiers are up against a re-energized terrorist group. The ISIS may have been weakened by years of conflict, but the group remains dangerous with thousands of fighters still in the shadows. If not contained, the ISIS could grow into a larger, more formidable challenge. And if that happens, the next American president may have a new war on his hands. Donald Trump may not be a fan of wars, but he may be confronted with the inevitability of fighting one.
Today, it's the dream that we have since 2011. Like, we didn't imagine that this day will come, finally.
We are free and happy and proud, and it's so good to say that I'm from Syria now.
On December 8th, millions of Syrians across the globe woke up with hope. The Assad regime had fallen. Their country was finally free. The rebels had won the war. There were celebrations in many countries around the world. But soon, the euphoria gave into anxiety. Anxiety about what happens next. Will they stay where they are as refugees? Or will they return home, or what remains of their home? Syria's transitional prime minister has spoken about this. It's this man, Mohammed al-Bashir. He says he wants to bring back the millions of refugees. It's one of his main goals. But is it an attainable goal? In 2011, Syria's population was 21 million. Then came the civil war. 500,000 people were killed. About 14 million fled their homes, 14 million Syrians. 7 million of them were displaced internally, and another 7 million left Syria. They sought refuge in other countries. It triggered the world's largest refugee crisis. Initially, the world welcomed them with open arms. Syrians applied for asylum in more than 130 countries. But the vast majority of them live in 5 countries: Turkey, Lebanon, Germany, Jordan, and Iraq. Turkey hosts the largest population of Syrian refugees, around 3.3 million. Lebanon is the second largest host, with nearly 1.5 million Syrians living there. On number 3 is Germany. It hosts nearly 1 million refugees from Syria. Then comes Jordan, with over 600,000 refugees, and finally Iraq, which has about 300,000 Syrians. All of these refugees have a difficult decision to make. Some have already made up their minds, they're heading back home. In fact, we've seen videos from both Turkey and Lebanon, people packing their belongings into cars, hundreds driving down to Syria. There are long queues of people and cars, both at the Lebanon border and at the border with Turkey.
I was raised in Syria and lived in Syria. I'd been deprived for 15 years from going to Syria. This is the first moment. We are waiting now until we are able to arrive, to go to Syria. My parents, my brothers, my grandfather's house and relatives are all there. We have been deprived for 15 years. We were forbidden to go to Syria.
So emotions are clearly running high and countries are capitalizing on it. Take Turkey, for example. It may be playing host to the largest number of Syrian refugees, but it hasn't been smooth sailing. There's a strong anti-immigrant sentiment there. For years, Erdogan's government tried to talk to the Assad regime to facilitate the return of these Syrians. It did not work. Now Assad is gone, and Erdogan wants to waste no time. He wants to send these refugees back home. Same with Europe. Initially, they welcomed the millions fleeing the war, but it did not sit well with the locals. Over the years, the sentiment has hardened as Europe's economy struggled. Refugees became enemy number 1. Political parties campaigned on anti-immigration platforms, and now with Assad out, these countries want the refugees to return. Countries like Germany, the UK, France, and Greece have stopped processing asylum applications from Syria. The pending applications, they've stopped processing them. They say they will facilitate a safe return of these refugees. Austria wants to repatriate or deport Syrians. Some governments are even offering perks or talking about them. A German lawmaker, for instance, talked about chartering planes, even starting a €1,000 fund for Syrians wanting to go back home. But it's not going to be easy.
I read in the news, which shocked me, that politicians are calling for €1,000 to be given to Syrians so that they have to or want to go back. I think that's a terrible idea. The situation in Syria is just as dangerous as it was before.
So the first obvious question is, what will these refugees, these Syrians, go back to? The war may be over, but it has left Syria in ruins. There's more rubble than jobs. Between 2011 and 2023, the economy shrank by 87%. Syria's currency has lost over 90% of its value. Key services like electricity, water, and healthcare are in a shambles. More than 60% of the infrastructure has been destroyed. Unemployment is skyrocketing and poverty is widespread. For millions of people, there is simply nothing to return to. No homes, no jobs, no guarantee of safety. And then there's the political vacuum. Who will lead the reconstruction? What will it cost? By some estimates, it could take $250 billion to build back Syria. That's a lot of money, $250 billion. Where will it come from? All of these questions loom over Syria and its people whose lives have been torn apart by the war. Yes, there is new hope and promise of freedom, but the road to rebuilding is long, treacherous, and uncertain. The war may have been won, but the real battle is just beginning for Syrians. These are testing times for India and Russia. First, the war in Ukraine, and then with India's new defense focus. Russia used to dominate India's military imports, but now that's changing. We're producing a lot of weapons domestically. We're also buying from other sellers like America and France. It is in this backdrop that India's Defense Minister Rajnath Singh visited Moscow. Not only did he get an audience with President Vladimir Putin, he may have also bagged a multi-billion-dollar defense deal, one that could tackle China. Let's start from the top though. Rajnath Singh landed in Russia late on Sunday, and his schedule was pretty packed. First up was the commissioning of a new warship, a stealth frigate called INS Tushil. Russia is making 2 such ships for the Indian Navy. The first was commissioned in Kaliningrad. The second one is still being made. It's called the INS Tamal. After this, Rajnath Singh returned to Moscow. He visited the tomb of the unknown soldier, and then the meetings began. First up were talks with the Russian defense minister. Both New Delhi and Moscow have a long-standing defense dialogue. This was the 21st edition. The Russian defense minister praised the India-Russia relationship. He said it was based on mutual respect.
Strong, time-tested friendship based on mutual respect ties our countries. Trustful relations of our state leaders play a key role in the strengthening of our bilateral ties.
Rajnath Singh's statement was very revealing. Yes, it featured all the usual praise, but it also talked about the pressures on India, the pressure to cut ties with Russia. In fact, let me quote from what he said. Despite geopolitical challenges and great pressure, both in public and in private, India has made a conscious decision to not only continue its close engagement with Russia, but also to deepen and expand the cooperation. That is a big admission. Rajnath Singh says that India is under great pressure, not just in private, but also in public. Yet India is keen to build ties with Russia. It conveys New Delhi's commitment to this relationship. Which brings us to Rajnath Singh's final meeting in Russia, the one with Vladimir Putin. The Defense Minister of India conveyed Prime Minister Modi's greetings to him. He also raised some uncomfortable issues, like the S-400 missiles. These are Russian missile batteries. India signed a deal to buy them way back in 2018. But 2 S-400 systems are yet to be delivered. Russia has agreed to ship them by 2025, although some reports say it could be delayed further to 2026. And that sums up the problem. India is already looking to diversify its military imports. These delays from Moscow will only accelerate it. Just look at the numbers. Russia made up 36% of India's arms imports last year. 36%. In 2009, its share was 76%. India is increasingly relying on the West now. Earlier, there were plans to make jets and helicopters with Russia, but those plans have been junked. And the US is a big beneficiary of this pivot. Since 2018, they have secured deals worth $20 billion from India. We're talking about cutting-edge weaponry like drones and jet engines. France is another beneficiary. India's Navy chief announced 2 major deals this week. One for Rafale fighter jets and another for Scorpene submarines. Listen to this.
As far as the repeat order of those 3 Scorpene submarines are concerned, that again is a very advanced stage of acquisition process. It is just a matter of completing the formalities of the acquisition process, and we expect that if not this month, next month, hopefully this both these, this and Rafale M, should be signed.
Plus, India is also looking to produce domestically, not just for our use, but also for exports. Right now, India's defense exports are at 21,000 crore rupees. The target is to double that by 2029. And to do that, the government is considering a new move, setting up an Export Promotion Council or EPC. Such councils already exist for other products like spices or tea or rubber. They basically fine-tune export strategies. So India's long-term plan is quite clear: produce at home and import from a larger number of sources. But where does that leave India-Russia ties? Can it survive without defense? Well, that stage is still a long time away because India needs Russia for advanced weapons. For example, radars. Reports say India is keen to buy Russia's Voronezh system. This is a long-range radar. It can detect and track missiles and jets, and the range is quite impressive. Around 8,000 kilometers vertical and 6,000 kilometers horizontal. Russia says it can track 500 objects at once. If the deal is confirmed, this would significantly boost India's air defenses. It would help India repel threats from China and most of the Indian Ocean region. What's more, it's a boost to local production. Apparently, 60% of the radar will be made in India. The whole deal is expected to cost about $4 billion. So the Western belief or hope that India will simply dump Russian arms overnight is wrong. But like Rajnath Singh said, there is pressure. Both countries will have to try and reinvent this relationship, protect it from China and the West. A great opportunity will present itself in 2025 when Russian President Putin comes to India. This will be his first trip since 2021. Let's see if a long-term roadmap can be charted. Now let's talk about the latest geopolitical showdown, the United States versus China, which also translates to Donald Trump versus Xi Jinping. Trump will take office next month, but he's already in action, shaking things up. The president-elect is laying the groundwork for a trade war. With all his threats and tough words, it looks inevitable. So the question now is, how will Xi Jinping respond to Donald Trump? President Xi is wasting no time. He's preparing for Donald Trump's return. The Chinese president is bolstering his defenses. He's gearing up for a fight and pulling together the tools that he'll need to fight this trade war. Our next report has the details.
I want to beat China in electronics production, and we'll be able to do that easily.
At the height of the campaign, Donald Trump made a bold promise to his supporters. He pledged to restore America's dominance in manufacturing. Trump's message was clear and direct. He wanted to beat China. Trump's pitch was effective, and it could have played a role in his victory. Now China noticed Trump's threats as well. So, just days after his victory, Beijing struck back. China issued a statement and banned mineral exports to the United States. The order targeted 3 critical minerals: gallium, germanium, and antimony. They are essential for modern electronics, also for high-tech products like semiconductors or chips. They have defense applications as well. Antimony alone is used in ammunition, infrared missiles, and nuclear weapons. This was China's opening move, and now Beijing is taking more steps. This week, it launched an investigation into NVIDIA. NVIDIA's chips have helped in fueling the AI revolution. China claims the company violated its monopoly laws. The ban and the investigations are not random. They follow a clear pattern. Experts believe these are calculated steps by Beijing. China is weaponizing export controls. Their goal, to use them as bargaining chips in a potential trade war. But that's the last thing Beijing can afford right now. Its economy is struggling to recover. Beijing relies heavily on exports to drive growth. And exports are what made China an economic powerhouse. But that growth engine is just not firing anymore. Growth in exports has been sluggish. In November, China's exports grew by just 6.7%. This is a sharp drop from October, when China's exports increased by nearly 13%. If Trump follows through on his threats, China's economy could face more challenging times ahead. So far, Trump seems undeterred by Beijing's pressure tactics. Xi Jinping isn't taking this lightly. Yesterday, he issued a fresh warning to Trump. The Chinese president met with leaders from key financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. Without naming Trump, he raised the issue of trade tariffs. Xi Jinping said there won't be any winners in this battle. Last month, he had delivered a similar message to Joe Biden as well.
In an age of flourishing sci-tech revolution, neither decoupling nor supply chain disruption is the solution. Only mutually beneficial cooperation can lead to common development. Small yard, high fences is not what a major country should pursue.
But despite the warnings, a showdown seems inevitable. If Trump strikes, Xi Jinping looks ready to retaliate, and he's prepared to hit back with equal force.
Our next story is a bit odd. It involves India and Canada, specifically the Khalistanis in Canada. Canadian Khalistanis have started whining. They're complaining about the difficulties they face while applying for Indian visas, and I'm not making this up. A separatist group is complaining about travel restrictions. They went and whined to a Canadian media outlet, which was happy to release a quote-unquote investigation about this. And their findings are quite frankly ridiculous. But before I proceed, here's some context for our viewers, for those who may not know about this whole Khalistan saga. About half a century ago, some people wanted to carve up India. They wanted to create a new ethno-religious state for followers of the Sikh religion. They wanted to separate the Indian state of Punjab and call it Khalistan. It was a violent separatist movement. Thousands of people died because of it. Eventually, the movement was completely defeated in the 80s and 90s. But many of the separatists escaped India. They fled to countries like the US, the UK, and especially to Canada. They renounced their Indian citizenship and chose to become citizens of their host countries. Khalistani separatism is dead in India. But the overseas Khalistanis keep drumming up tensions. They vandalize Hindu temples, attack worshippers, and keep trying to revive the spectre of Khalistani terror. That's the current Khalistan problem in a nutshell. So obviously, the government of India is wary. It keeps tabs on these separatist leaders, and it's not keen on having them enter India. After all, who would willingly invite trouble? But the Khalistanis believe that this is some grave affront to them. They think that they're entitled to enter India at will. And they get shocked when their visas are denied or even delayed. And this brings me back to the new investigative report, the so-called investigative report. It features a story of a man with ties to Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Nijjar was a Khalistani separatist leader. India had designated him a terrorist. Niger was killed last year in Canada, and it was his death that sparked the recent India-Canada feud. Apart from being a terrorist, Niger was also the head of a Sikh Gurudwara. He was the president of a Guru Nanak temple in the Canadian city of Surrey. Before Niger took this post, the Gurudwara was led by a man called Bikramjit Singh Sandhar. Now, Sandhar was Niger's immediate predecessor. Niger turned out to be a terrorist, so you can imagine why the Indian government would be wary of Sandhar. In 2016, this man wanted to visit some relatives in India, so he applied for an Indian visa. That application was rejected. Officials at the Indian consulate in Vancouver gave him the reason for this. Sandhar had apparently made incendiary statements while he was the president of the Surrey Gurudwara. So the Indian officials accused him of supporting Khalistani separatism. And that seems like a valid reason to deny a visa. Ideally, that should have been that. But here's where the story gets absurd. Sandhar says that he received a letter a few days later. This letter, it was emailed to him through some intermediaries. Sandhar said that he was told to sign this letter and his visa troubles would go away. The letter itself is a bit strange. It's a declaration. The person who signs it declares that they have deep respect for India, that India is a great country, and that they never ever supported the Khalistan movement. As odd as this is, Sandhar says, this letter shows how India is, and I'm quoting, weaponizing visas. Let's pause here for a second. Are we to believe that officials at the Indian consulate are issuing childlike documents such as this? And that too through a shady network of intermediaries? I mean, what would be the point? If someone signs this, are they suddenly not Khalistani? And this, by the way, reminds me of visa applications in general. All visa forms have a section asking if the applicant is a terrorist. But no real terrorist is actually going to admit that. People only ever tick yes by accident, and I'm sure most governments know this too. Sandar's letter is even more ridiculous, with blank spaces for him to fill and phrases like never ever. But he expects us to believe that this is some elaborate Indian conspiracy, that the government is using letters like this to pressurize Khalistanis, to get them to renounce their ways. Are you serious? But the Canadian media seems to have lapped this up. They say multiple people got letters such as this one, and this proves, and I'm quoting, this proves Indian interference. Towards the end of the story, we find that Sandar never signed the letter, but he was given a visa anyway. He managed to travel to India then in 2017. And he still whines that the consulate withheld the visa until the last moment. So this is what the whole report really comes down to. Basically, the Khalistanis are complaining about visa delays, and the Canadian media is taking up this cause. Donald Trump has a new target: birthright citizenship. It's part of the US Constitution. Anyone born in the United States gets automatic citizenship. That is birthright citizenship. Donald Trump doesn't like it though. He calls it a willful misinterpretation of the law. So his plan is to end it on day one in office. If he does, it will have far-reaching implications, especially for millions of immigrants. But the bigger question is, can Donald Trump even do it? Can he change the US Constitution, and what will it mean for America? And also, how will it impact Indian Americans? Our next report tells you.
It was October 7th, 1885. Frederick Trump bought a one-way ticket to America. He was a 16-year-old barber searching for a better life. Frederick found that in the United States. He went on from becoming a barber to a real estate investor. Frederick had 3 children. All of them automatically became United States citizens because they were born in America. This is the immigrant story of Donald Trump's family. His grandfather was a migrant. His father became a citizen through birthright citizenship. But Trump doesn't seem to care about it much. In fact, he wants it to end on day one. But it won't be so easy. Trump could face some significant hurdles. So what exactly is birthright citizenship? After the American Civil War, the US Constitution added the 14th Amendment. The amendment was ratified in 1868. It was to ensure that the descendants of enslaved people brought to the United States became citizens. This framed the country's approach to citizenship. It led to what's known as birthright citizenship. It's pretty simple. Anyone born in the United States is a citizen of the United States. Basically, if you're born in the country, you get automatic citizenship. Donald Trump wants to challenge that. He says it's ridiculous and based on a historical myth. If Trump goes ahead with his plan, it could have far-reaching implications. Eliminating birthright citizenship will affect everyone, especially for millions of immigrants. Take Indian Americans, for example. They are a community of 5.4 million. Nearly 34% of them were born in the country. That's 1.6 million Indian Americans. If birthright citizenship is abolished, they will no longer have automatic proof of citizenship. But the bigger question is, can Donald Trump end it? For that, Trump needs to amend the US Constitution, and it's quite a challenging process. There are 2 main steps: proposal and ratification. An amendment can be proposed in one of 2 ways: a 2/3 majority vote in both chambers of Congress, or called by 2/3 of state legislatures. After an amendment is proposed, it must be ratified by the states. 3/4 of all state legislatures must approve it. This is not the first time Trump is talking about this. He talked about ending it in his first term as well. This time, he wants to do it with an executive order. But it isn't going to be so simple. It will likely be a very, very lengthy constitutional process. Trump may not succeed in this, but his proposal will spark legal battles, political showdowns, and deep divisions across the nation. Because at the heart of it all is a question: what does it mean to be American? Is it a birthright, a privilege, or something else entirely? Trump's vision could redefine US citizenship as we know it. But the road ahead is uncertain. Just like Frederick Trump's journey in 1885. Except while he came to build a new life in America, his grandson seeks to close that door for others.
Nobody likes picking sides. It's often a tough and uncomfortable decision, but in some cases it's obvious. Like when there's a murder or a terror attack, the assumption is you side with the victim. But turns out that's not always the case. Last week, the CEO of United Healthcare was shot dead in New York. His name was Brian Thompson. He led one of the biggest insurance firms in America. His killer is a 26-year-old man, Luigi Mangione. The cops couldn't arrest him from the crime scene. All they had was a CCTV photo, so naturally they released the picture online. The hope was that someone would see him and tip them off. But guess what happened? Some internet users found the assassin cute. They began thirsting over his smile. If you think that's weird, buckle in. Luigi was finally arrested on Monday from a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. Someone spotted him there and alerted the cops. Again, guess what happened next? Internet users began dropping negative reviews for that McDonald's. They called the staff rats and snitches. Why? Because they tipped off the police. And it doesn't end here. The bullet casings used by Luigi were engraved. They said, deny, defund, and depose. Those words are linked to a book published in 2010, a book that criticized the health insurance industry. Once again, guess what happened next? People are selling merchandise with those very words. You can find it on Amazon. T-shirts that say, deny, defund, and depose. Mugs, hats, pint glasses. All of them with the same wording. On social media, sympathy is pouring in for the shooter. He's become a sort of a hero, a man who stood up to the insurance industry. Meanwhile, the CEO is getting the stick, the man who's dead. Some users say he got what he deserved. What explains these topsy-turvy emotions? Well, first of all, let me say this. You must never condone violence. Killing someone is never the answer to any problem. This CEO had a wife and two sons, a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old. They had nothing to do with the insurance issues or the health care reforms. All they know is that their father is dead. And that's not something to celebrate. Having said that, it does raise some questions. A recent survey looked at healthcare in 10 high-income nations. The United States came in dead last. Around 53% Americans do not like their healthcare system, and with good reason. Most insurers use a vetting process. They call it prior authorization. Say you're getting a medical procedure or you've been prescribed a medicine, the insurers won't automatically cover it. They will first check whether the service or drug is necessary. Only then will they pay for it. And insurers are misusing this tactic. Prior authorizations were used 46 million times in 2022. That's up from 37 million times in 2019. And this is not for the general population. This is for people aged 65 and above, and also specially abled people. Even after this vetting, approval is not guaranteed. United Healthcare, for example, denied almost 9% of the requests. And don't forget the delays. All of this vetting consumes valuable time. 94% doctors said that this process delayed care. 78% said it led to patients abandoning treatment. And 25% said it led to adverse events in patients. If you go online, you can find many such stories. Doctors prescribing medicines or procedures only for insurers to deny it. So there is genuine anger against insurance firms. They have been taking Americans for a ride. Around 18% Americans have taken loans for medical treatment. Their collective debt is $220 billion. This is not unique to America. These problems exist elsewhere as well, including in India. But frankly, it is unacceptable for a country like the US, a country that spends almost $900 billion on its military. So questions are going to be asked, not just of insurance companies and their CEOs, but also politicians. A handful of companies dominate American healthcare. They protect their interests by lobbying politicians. Reports say there are some 3,000 health lobbyists in the United States. They spent a total of $700 million last year. That money is keeping reforms at bay. So America's insurance problems go far beyond one company or one CEO. It stems from a broken system. Outraging on the internet will not fix it. Neither will celebrating the killing of a man. Over 100 people killed after barrel bombs hit a busy market. 22 people killed after an artillery shell hit a bus. 5 people killed after a famine-hit displacement camp was shelled. 6 people killed after a drone exploded. All of this happened in just 2 days. 2 days in Sudan. A civil war has been raging in Sudan for 20 months now. The Sudanese army is fighting against a paramilitary group called the RSF. It is being called the biggest humanitarian crisis ever recorded. Tens of thousands of people are dead. At least 11 million people are displaced. And the fighting is getting worse. Both sides are escalating the conflict and they don't seem to care if they kill each other or innocent civilians. Here's our report.
Monday was the weekly market day in the Sudanese town of Kabkabia. It's a small town in the North Darfur. People from nearby villages made their way to the market to try and make a living. But instead, over 100 people were killed. Bombs fell from the sky, indiscriminate barrel bombs. Their purpose was to kill anyone and anything in the target zone. The aftermath was horrific. Who attacked the market-going civilians? It was almost certainly the Sudanese army. They're the only ones with fighter jets in the country, the only ones who could have dropped the barrel bombs. Why did they kill those civilians? Apparently, the victims were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kabkabia town isn't controlled by the military. It's held by the Rapid Support Forces. The RSF is a paramilitary group. It has been fighting a civil war against Sudan's military junta. The RSF controls almost the entire North Darfur region, including Kabkabia. So the Sudanese army keeps conducting airstrikes on the town. They denied responsibility for Monday's attack, but insisted that they have every right to strike any RSF location. The RSF and the Sudanese army have been fighting each other for over 20 months now. No side shows any signs of backing down. In fact, they're both intensifying their attacks. The army leveled the Kabkabia market on Monday. The next day, the RSF responded with heavy shelling in Omdurman. Omdurman is part of Sudan's national capital region. The RSF holds the capital Khartoum, but the army holds Omdurman across the Nile River. Both sides traded artillery fire yesterday, and the RSF are accused of killing 65 people. This includes 22 people who were traveling in a bus. Again, ordinary people. But the bombs don't differentiate. This is what was left of the bus. None of the passengers survived.
This targeting, instead of being directed at our heroes on the front lines, is aimed at these innocent civilians in their everyday lives, whether on public transportation or in markets. This is an attack on the people, while war should be fought on battlefields and with regular forces.
That was Khartoum's military-appointed governor. That is why he called the Sudanese soldiers heroes. But, as we've seen, there are no heroes in this war. Just mass murderers on both sides. At least 61,000 people have been killed in the Sudanese civil war, and that is a conservative estimate. About 11 million people have been displaced. 25 million are in need of aid. The country is on the brink of famine, but neither side is willing to bring an end to the conflict. No matter who finally wins the civil war, it's the ordinary people who will have lost everything.
What is the world's biggest fashion retailer? No, it is not LVMH or H&M. It is Inditex. You may not even have heard of it. This is a Spanish group. It is home to brands like Massimo Dutti, Bershka, and Zara, which of course is a household name. Zara is the oldest and biggest brand of Inditex. Think of it as an engine hauling its parent company, an engine which shows no signs of halting. Inditex has posted a record profit of $1.77 billion in the third quarter. This is a 6% increase from the same period last year. Sales have touched about $10 billion, and this is arguably a fruit of Zara's labors. The brand has opened larger stores, invested in better logistics, and launched a new collection with a supermodel. Zara has managed to edge out rivals like H&M and Shein, and it expects a bigger boost in sales this Christmas season. So if you too plan to browse the rails at Zara and pick out some lumpy blue sweater, know that the sweater is not just blue, it is not turquoise, it is not lapis, it is actually cerulean. And it was probably handpicked by an 88-year-old grandfather in northern Spain. I'm talking about Amancio Ortega. He founded Zara in 1975. In 2011, he stepped down as the CEO, but he has not given up work. He still visits the Inditex headquarters almost every day in the same coastal Spanish town where he grew up, where his family struggled to make ends meet, where he, the son of a railway worker, left school, went to work in a shirt shop, and finally launched Zara. The brand was built up from humble beginnings. So what made Zara the Zara it is today? And what can we learn from this story? 4 things. The first and the biggest is insight. Ortega noticed that retailers took a lot of time to bring new fashion to stores. By the time the product arrived in stores, shoppers wanted something different altogether. So Ortega reinvented retail secret sauce, or invented retail secret sauce. In the late 1990s, he radically shortened turnaround time. He pioneered quick, custom-made retailing, and Zara birthed fast fashion. It transformed from a tiny store in a European corner to a global powerhouse with more than 2,000 stores the world over, manufacturing more than 450 million items a year, delivering items to stores twice a week, and translating trends into products in less than 2 weeks. They do in 2 weeks what most clothing giants do in months. Of course, there are also other factors at play like quality, pricing, and design. The quality has not been great. The prices have hovered between low and moderate, and the designs have remained controversial. Inditex denies that it copies other designers. But visit a Zara store and you may be reminded of the likes of Prada, Alexander Wang, and Balmain. And that's the second reason. These factors combined make Zara what experts call Armani at moderate prices. It has helped Zara tap a niche. With barely any advertising, at least not in the traditional sense, they don't advertise. Marketing at Zara is about real estate. And that's the third reason for its growth. The company invests heavily in its stores, in their beauty and historical appeal, and in the right location. So if you find Gucci and Prada stores, Zara may be close by. Which brings us to the final point, the brand's secret weapon, information harvesting. It's almost like a spy network. All of Zara's stores are digitally linked to the headquarters. Stores monitor what sells. They transmit this information and teams can access this data in real time. So if a sweater is a success, within days you will see stores flooded with variations of it. Basically, think Zara, think lightning fast. But this comes at a price. A looming environmental crisis. The fast fashion industry produces 10% of the world's greenhouse gases. It uses enormous amounts of water and overproduces clothing. But 85% of these clothes are thrown away every year, and less than 1% are recycled. Zara is the crown jewel of this industry. Over the past few years, it has faced immense backlash over it. So Zara has tried making amends, like the bare minimum paper bag mandates, the rare clothing donation bins in stores, and the lofty promises of only selling sustainable clothes next year onwards. That's ambitious for a company profiting from quick, cheap clothes. Can Zara enjoy the same success? Can it sell clothes at the same pace without being a sellout? Yes, we'll find out in a few days. The holiday season is upon us, and it inevitably brings with it two things: an overdose of hot chocolate and endless reruns of the movie Home Alone. Among the film's highlights is a brief cameo by none other than Donald Trump. The protagonist, Kevin McAllister, asks him for directions, and Trump points to the lobby. It says, "Down the hall and to the left." Decades later, that scene was recreated by social media. This time, replacing Kevin was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He may not be wearing the hat, but he was also asking Trump for some directions, maybe directions on how to end the war. The internet did what it does best, turned it into a meme. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Syria, rebel fighters set fire to the tomb of Bashar al-Assad's father. The US intercepts a ballistic missile during a test off the coast of Guam for the first time. And a London aquarium finds a unique way to celebrate Christmas, with Santa and his elf diving into the waters. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1936, Britain's King Edward VIII abdicated the throne for love. He was the first British monarch to do this voluntarily. He did it to marry American divorcee Wallis Simpson. Back then, marrying a divorcee was a strict no for the royal family. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin with the latest from the Middle East, where Israel carried out almost 480 airstrikes across Syria over the past 48 hours after rebels dramatically overthrew President Bashar al-Assad's regime. The Israeli military estimates it has destroyed at least 80% of Syria's military capabilities in one of its largest offensive operations in history. Israeli warplanes have hit several targets in at least 8 cities, including weapon stockpiles, air defense systems, missile launchers, fighter jets, and military helicopters. Meanwhile, the Israeli Navy destroyed the Syrian fleet overnight, decimating almost all of the naval vessels. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he has no intention of interfering in Syria's internal affairs, and he only wants to eliminate Iranian military targets in Syria. Notably, the Assad family, which ruled Syria for 50 years, was a strong ally of Iran and made the country a resupply route for Hezbollah in Lebanon. Prime Minister Netanyahu fears that Iran could also try to build relations with rebels who will now govern the neighboring country.
We have no intention of interfering in Syria's internal affairs. However, we do intend to do what is necessary for our security. As such, I approved the Air Force bombing of strategic military capabilities left by the Syrian military so that they will not fall into the hands of the jihadists. We want to have relations with the new regime in Syria, but if this regime allows Iran to reestablish itself in Syria, or allows the transfer of Iranian weapons, or weapons of any kind, to Hezbollah, or attacks us, we will respond forcefully and we will exact a heavy price. What happened to the previous regime will also happen to this one.
Additionally, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has confirmed that his troops are now operating in Syria beyond the buffer zone of the Golan Heights. Katz says Israel is trying to build a sterile defense zone to prevent the establishment of terror along the Syrian border.
The IDF is now completing its entrenchment in the buffer zone and in the controlled areas in order to protect the residents of the Golan Heights and the citizens of the State of Israel. Together with the Prime Minister, I instructed the IDF to establish a sterile defense zone against weapons and terror threats in southern Syria in order to prevent the establishment and organization of terror in Syria, and to prevent from creating a reality that will be similar to what existed in Lebanon and Gaza before October 7th. We will not allow this. We will not allow threats against the State of Israel.
However, several Arab nations have accused Israel of taking advantage of the political instability in Syria to capture more territory. Meanwhile, in Damascus, rebels have finally announced an interim government that will run the country until March 1st of 2025. The prime minister will be Mohammed al-Bashir, an engineering graduate turned rebel who says it's time for Syrians to enjoy stability and calm.
Today we held a cabinet meeting that included a team from the Salvation Government that was working in Idlib and its vicinity, and the government of the ousted regime. The meeting was under the headline of transferring the files and institutions from the government of the ousted regime to the transitional government in order to receive these files and conduct business. This means that there will be a Syrian government that will handle these files and manage the business during a transitional period, God willing, that may end on March 1st.
Now, only time will tell if the rebels actually bring peace to Syria, which has been ruined by decades of war. And moving to Asia, China has deployed its largest naval fleet in decades just inside its regional waters, prompting Taiwan to declare its highest level of alert. According to Taiwan, Beijing's maritime drills involve around 60 warships and 30 Coast Guard vessels. China has also heightened its aircraft activity around the self-governed island, with 100 sorties detected in the last 2 days.
This number of China Navy and Coast Guard ships in the region was indeed very alarming. And how they are scattered is beyond the eastern border of Taiwan between the first and second island chain. I think their intention is very clear.
China so far has yet to comment on the military drills. In fact, the only thing Beijing has mentioned is that it's taking necessary measures to protect its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
We are highly vigilant against the actions of the separatist forces for Taiwan independence and their collusion with external forces in seeking independence and provocations, and we will never let it go unchecked. We take the necessary measures to resolutely defend countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity, safeguard peace and stability of the Taiwan Strait, and safeguard the fundamental interests of compatriots on both sides of the Taiwan Strait.
Beijing's latest war games were expected by Taiwan, whose President Lai Ching-te made visits to Hawaii and Guam earlier this month. Chinese authorities firmly opposed President Lai's visit to the United States and vowed stronger countermeasures against the island. Meanwhile, Taipei says overseas trips are customary for the Taiwanese leader, and they should not be an excuse for Chinese provocations.
Many world leaders condemn China for violating international terms, threatening regional peace and stability, and call on China to play its part as a member of the region and stop all provocative acts immediately. It is customary for the president to make overseas trips. Taiwan's normal exchanges should not be an excuse for Chinese provocations. Our military is closely monitoring the situation and will be able to react accordingly to ensure peace.
Meanwhile, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said Washington is committed to helping Taiwan against China's intent of capturing the territory.
Well, we've said all along that in accordance with the Taiwan Relations Act and our commitment is that we will continue to help Taiwan attain the ability or the capability that it needs to be able to defend itself, and that's been our work throughout. We don't want to see any kind of unilateral change to the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. We've been very clear about that as well.
Taiwan lives under the constant threat of an invasion by China, which has held at least 4 major maritime drills in the last 2 years to press claims over the self-governed island. China also opposes the international recognition of Taiwan as a country and bristles at any contact between Taiwan and the United States. With its latest drills, China is telegraphing how it can in fact choke off Taiwan and prevent naval access from outside forces seeking to save the island. Russia is rewriting the rules of exile. From powerful autocrats to whistleblowers on the run, Vladimir Putin's nation has become the ultimate safe haven for the displaced and disgraced. Syria's former leader Bashar al-Assad's dramatic escape to Moscow adds another name to a growing list of controversial figures finding sanctuary under Putin's watchful eye. But why does the Kremlin welcome them? In our next report, we uncover Russia's growing role as a sanctuary for the people like Assad, Edward Snowden, and Ukraine's former president.
Moscow has increasingly become a refuge for ousted world leaders, whistleblowers, and exiles. From Middle Eastern autocrats to European strongmen, many find shelter under Russia's protective umbrella. Let's explore some notable figures who have sought refuge there. After years of clinging to power during Syria's devastating civil war, former President Bashar al-Assad fled to Russia. A coalition of rebel forces launched a lightning offensive forcing Assad and his family to leave. Reports from Russian news agencies confirmed their arrival in Moscow last Sunday. The Kremlin, however, remains tight-lipped about their exact location or future plans.
Their fears are unnecessary. The country will be rebuilt. The fear was from the presence of the regime. The regime is now gone, thanks to God, and the country's moving towards development and reconstruction. It's going towards stability. People are exhausted from war, so the country isn't ready for another, and it's not going to get into another one.
Former Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych fled to Russia in 2014. Following the Maidan Revolution, which saw over 100 protesters killed.
The biggest shock for me was all the portraits of Viktor Yanukovych, because I knew that here should be a lot of very expensive pictures or some, I don't know, clocks, etc. But I didn't expect to see so many portraits of Viktor Yanukovych, of a president of such a poor country, but who has got so much very expensive portraits, even of himself.
The pro-Russian leader claimed he was the victim of a coup. But soon after his escape, Russia annexed Crimea and backed separatists in eastern Ukraine, deepening tensions with Kiev. Yanukovych has lived in exile ever since. His son, Alexander, recently acquired Russian citizenship, while his younger son, Viktor Jr., tragically drowned in Lake Baikal in 2015. Meanwhile, Ukraine's President Zelensky stripped Yanukovych of his citizenship in 2023, symbolically severing his ties to his homeland. Edward Snowden became a household name in 2013 when he leaked classified National Security Agency documents exposing global U.S. surveillance programs. Unable to secure asylum elsewhere, Snowden found refuge in Russia, where he remains to this day. In 2022, he was granted Russian citizenship, citing it as a step toward stability for his wife and 2 sons.
I myself have lived in exile for more than a year and a half now. And these are things that are unlikely to change soon. But they're worth it. All the prices we've paid, all the sacrifices we've made, I believe we would do again. I know I would do it again. Because it was never about me.
Askar Akayev, Kyrgyzstan's first post-Soviet president, was ousted during the Tulip Revolution in 2005. A trained scientist, Akayev found refuge in Russia, where he began teaching at Moscow State University. Unlike many exiles, he avoided prosecution and maintained a connection with his homeland. In 2021, Akayev returned to Kyrgyzstan for a brief visit, signaling a partial rehabilitation. Now 78, he continues his academic work in Moscow but has expressed a desire to return to Kyrgyzstan permanently. Slobodan Milosevic, Serbia's notorious former leader, died in 2006 while on trial for war crimes in The Hague.
Well, the public prosecutor has concluded that Mr. Milosevic died a natural cause and that there are no indications of that the death resulted from crime.
His wife Mirjana Markovic and son Marko sought refuge in Russia after his fall. Markovic, often accused of being the mastermind behind her husband's authoritarian rule, lived in exile until her death in 2019. Russia's growing role as a refuge for ousted leaders and whistleblowers raises eyebrows. Whether motivated by political leverage, ideological alignment, or strategic interests, Moscow's open-door policy reshapes the global exile map.
In a significant step toward fostering a robust cryptocurrency ecosystem in Latin America, El Salvador and Argentina have signed a landmark agreement to collaborate on crypto regulation and innovation. The pact, signed by El Salvador's National Commission on Digital Assets and Argentina's National Securities Commission, underscores the region's commitment to embracing digital assets as a cornerstone of economic growth.
To share our expertise with international partners, enabling them to harness the benefits of a well-regulated industry, and to broaden the international footprint of our regulated companies by forging strategic partnership agreements with nations worldwide. This landmark agreement with Argentina holds particular significance, given the country's standout reputation for pioneering innovative technologies and its remarkable rate of adoption.
Now, this collaboration between the two Latin American nations follows President Nayib Bukele's recent visit to Argentina, where he shared insights on cryptocurrency and debt management with Argentinian leaders.
Trade, nuclear energy, security,
there are many topics that we are going to discuss with the President Javier Milei.
Now, it's also worth noting that not just El Salvador and Argentina, but even Uruguay has taken a major step by establishing a clear regulatory framework for digital assets.
Latin America has a great opportunity to be the crypto leader in the world, because in countries with high adoption like Argentina, consumption and the crypto economy allow the ecosystem to develop, unlike in the United States where people rely on banks and the government and do not take advantage of the benefits of using Bitcoin.
And adding a global dimension to these developments, Argentina's President Javier Milei has also found an ally in President-elect Donald Trump. The two leaders discussed potential trade agreements and mutual economic goals at a recent meeting in Florida. Donald Trump, known for his disruptive policies, praised Milei's economic strategies and declared him a MAGA person.
Today the world is at the hands of Donald Trump, Bukele, and us here in Argentina. Let's say, the world is breathing new winds of freedom. Therefore, we are facing a historic opportunity to begin to change the world.
With the incoming Trump administration hinting at its openness to cryptocurrency, the alignment could pave the way for strengthened U.S.-Latin America trade partnerships. And the collaboration between El Salvador and Argentina marks a turning point as the continent is now poised to become a hub for digital innovation, signaling a bold new era for cryptocurrency. And finally, from Europe, Italy is facing a growing exodus of young people seeking better opportunities abroad. Over the past decade, more than 1 million Italians, particularly those aged 25 to 34, have left the pristine paradise. The brain drain is driven by low salaries, lack of job recognition, and high youth unemployment. As young Italians leave, the country is staring at a population crisis where the number of elderly could soon outmatch the young. Does Italy have a plan to stop the Great Escape? Our final report explores this very question.
Italy, the land of jaw-droppingly gorgeous landscapes, irresistible pizza, and that I'm just going to casually sip this espresso in a sunlit piazza lifestyle that makes you want to drop everything and live there. While the streets of Rome and Milan may seem like living postcards for those on vacation, for the youth, it's a different picture. More than 1 million Italians have packed their bags and left the country in the last decade, with a whopping 1/3 of them aged between 25 and 34. This mass exodus raises a simple question. Why are young Italians fleeing a country that seems to have everything? Italian youngsters know the harsh reality is that even a modest, quiet life can be a luxury in a country where 15 euros for shopping might be a stretch. And in Italy, that's increasingly becoming a distant dream. So what does a person do? If you can't afford the quiet, you leave. It's not just about the pasta and history anymore. The youth are leaving because, despite their degrees and potential, Italy simply can't offer them the opportunities they deserve. Real wages in Italy have been steadily declining, with youth unemployment rates higher than the European average. Workplaces in Italy are seen as unmeritocratic, where your educational achievements don't guarantee a higher salary or a better position. There's no national minimum wage, and salaries don't exactly grow with the number of degrees you rack up. It's the kind of environment where young, bright minds are left asking, why even bother? Youngsters, after studying abroad, return to Italy, hoping to find a rewarding job that would allow them to contribute to the country's future. Instead, they're finding that salaries are lower in Italy than in other parts of Europe, and sometimes by hundreds of euros for the same job. It's a shame because the exodus is not just a cultural loss, it's an economic one too. Italy has lost an estimated 134 billion euros, which is almost $140 billion, from the years 2011 to 2023 due to brain drain. The most worrying part, this isn't just a temporary phase. With Italy's aging population and a dwindling number of younger workers, things are only going to get worse. By 2050, the ratio of people working to those not working will shrink from 3 to 2 to a precarious 1 to 1. The country will have fewer people paying into the system and more people needing services. This sounds like a recipe for disaster. Italy is trying to reverse this trend. They're offering tax incentives to attract highly skilled workers to come back home, and even bigger cuts if those workers bring their children along. But even with these incentives, it might be too little too late. After all, when the country's brightest minds are leaving in droves, it's hard to imagine those incentives would be enough to stop the exodus. So, while Italy remains a paradise for tourists and retirees, it's turning into a bit of a dystopia for its youth. The dream of Italy is being slowly suffocated by low wages, a lack of recognition, and a country that just can't seem to value the future enough to keep its brightest young people from packing up and leaving. Let's just hope the next generation of Italians doesn't have to leave to find their quiet life somewhere else.
That's all we have time for today. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with tensions in the Horn of Africa. Somalia's President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed has arrived in Turkey for talks with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The Somali leader will take part in the third round of talks aimed at diffusing tensions between Somalia and Ethiopia. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has also been invited by Turkey. If the Ethiopian leader accepts the invite and attends the talks, then it would be the first time that the Somali and Ethiopian leaders meet since Addis Ababa announced plans to get access to a port in Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland. Now, relations between Somalia and Ethiopia have soured dramatically since January, when Addis Ababa signed a deal with Somaliland to get access to the Berbera port, giving landlocked Ethiopia access to the seas. In return, Somaliland says that Ethiopia agreed to give the breakaway region international recognition. Tensions have escalated between the two East African nations since then, drawing global attention. The spat has pushed Somalia closer to Egypt, and Cairo already had frosty relations with Ethiopia over the construction of a major dam on the River Nile, which would impact the flow of the river going to Egypt. In September, Egypt sent a ship loaded with weapons to Somalia as tensions between Mogadishu and Addis Ababa escalated to near warlike levels. However, one nation that has played a mediator's role throughout has been Turkey. Turkey has good relations with both Ethiopia and Somalia. Ankara has promised long-term investment in the Horn of Africa and sees both Ethiopia and Somalia as vital partners. Turkey has increased its interactions with Ethiopia in recent years. Erdogan has called the bilateral relation an important step toward garnering support for the Palestinian cause. Meanwhile, Turkey has made major inroads into Ethiopia's neighbor. Ankara has signed an oil exploration deal with Mogadishu and even deployed a military research ship to Somalia in October. Turkey has played a proactive role in diffusing tensions in the Horn of Africa. Erdogan has already mediated 2 rounds of talks between Somalia and Ethiopia. The first was in July, where the Somaliland dispute prevented an agreement. Then in August, Turkey again failed to bring consensus on Somaliland. The talks scheduled for September were indefinitely postponed after the Somali president, Sheikh Mohammed, refused to meet with Ethiopia's Prime Minister Ahmed. Now, in December, Turkey is hosting the 2 nations in Ankara, hoping to ease tensions between Addis Ababa and Mogadishu. According to reports, Somalia's president has set a precondition for bilateral meetings with his Ethiopian counterpart, which is that Ethiopia will have to cancel its agreement with Somaliland if it intends on sitting at a discussion table with its neighbor. Now, Turkey is not the only nation trying to push for a diplomatic resolution. The presidents of Djibouti and Mauritania have also tried but failed. Kenyan President William Ruto and Uganda's leader Yoweri Museveni have also tried to mediate talks between Ethiopia and Somalia but have not been successful. Turkey is now hopeful that it will be able to convince the 2 countries to ease tensions and to resume diplomacy. But can Erdogan play peacemaker in Africa? Now, Sudan witnesses one of its deadliest days as the fighting between the country's warring military forces intensifies. In northern Darfur, an alleged army airstrike killed more than 100 people on the 9th of December. The air attack also left hundreds of people injured. The victims included both women and children. Now, according to pro-democracy lawyers group, the airstrikes hit a weekly market in Kabia town, where shoppers had gathered from nearby villages, and reports suggest that more than 8 barrel bombs devastated the market. Now, Kabia town is 180 kilometers to the west of Al-Fashir, the capital of North Darfur, which has been under siege by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF, since May of this year. The lawyers group described the attack as a horrendous massacre committed by the army. However, the Sudanese army has denied all accusations. It has instead accused the political parties backed by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces of spreading lies. The army said it would continue to exercise its legitimate right to defend the country. Now, a day after the airstrikes in Darfur, the RSF allegedly fired artillery in a part of Omdurman city controlled by the Sudanese army. Reports say the attack in Khartoum state killed at least 20 people, while the state government said the attack claimed 65 lives and wounded hundreds. According to the state governor, the shelling also hit a passenger bus, killing all 22 people on board. The Khartoum governor inspected the site after the attack.
This targeting, instead of being directed at our heroes on the front lines, is aimed at these innocent civilians in their everyday lives, whether on public transportation or in markets. This is an attack on the people, while wars should be fought on battlefields and with regular forces.
Human rights activists believe that the 2 attacks killed at least 127 people in 2 days. The deceased mostly included civilians. This as the 20-month-old war between the army and the RSF turns increasingly bloody. The conflict, which started in April of 2023, has killed thousands of people, and has displaced more than 12 million citizens, triggering the worst humanitarian crisis in recent history. Both warring sides continue to fight to claim control over Sudanese territories. Now, the army currently controls parts of the capital Khartoum and areas in the country's north and east, while the RSF has seized nearly the entire western region of Darfur. It also claims control over the Khartoum region, the southern Kordofan region, and much of central Sudan. Now, the recent attacks show that neither the Sudanese army nor the RSF are willing to negotiate as the world continues to turn a blind eye to the war in Africa. Moving to Sudan's neighbor, South Sudan, the country's president, Salva Kiir, has fired South Sudan's military chief, the police chief, and the central bank governor. The senior government officials were sacked late on Monday night, and the president has refused to give an explanation behind the move. Now, President Kiir has now appointed Paul Nangmajak as the new army chief after replacing General Santino Wo. According to a Reuters report, the shake-up in the higher ranks of the South Sudanese military comes after alleged disquiet within the army ranks. The reports say that several soldiers have not been paid salaries for over a year, which has led to increased anti-president sentiments in the barracks. South Sudan has been seeing internal unrest since last year, when the president's office claimed that there was a coup plot against him in November of 2023. However, the South Sudanese army and the police denied the coup reports, despite having deployed large amounts of troops in the capital. The sacking of the army chief and the police chief comes just about a year after the tensions among the South Sudanese leadership began. A shake-up has been ongoing in South Sudan at the highest level. It all started in early October this year. President Kiir dismissed Akol Kurkuk, the National Security Service head, who had held the position since South Sudan gained independence in 2011. Then in November, President Kiir ordered the arrest of the former head of intelligence, which led to an eruption of gunfire in the capital city of Juba. And now in December, President Kiir has fired the army chief and the police chief. The central bank governor has also been charged, and Johnny Damien has been appointed by President Kiir after firing him from the same position back in 2023. However, the abrupt changes to leadership have not been met without resistance. The arrest of the former head of intelligence in November saw short and brief clashes on the streets of Juba. The fighting erupted between the intelligence chiefs, loyalists, and the People's Defense Forces, which is an organization militia of the government. And the United Nations peacekeeping forces had to be called in on an emergency basis to quell the gunfire between the two sides.
Try our best. We go to some checkposts, try our best not to aggravate the situation, try our best not to get into a conflict situation with the people in the checkpost. However, but then ultimately what suffers is our ability to reach the location where, if we reach, we will save lives of South Sudanese citizens. That saving of lives is averted by these access denials.
The United Peacekeeping Forces did manage to control the situation. However, they have accused the South Sudanese government of deliberately preventing the peacekeeping forces from patrolling in certain areas of Juba.
It may look that the numbers are insignificant, but these are the 15 patrols which are in places of imminent clashes. These are the places we feel that the protection of civilians' concern is at most. So in these places, if we are not able to go, then obviously without showing our presence, we obviously cannot prevent escalation of the conflict. So these access denials, though only 15 patrols in a month, maybe only 2 to 3% of our patrols overall, but they can be crippling in our implementation of the protection of civilians mandate. We request the government that one of the surest ways of ensuring that we collectively fulfill the protection of civilians mandate is by ensuring unfettered access to UNMISS. We have never ever gone against the interest of peace in South Sudan, and there is no reason to feel that UNMISS going anywhere will create any difficulty for the government or for the peace agreement. It will actually promote our efforts in this regard.
Abrupt changes in the government and growing unrest in the country put President Kiir on the back foot. The country's economy has been on a decline after the internal fighting erupted in 2013. Though South Sudan signed a peace deal with the warring communities in 2018, tensions between the rival ethnic groups persist, with South Sudan going to polls in 2026. President Kiir is racing against the clock to improve the country's security and economy. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. For our next story, we shift our focus to the Sahara Desert in Libya, where the country's small forest cover is diminishing amid a crippling drought that has been ongoing for nearly a decade. As the nation faces damaging effects of climate change, a local environmental group has launched a campaign to plant tens of thousands of trees across the country. We bring you more details about the ongoing reforestation efforts in Libya.
Libya, a North African country that's almost entirely covered by the Sahara Desert. Only a small area hosts forest, and this is the green lifeline for the nation. This includes the area near the coastal city of Homs, which hosts Al-Neghaza Forest, located 100 kilometers east of the capital, Tripoli. However, the trees and green cover in this area have been declining in recent years. Environmentalists have blamed the increasing water shortage amid crippling droughts.
Today from inside the forest, this is Al-Neghaza Forest or Al-Markab Forest. In these areas, trees have died due to the drought occurring within these forests due to the lack of water and the drought phase that these forests went through in past years. Several trees died, and now we are trying to replace the dead trees with new ones.
For years, a local environment group in Libya has been trying to address the problem. It has been running an annual campaign to plant trees in various areas across the country. This year, the group targeted the Homs area, where trees have dried up due to severe drought. This marks their fifth attempt to restore the area's natural balance amid rapidly diminishing green cover.
This area has experienced drought, and the trees have dried up. We are trying as much as possible to compensate through reforestation, and we have already planted trees in this area. This campaign is perhaps the fifth or sixth one. It's the fifth, and we are trying to change the environment and climate as much as possible. If each person starts with their area or region with what they can do, we will reach better results, God willing.
Several volunteers have joined the efforts to increase Libya's forest cover. Families and school children are participating in these campaigns, digging holes and planting seedlings.
Of course, we must care for trees and teach our children how to care for and preserve them. Our ancestors planted trees here, and we are also planting for our children and future generations. Trees represent growth and life. They give us oxygen, they give us nature, they protect us from the current global warming. We advise people to take care of trees, plant them, and maintain them.
Despite continuous efforts, the campaign has met with some challenges. The biggest of them is Libya's acute water scarcity. According to the United Nations, Libya's annual precipitation in coastal areas has fallen from 400 millimeters in 2019 to 200 millimeters in 2024, while the water demand is now higher than what's available. Apart from water challenges, Libya is also exposed to other damaging effects of climate change. These include soaring temperatures, rising sea levels, extended droughts, and sand and dust storms of increasing frequency. Amidst these problems, the local environmentalists have realized the importance of trees to fight climate change. As the desert nation suffers drought, increased heat, and power outages, a renewed campaign for reforestation brings in new hope for the North African country to save itself from future climatic disasters.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
إمبراطورية غازية غزت أرض الشام إلا خرجت منها
Days after the fall of Assad, Syria remains in turmoil. The rebels are trying to seize power and establish control in Damascus. In the rest of the country, chaos reigns. Take a look at these pictures from al-Qardaha. It's a town in northeastern Syria.
طريح الكلب المقبور حافظ أسد الله يحرقه بقبره حارقينه الشباب حرقوه عملوه قاموا بالواجب عم دفوه.
That's the tomb of Hafiz al-Assad, the former ruler of Syria and the father of the ousted president Bashar al-Assad, the one who has taken refuge in Syria, Bashar al-Assad. So this is what happened in al-Qardaha. Unidentified men set the tomb of Hafiz al-Assad on fire. This shows the public anger against the old regime in Syria. After the president has been ousted, symbols of his rule are being targeted. It is clear that the Assad era is over. Syrians want a future without this regime. They are calling for retribution. They want a public execution of those who served under Assad. In fact, this week, a rumor swept through Syria that one of the henchmen of Assad will be executed publicly. A massive crowd gathered on the streets of Damascus. They wanted to see the man being hanged. The chaos that followed led to a stampede. The execution, as it turned out, never happened. But such incidents speak volumes about the mood in Syria. The country is a powder keg. One spark could lead to an explosion. The question is, who will restore stability to the country? Who will restore stability to Syria? The rebel forces under HTS believe that they can do it. HTS is the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the group that led the offensive against Bashar al-Assad. It's not clear if they will get a free rein, though, or if a new challenger will emerge. Meanwhile, those who partnered with Assad are trying to cut their losses, like Russia, which backed the previous regime. Moscow now says it is trying to engage with the opposition groups.
You know that we, of course, maintain contacts with those who are currently controlling the situation in Syria. This is necessary because our bases are located there. Our diplomatic mission is located there, and, of course, the issue related to ensuring the security of these facilities is extremely important and of primary significance.
Russia says it is speaking to those who are in charge. It has a lot at stake here. Moscow has military assets in Syria. Take a look at these pictures. This is the Syrian port of Tartus. It sits on the Mediterranean coast. Russia controls this port. Until the 5th of December, Russian ships were still there, but now they aren't. Reports say Russian ships left this port last week. It is not clear if this is a temporary move or if Russia has left Tartus for good. But if Moscow loses this base permanently, it is going to be a huge setback because Tartus is Russia's only overseas military base. It has immense strategic significance. The base served two purposes. One was to project power in the Mediterranean, and the second was to monitor NATO forces in the region. So why did Moscow pull back its ships? It is probably trying to see how things pan out. Russian officials say they want to engage with Syria's new leaders and discuss the future of their deployments. Moscow will have to tread carefully because this isn't just about saving one naval base. Russia's military footprint in Syria is much wider than this. It includes around 7,500 troops and 2 military bases. So will Moscow get to keep them? The Kremlin says it is, and I'm quoting, premature to speculate at this point, but the signs don't look good. Consider what Abu Muhammad al-Julani said this week. He's the leader of the HTS and he doesn't see countries like Russia as allies.
My brothers, much was prepared for the battle, and thank God, he was gracious to us. We were weaker than the enemy, but the weapon we fought with was locally manufactured. We exerted great effort to acquire this weapon, and even the money came from our efforts. There was no country to support us.
Clearly, Julani wants to forge his own path. He's making a calculated bid for power. Part of this involves reshaping his image. He's trying to distance himself from the Al-Qaeda, the group that he split from. He's been part of the Al-Qaeda and ISIS. He's presenting himself as a moderate leader. He wants to be seen as a champion of pluralism and tolerance. But the world is watching his moves, and some of what he's doing does not inspire confidence. Look at what his team has been up to. While the government remains in lockdown, they are busy changing the uniforms of police officers. State workers are yet to return to work. There are disruptions at airports and borders. These workers are worried about what's in store for them, and with good reason. You see, the rebels are launching a sweeping crackdown on officials from the Assad regime. Al-Julani says his forces will target government officials who tortured Syrian people. And those who inform on these officials will be rewarded. And that is the big worry. Will revenge and retribution derail the process of rebuilding a country in ruins? The US has sent a message to the HTS asking them to establish an inclusive and transitional government, one that represents all sections of society. Syria's opposition parties have their own vision of what their future should look like. Like the Syrian National Coalition, it is the main coalition of opposition groups in the country. It wants an election to be held after 18 months. Clearly, there are too many cooks in this kitchen, each with their own plan. What Syria needs is a clear leadership that stems from consensus that can heal and restore the country. If not, this chaos could become the breeding ground for more strife. Syria's future will be decided by the rebels, but they will need outside help, whether it's in the form of aid or investments or security guarantees. The problem is, again, there is no consensus. Each power has a different priority in Syria. Some want to demilitarize it, some want to democratize it, and others are scared of an ISIS resurgence. So tonight we're looking at the scramble for Syria. What are regional and world powers doing there? Let's start with Turkey. They are hosting more than 3 million Syrian refugees. A lot of them have amassed at the border. Experts say at least half of them will return to Syria. And most families have the same plan. Send the young men first, see how the situation is, and then the whole family can follow. Local governments in Turkey have also jumped in. Some mayors are offering one-way tickets to refugees. That's transport plus relocation costs. So Ankara's first objective is to get the refugees back home. But they also have a military objective, to weaken Kurdish groups. You see, Turkey is home to a restive Kurdish minority. President Erdogan calls them terrorists. Syria also has Kurdish groups, and they're backed by the United States. Erdogan is using this transition period to weaken the Kurds. He's launched multiple strikes on Kurdish targets. Another country is using the same strategy, and that is Israel. Instead of the Kurds, Israel is destroying assets of the ousted Assad regime. All sorts of military sites have been hit by the Israelis. Prime Minister Netanyahu has also reached out to the rebels. He says he is willing to engage on one condition, that the rebels do not help Iran. And rounding off the region are Arab countries. Most of them are in a pickle. They have welcomed the change in regime. They've also demanded the protection of Syria's sovereignty and territory. But deep inside, the Arabs will be worried. The Syrian rebellion grew out of the Arab Spring, out of Islamic political movements. The Gulf monarchies do not like that. They see such movements as a threat to their power. For example, the UAE is apparently livid. They were caught off guard by the rebel offensive. They also disapprove of America's pivot. You see, the US once considered the new rebel leaders to be terrorists. I'm talking about the HTS. The Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the Americans call them terrorists. But now Washington is reaching out to them, which is why the Gulf Arab states are nervous. They don't have a part to play yet. So they're watching from the sidelines. Now we come to the global players. Like I said, the US is reaching out to the Syrian rebels. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is traveling to Turkey tomorrow. So the US strategy is quite clear. Use Ankara as a bridge to the new regime. Beyond that, Washington is also concerned about the ISIS.
First and foremost, of course, is protecting our forces that are there, that remain there. Second is making sure, the best of our ability, that ISIS does not reconstitute. Through the Obama administration, then the Trump administration, we were successful in eliminating the territorial caliphate that ISIS had developed in Syria. We don't want to see that revive.
Thousands of ISIS fighters are in Kurdish prisons. The US will want to keep them there. Washington also has a military base in southern Syria. It houses around 900 soldiers. The US will be keen to retain that influence. But to do that, they will need the Kurds. If the Kurds have a say in the future government in Damascus, the US can retain its foothold. If not, Washington may face pushbacks. Look at the situation in Iraq. The US has more than 2,000 soldiers there in Iraq, but the Iraq government does not like it. They have been trying to expel the American soldiers. Then we have the Europeans. Honestly, it's not a good time for Europe. Brussels is more focused on the war in Ukraine. They're bracing for the Donald Trump effect. So West Asia is not high on their priority list. Nonetheless, we've seen some moves. Germany is hosting around 1 million Syrian refugees, but Berlin is not rushing to send them back. Their foreign minister wants to coordinate with the United Nations to see if things are stable in Syria. She has also announced more aid for the country, around $8.4 million.
The situation is so unclear that it's currently impossible to judge whether there will be another flow of refugees from that region or whether a return to Syria is actually possible. In order to ensure further assistance for the people in spite of the difficult security situation, we will provide an additional €8 million in humanitarian aid.
Now, most of Europe is facing the same question. They're hosting tens of thousands of Syrian refugees. Should they be sent back or not? That is the question. Some European politicians are very eager to do this. They say charter planes and return them to Syria. We haven't seen European governments doing that yet, but they have paused asylum requests. Even this year, more than 100,000 Syrians applied for asylum. Those applications were paused after Assad's ouster. So Europe's policy is to wait and watch. And finally, you have China. They did not militarily support Assad, like Russia or Iran, but diplomatically they did. Last year, China hosted Assad during the Asian Games. They also increased financial assistance. China pumped around $3 billion into Syria's oil and gas industry. Assad also signed up for the Belt and Road Initiative back in 2022. So Beijing's plan was to cash in on Syria's reconstruction. They bet on Assad to prevail in this war. And after his ouster, they haven't said much. China's foreign ministry called for stability and peace. They also demanded a political process. Like I said, each player has their own interest in Syria. And they're not sitting idly. They are using force to secure those interests. If they're not careful, the results could be disastrous. The US versus China, Donald Trump versus Xi Jinping. A battle is on the horizon, a fight for trade dominance. You know about the opening moves. We've told you about how Trump is planning to impose tariffs. Tariffs on Chinese goods. They may start at 10% and go as high as 60%, maybe even higher if Donald Trump deems it necessary. Xi Jinping has been planning his defense strategy. Yesterday we talked about China stopping mineral exports, how Beijing plans to weaponize export controls and use this as a bargaining chip. Now, amid all of this talk of trade war, a new report has come out, one that seemingly goes against this narrative. Donald Trump has apparently invited Xi Jinping to his inauguration. Trump will be sworn in on the 20th of January. There are about 40 days to go, and he seems to want Xi Jinping as a guest for this event. Trump reportedly invited Xi in early November. They spoke shortly after Trump won the election, and it seems that is when Xi Jinping was invited. Now, this is quite unusual for a number of reasons. Traditionally, a US presidential inauguration is a domestic affair. Americans gather to watch their new leader being sworn in. You have the supporters, you have government officials, and living former presidents in attendance. You don't see foreign leaders in such inaugurations. At most, you'll have the ambassadors of foreign nations in the crowd. That's it. That is the tradition, and it has been this way since 1874. That's as far back as the records go. 150 years. But it seems Donald Trump plans to break this tradition. And don't get me wrong, Trump doesn't seem to be doing this exclusively for Xi Jinping. It seems Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban has been invited as well. Reports say that Orban is considering flying down. And don't be surprised if that happens. Trump and Orban share close ties. Orban was in the US to meet Trump just this week. So he could easily fly over again in January. A lot of other leaders could. But these are mostly Trump's friends. Xi Jinping is a different case altogether. Trump and Xi look set to begin a harrowing trade war, a conflict that could reshape global supply lines. It was a major pitch during Donald Trump's presidential campaign, and we know that Xi Jinping is taking it seriously. So then why is Trump calling him? Perhaps it's the old adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Or it could just be an act of courtesy, like opposing teams shaking hands before a cricket or football match. It doesn't mean the trade war has been called off. And whether Xi accepts this invite is another matter altogether. Xi Jinping has been invited to inaugurations in the past. He has always declined to go personally. Instead, he sends special envoys. And that makes it even more unlikely. In this case, also there are just 40 days left. It takes time to organize a Chinese presidential trip to the US. There is protocol. Security arrangements need to be made. It's not something that can happen off the cuff. So it is highly unlikely that Xi Jinping will attend Donald Trump's inauguration. And that also highlights another point. Like we said, Trump may have invited him back in November. And we've seen the developments since then. Nothing has changed. The dynamics have not changed. Both sides have made statements about tariffs since then. China continues to try and build its defense. So clearly, the inauguration invite won't stop the impending trade war. Now let's shift our attention to Afghanistan. The Islamic State has struck a major blow to the Taliban. They took out Khalil Haqqani. He was the refugee minister of the Taliban. Khalil Haqqani was targeted by a suicide bomber just as he was about to leave his office. And this man was a key figure in the Taliban government. He was the uncle of Sirajuddin Haqqani, the interior minister of Kabul. The Taliban took power in Kabul in 2021, and since then they have waged a war against ISIS-K, the Islamic State Khorasan. ISIS-K, it is the local branch of the Islamic State, and this attack was a message to the Taliban. It shows how the ISIS still remains a serious threat to their rule in Afghanistan.
It was a daring and brutal strike. As Khalil Haqqani was leaving his office, the suicide bomber struck. The blast killed 7 people, including Haqqani himself. This attack strikes at the core of the Taliban's government, and it came from a long-standing enemy, the Islamic State Khorasan. Since 2021, when the Taliban returned to power, ISIS-K has been challenging their rule. Suicide bombings have been their go-to tool. Yesterday's attack may be the Taliban's biggest setback yet. Khalil Haqqani was part of the Haqqani network. It's a powerful faction of the Taliban. He was also designated a global terrorist by the United States, but to his peers, Haqqani was more than just a leader. He was an elder statesman and a war hero, one who was working to rehabilitate refugees returning to Afghanistan from countries like Pakistan and Iran. He was also the uncle of Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Taliban's acting interior minister. The strike is a blow for Afghanistan's new rulers. It couldn't have come at a worse time. There are whispers of internal strife within the Taliban. These tensions stem from some recent decisions. The Taliban's supreme leader, Habibatullah Akhundzada, has made deeply unpopular moves. Recently, he banned women from attending medical colleges, including nursing schools. Leaders like Sirajuddin Haqqani have opposed such restrictions. The Interior Minister has pushed for a more pragmatic approach. He has argued for allowing girls to attend school beyond the 6th grade. He has also advocated for women to return to work in government offices. His uncle's death will further inflame these internal tensions. Since 2021, they have strengthened their grip on power, but groups like the ISIS-K have still managed to mount fresh attacks. Every year, Afghanistan witnesses dozens of bombings and suicide attacks. ISIS-K has been behind several of them, and they constantly target Taliban officials. The ISIS-K is trying to undermine their rule. That's why the strike on Khalil Haqqani is a major victory for them. The attack yesterday threatens more than the Taliban's control. It challenges their unity. It highlights the growing difficulties in maintaining their leadership. While ISIS-K poses the greatest danger, other threats also persist. The National Resistance Front is one such rival. This anti-Taliban faction includes former members of Afghanistan's deposed government. As of today, the Taliban is still stronger and has more resources, but they're starting to look vulnerable.
It was a quiet Wednesday morning in New York. Brian Thompson was on his way to a conference. He was the CEO of United Healthcare. It was just another day for him. It turned out to be his last. He was gunned down outside a Manhattan hotel. The suspect is a 26-year-old man named Luigi Mangione. Bullet casings left at the scene bore cryptic messages: deny, defend, depose. That's what they said. Deny, defend, depose. The symbolism was as chilling as the act itself. We told you about the suspect yesterday, how he's become a bit of a hero, inspiring merchandise on Amazon. And while killing someone cannot be the solution, this case also shows the widespread anger against the healthcare industry in the US. And this realization has triggered widespread panic. Corporate America is nervous. CEOs are on high alert. Healthcare may be the target now. But others worry if they would be next.
There may be some liability back on his company. The fact that they knew he was getting threats, was it known to them? And did the board not then provide security at an event that was known?
Brian Thompson had received threats before, multiple times according to his wife, but he did not have a security detail. He was walking alone to the hotel, and that's because corporate security is often a touchy issue. CEOs may be assigned bodyguards in some cases, but they see them as a hassle. Many even look at it as an unnecessary expense. Some others are said to have a false sense of security. They believe that their company is too small or that basic protections are sufficient. Brian Thompson could have had any of these reasons to not have a security detail, but the killing has raised questions. Are corporate leaders safe? And if not, what are they and their companies doing about it? In the wake of this killing, they're re-evaluating their security measures. Some are hiring personal bodyguards. Others are getting company-mandated security details. And this, of course, is boosting the business of US security firms. They're reporting an unprecedented demand. One firm received 70 requests from concerned companies within 36 hours, 70 requests. So that's one aspect that companies are looking at, physical security. Another thing CEOs are increasingly wary of is their digital footprint. Where they are, where they live, where they go, who they're meeting. Companies are scrubbing this information off their websites. And not just that, some companies are also removing the pictures and bios of their executives altogether. Take United Healthcare, for example. They used to have an About Us page, which included details of Brian Thompson. Now it just talks about the company. Same for CVS. It has removed the bios of executives from the website. So both companies and CEOs are genuinely spooked, it seems. They're taking their security seriously, which brings us to the question, how much does it cost to really protect a CEO? You can say it's not cheap. Full-time executive protection can cost up to $250,000 annually. $250,000 a year. And it's not just about the top executive anymore. Division leaders, board members, they're all being seen as potential targets.
I think you're going to see a lot more threats out there. Threats are, again, to scare people in the industry that you're mad at. Now they can reference this. The threat can come in. You saw what happened to him in New York. I'm going to do that to you. And the companies now have to, one, it's going to scare the executives more. And the companies now have to look at spending money for security. So I think those threats are going to increase.
So security is definitely priority number one now. But this shooting has spurred another trend as well. Some leaders are rejecting the corner office altogether. They no longer want to be the CEO, especially in polarizing industries like healthcare or insurance. While Thompson's death is a watershed moment, this is not an isolated incident. This is not the first such incident. Over the last decade, threats to CEOs have been rising. And this is fueled by societal divides and digital accessibility. So many are said to be rejecting the top job. They say they already have lucrative careers. They don't think the tag is worth the risk. But is all of this just a knee-jerk reaction to a shooting, or will this heightened awareness last? Security experts warn that America has a short memory. The current panic might fade soon, until, God forbid, the next such case happens. We have a host for the 2034 FIFA World Cup, and it's a controversial one. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was announced by the football chief in Switzerland yesterday. Almost immediately, the criticism began. As you know, Saudi Arabia is not a democracy. It has restrictive laws for women and LGBTQ communities. So rights groups are up in arms. They say Saudi Arabia is sports washing its atrocities. And it's not a new criticism. We saw the same outrage leading up to the 2022 FIFA World Cup, the one that was hosted by Qatar, another Gulf monarchy with a poor rights record. But fans praised the tournament in Qatar. It produced one of the best World Cups in recent history. So how do we see Saudi Arabia's winning bid? Is it indeed sports washing, or is it a chance to take football to a wider audience? Our next report tells you.
It is a great pleasure that I can confirm that the host of the FIFA World Cup 2034 will be Saudi Arabia.
And cue the celebrations. Fireworks lit up the night sky in Riyadh. Down below, hundreds of fans screamed in joy. This was the moment Saudi Arabia had been waiting for, their chance to host the FIFA World Cup. For Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, this is his biggest prize yet. He's been dreaming of turning his kingdom into a sporting capital. But rights groups are not thrilled. They say it's sports washing, meaning sports is being used to launder the kingdom's poor human rights record. Whether it's restrictive laws for women, or the ban on homosexuality, or the general lack of civil liberties. This year, Riyadh has executed more than 300 people, out of which 100 are foreigners. Critics say FIFA is rewarding such atrocities. Both Saudi Arabia and FIFA have addressed this. The kingdom says everyone is welcome to experience Saudi hospitality. And FIFA says football is a catalyst. It can move the needle in the right direction.
Social improvements, positive human rights impacts. That is one of the responsibilities of hosting a World Cup.
It's open to everyone. I invite everyone to come to Saudi Arabia. They will see something that they have never seen before, and they will experience something that they have never experienced anywhere else, which is the Saudi hospitality.
But critics are not convinced. They're calling it a reckless decision that will put many lives at risk, and they've got a point. Hosting a World Cup requires building stadiums. Riyadh is hoping to have 15 of them, but 8 are yet to be built. Most of the kingdom's labour comes from South Asia and the regulations are very weak, quite similar to Qatar, which hosted the 2022 World Cup. Qatar admitted that 400 to 500 migrant workers died as a result of the construction work, but experts believe the toll is much higher. They recorded more than 6,500 migrant worker deaths since 2010. That's when Qatar won the bid. If it happened in Qatar, chances are it will happen in Saudi Arabia too. But there's another side to this debate. Qatar delivered one of the most exciting World Cups in history. It was accessible to fans in Asia and Africa. It also passed without security issues, very different from the rowdy scenes often associated with British or European football events. This isn't a debate that will be settled soon, but Saudi Arabia has 10 years to prove the critics wrong, to host a successful and inclusive World Cup. The kingdom has never had a problem opening its purse strings, but this time they'll also have to open their minds a bit as well.
The world's richest man just got richer. I'm talking about Elon Musk. His net worth has reached $400 billion. $400 billion, that's more than the GDP of 150 countries. Imagine that. One man is richer than 150 countries. So what led to this wealth boost for Elon Musk? Well, it is Donald Trump's win. Since November 5th, Elon Musk has added $136 billion to his net worth. How long will this surge continue? And will Musk become the world's first trillionaire before 2027? Our next report tells you.
$400 billion. It's more than the GDP of about 150 nations. With that much money, you can build 3 international space stations, or construct 40 megacities, or host the Olympic Games 80 times, or make 40 Marvel movies, or even buy every Rolex ever produced. It's a lot of options for Elon Musk, whose net worth has now surpassed $400 billion. It's currently at $447 billion. This is a historic first for even the world's richest man. No one has ever surpassed it, the 400 billion mark. Elon Musk has 6 companies, including Tesla, SpaceX, X, Neuralink, and others. But this wealth surge came from only one: SpaceX. The company and its investors agreed to buy as many as $1.25 billion of insider shares. This led to an increase in the company's valuation. In turn, that led to a rise in Musk's net worth, almost by $50 billion. This pushed Musk's net worth to over the 400 mark. But while this may be the latest reason, Musk's net worth has been surging for some time now, especially since November 5th. In the US elections, Elon Musk bet on Donald Trump. He endorsed him. He donated millions. Trump won the White House in the end, and now Elon Musk is reaping the benefits. His net worth has surged by $136 billion since November 5th, a gain of 77% since Trump's victory. SpaceX is now the world's most valuable private startup, with a $350 billion valuation. On Wednesday, Tesla shares closed at a record high. Since election day, the EV maker's stock has rallied by roughly 65%. Musk's artificial intelligence startup, xAI, has doubled in value, and this is just in the month of November. So it's been quite the windfall for Elon Musk, and it has left his fellow billionaires far behind. Take Jeff Bezos, for example. His net worth is almost $140 billion less than that of Musk. At this rate, Musk is on track to becoming the world's first trillionaire. Right now, his wealth is growing at an annual rate of 110%. If that continues, he will be a trillionaire by the year 2027. Now, none of this is new for Elon Musk. He has always been a man of firsts. The first to make space travel seem within reach. The first to turn electric cars into a mainstream reality. The first to shatter the $400 billion net worth mark. And now, the first person who could become a trillionaire. So, as Elon Musk pushes the limits of wealth accumulation, the world watches with mixed emotions. Some see him as a visionary, leveraging his fortune to drive innovation and redefine human potential. Others question the growing wealth gap and the power concentrated in the hands of one man. But one thing is certain, Elon Musk isn't slowing down. His journey to become the world's first trillionaire will be nothing short of historic and perhaps controversial. The question now isn't if Elon Musk can reach $1 trillion, it's what he'll do when he gets there.
Last month, the Indian economy got a rude shock. After months of rapid growth, the GDP numbers disappointed. Growth was just 5.4%, far less than the projected 7%. So naturally, questions were asked. If the fundamentals look good, why did the GDP fall? India's chief economic advisor may have an answer. Listen to what he said last week.
The truth is the corporate sector has never had it so good as in the last 4 years despite the challenging environment. However, compensation to employees has become weaker. Corporates have used profits to deleverage.
In other words, Indian companies are doing really well, but the workers are not getting their fair share. Just look at these numbers. Corporate profits quadrupled from 2019 to 2023. Basically, profits have increased by 300%. Now look at the wages. In engineering and manufacturing fields, wages increased by 0.8%. In the financial sector by 2.8%. In logistics by 4.2%. And in consumer goods by 5.4%. I know these numbers look bad, but they look even worse if you account for inflation. Inflation in India has been around 5 to 6% for the last 4 years. So the real wage growth is zero, perhaps even negative in some sectors. During the same time, companies have done very well. Their profits make up 4.8% of India's GDP. And that's the highest level since 2008. Yet the people who work in those companies are not benefiting. Their salaries remain stagnant. And this could be dragging down India's growth. I'll explain how. Private final consumption is the biggest contributor to India's GDP. Private final consumption is just a fancy word for consumer spending, what you and I spend on everyday things, like food or clothes or transport. That spending made up 58% of India's GDP in 2022. But last year, its share fell to 55%, which is not a good sign. We need people to consume more things, to spend more on goods and services. Only then will economic activity expand and the GDP grow. But for us to spend, wages must also increase. Stagnant wages will not spur a rise in spending, and the government knows this. The problem was first highlighted in this year's economic survey. It's a document that precedes the budget. It said that wages are not keeping up with rising profits. It also urged Indian companies to correct this. At that time, our GDP growth was robust. So this suggestion slipped under the radar. But now the government is concerned. It feels that weak income is the main reason for falling consumption. So what can be done about it? Unfortunately, not very much. You cannot order companies to give better hikes. Plus, most of these companies already have excuses ready. They say workers need to upskill themselves, or that artificial intelligence is taking over, or that the gig economy is rising. And all of these are true to some extent, but it doesn't justify such a massive gap in profits and wages. Clearly, there is a problem of inequitable growth. Let me show you another report. It says that India's inequality is at a 100-year high. The top 1% earn 22% of India's national income. The bottom 50% earn just 15%, 1-5. India's billionaire count has doubled in the last decade. Their collective wealth rose 42% this year. This is not a bad trend per se, to have more rich people. But wealth creation leads to more jobs. It also leads to trickling down of benefits. That is the assumption. But as the wage data shows, it's not happened yet. Indian consumers are not spending more, and according to some indicators, they are in distress. This report says that India's gold loans are rising. They are 50% up in the last 7 months. One reason for this could be the rising gold prices. Higher the price, higher the loan amount. But in India, gold goes beyond numbers. It's an emotional asset. Selling or pledging gold is often a distress move in India. You do it when you are pressed for money. I guess all of this points to the same worrying trend that India's middle class is struggling. The good news is that the government knows that there is a problem. Hence the nudge by the chief economic advisor. Let's see if a policy change or intervention follows. Ethiopia and Somalia. The two nations began feuding in January. Ethiopia approached a breakaway region of Somalia for port access, the region of Somaliland. It reportedly promised to recognize Somaliland's independence in exchange for maritime trade access. This caused an uproar in Somalia, which saw this as an attack on its sovereignty. So ties between Somalia and Ethiopia hit a record low after this. But yesterday there was a détente. The two countries have struck a deal to ease tensions. They've agreed to find a peaceful resolution to this issue. And one nation helped bring this deal about: Turkey.
Recep Tayyip Erdogan was celebrating yesterday. The Turkish president just pulled off a diplomatic coup. He brought together two bickering sides and mediated an agreement to ease tensions.
As a result of the trust that Somalia and Ethiopia have in our country, we have reached a new stage in the Ankara process that we started approximately 8 months ago. By overcoming resentments and misunderstandings, we have taken the first step towards a new beginning based on peace and cooperation between Somalia and Ethiopia.
So, what were these problems that Erdogan was talking about? Ethiopia is a landlocked nation with over 130 million people. It's the largest landlocked nation in the world. But as you can see from the map, the coast isn't very far away. Most neighboring countries have maritime access to the Arabian Sea or the Red Sea. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has wanted maritime access for years, unfettered access. So on the 1st of January this year, he struck a port access deal with Somaliland. Now, Somaliland isn't a recognized country. The world considers it a breakaway region of Somalia. But Ahmed struck a deal to lease the Berbera port in Somaliland. In exchange, Somaliland said he offered them recognition. This sparked a major row. Somalia was livid. They saw it as an attack on their sovereignty. Somalia turned to an old friend for help: Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. In July, Turkey signed a deal with Somalia. It started deploying ships to Somalian waters and troops on the ground. It was a clear pressure tactic to get Ethiopia to back away from the Somaliland port deal. Talks were launched simultaneously. They were called the Ankara process, and for a while they looked to be headed nowhere. The first two rounds didn't solve the problem. A third round, initially scheduled for September, was delayed. Negotiations seemed to be at an impasse, and Ethiopia was steadily making its port dreams a reality. In fact, there was a major breakthrough on Tuesday. Somaliland launched an Ethiopian clearinghouse at Berbera port. Ethiopia was on the verge of starting trade operations, but then yesterday, Turkey convened the meeting in Ankara. Erdogan first met the leaders of Somalia and Ethiopia separately, and then they held a joint press conference.
In one aspect, it's a conclusion because it stops on the differences that we had in the recent times. Ethiopia and Somalia are two neighborly countries, and they have mutual interests in cooperating together and building a prosperous future of both our two countries and our two people.
I believe that today's constructive discussions will push us into a new year with this spirit of cooperation, friendship, and the willingness to work together instead of against each other.
Somalia and Ethiopia have agreed to work together. Ethiopia will get sea access through Somalia. They've agreed to begin technical negotiations by the end of February and conclude the talks 4 months after that. All this will be overseen by Turkey. This is a major win for Erdogan. It's a relief for Somalia, and it gives Ethiopia what it wanted: sea access. The only loser seems to be Somaliland. The region has lost a golden opportunity for international recognition, and it may just be stuck with a new clearinghouse that will only gather dust.
We love greatness, achievement, success, and we usually expect it from our young. We lap up tales of the young or even the youngish achieving anything. We say things like, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. But time and again, people prove us wrong, and how. Let me tell you about Ray Evele. He's a retired reverend who lives in the UK. He grew up with music. He took up piano as a child, and he was quite good at it. At the age of 21, he passed the grade 7 piano exam. But eventually, life got in the way of piano playing. That is, until last year, when Evele's daughter gave him a Christmas gift, a preparation book for the grade 8 piano exam. This is the highest level beneath a diploma. The gift was supposed to be a fun joke, but it rekindled an old flame. Evele started playing again. He took lessons. He did the hard work, learnt new piano skills, and 67 years after reaching grade 7, at the age of 88, tinkling the 88 piano keys, Evele has passed his grade 8 piano exam. That too with distinction, which makes him one of a tiny percentage of people. This is no mean feat, and it shows the amazing fertility of the human mind, not just Evele's, but anyone's who chooses to explore it. Yes, the adult brain is grizzled. It cannot absorb information as well as a child's impressionable mind because mental processing speed gets slower as we age. So we assume that we cannot pick up new things or complex skills or do something meaningful as we grow older, let alone at the age of 88. Even great thinkers have shared this opinion. Einstein developed his special theory of relativity at the age of 26. He said a person who has not made his great contribution to science before the age of 30 will never do so. That is a big claim from a man of science, but science itself vehemently disagrees with it. Research says that scientists can do their best work at any stage of their career, at any age, and this applies to most things in life. Studies prove that you may face extra difficulties at age 40 or 50 or 90, but the brain will never stop learning. It can master new skills, whatever your age. It may take more effort, but this is more than repaid. Because lifelong learning is a secret to happiness, especially in old age. It lowers the risk of diseases, including dementia, heart disease, stroke, even cancer. Learning improves well-being. It gives people a sense of purpose, which adds years to life. Basically, the benefits are plenty, and people rarely ever regret learning something. Sure, research paints a rosy picture, but the journey is not always easy, we have to say this. Very few of us like being an adult beginner. It implies that you're learning something you should have done as a child. It is slightly patronizing. So we want to get over the beginner stage as quickly as possible. But research proves that a beginner mindset is crucial to learning something at any stage and at any age. It gives us the spirit of a novice, the childlike curiosity, the acceptance of failure, and the motivation to want something badly. We dare claim that a beginner's mindset is all you need to achieve something. But without it, it will be hard to go anywhere fast. So if you're in your 20s or 50s or 70s, let me ask you this. What is it that you've always wanted to do? Do you feel like it's too late to do it now? Overwhelming research shows that it really isn't. Sure, it may be tougher to learn something new today than it was a few years ago, but it is never too late. Learn to keep learning. Try it, and the payoff may surprise you. Yesterday wasn't a good day for big tech. Two major platforms experienced outages. First was Meta, the company that runs WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. The second was ChatGPT. I can't think of a worse day for Gen Z. No Meta means no Reels and no memes. No ChatGPT means no homework and no essays. So congratulations to those teens who survived that turbulent Wednesday. Of course, the saving grace was X/Twitter. still standing amid the rubble of social media outages, which is frankly surprising. You would think an internet bug would affect the anti-vax platform first, or maybe it was too toxic even for a virus. Either way, enjoy the outage meltdown. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Hundreds of Syrians rushed to get ice cream after Assad's fall at an iconic 100-year-old shop in Damascus. Tesla's Optimus humanoid robot can now navigate hills with its new neural tech power. And in China, trees seem to be getting a new wardrobe for winter. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1963, Kenya obtained independence from Britain. Britain invaded Eastern Africa towards the end of the 19th century. They would colonize the land, including Kenya, for more than half a century. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
We begin in the United States, where President-elect Donald Trump has reportedly invited Chinese President Xi Jinping to attend his inauguration in January. A CBS News report quoting multiple sources says the invitation was extended to Xi shortly after Donald Trump won the presidential election in November. Now, it's unclear whether Beijing has accepted the invitation, as the Chinese embassy in Washington has yet to make any comments. The CBS report also says inauguration officials are planning to host additional foreign heads of state.
World leaders are lining up to meet with President Trump because they know he will soon return to power and restore peace through American strength around the globe.
There's also a possibility of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban attending Donald Trump's inauguration on January 20th as well. Hungary's far-right leader shares a close relationship with the president-elect and even visited Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate just this week. Meanwhile, reports say China appears to be unlikely to accept the invitation due to historical precedents and diplomatic protocols. Until now, no Chinese head of state has ever attended the inauguration of any American president. And since taking power, Xi Jinping has always sent a special representative to attend such ceremonies. Moreover, it typically takes months of preparations before a Chinese president visits the United States. Washington doesn't have a history of hosting heads of state for the presidential inauguration. Instead, the invitation is usually extended to foreign dignitaries and diplomats. Now, the report of Donald Trump's invitation to Xi comes days after he called on China to help broker a truce between Russia and Ukraine.
Close to 600,000 Russian soldiers lay wounded or dead in a war that should never have started and could go on forever. Zelensky and Ukraine would like to make a deal and stop the madness. They have ridiculously lost 400,000 soldiers and many more civilians. There should be an immediate ceasefire and negotiations should begin. Too many lives are being so needlessly wasted, too many families destroyed, and if it keeps going, it can turn into something much bigger and far worse. I know Vladimir well. This is his time to act. China can help. The world is waiting.
However, before this latest olive branch, the president-elect repeatedly warned China of hefty tariffs, a threat Beijing fears could ignite a brutal trade war.
And we'll also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country is charging us 100 or 200% tariff or tax, then we will charge them 100 or 200% tariff or tax in return. In other words, it's an eye for an eye. And when that happens, everything will just go away. And I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families.
Now, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping last met back in 2019 on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Japan. Now it's unclear if Xi Jinping will in fact make an exception for President-elect Donald Trump's return, who is already being treated as an incumbent by world leaders. And now to the Middle East, where France has called on Israel to withdraw its forces from the Golan demilitarized zone and respect Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The appeal follows Israeli troops entering the buffer zone near the Golan Heights, which is a violation of the 1974 disengagement agreement brokered by the United Nations. The French Foreign Ministry emphasized that any military deployment in the buffer zone between Israel and Syria is a violation, urging Israel to honor its commitments.
As stated by the UN, any military deployment in the buffer zone between Israel and Syria is a violation of the 1974 disengagement agreement, which must be respected by its signatories, Israel and Syria. France reiterates its full support for the UN Disengagement Observer Force in the Golan, whose security must be maintained. France calls on Israel to withdraw from this area and to respect Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Now, alongside France, the United Nations has also echoed these concerns, warning both Israel and Syria against breaching the terms of the accord.
We are continuing to see Israeli movements and bombardments into Syrian territory. This needs to stop. This is extremely important. Let me then just give what I would call 3 key messages. We need to continue to stress the protection of civilians. This means that there needs to be what I call orderly arrangements. But it also means, and this of course, I don't need to repeat it, but it's extremely important, it needs to be inclusive arrangements. That is ensuring the representation of the broadest possible spectrum of the Syrian society and the Syrian parties.
The situation escalated after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed that Israeli defense forces entered the buffer zone to address potential security threats arising from Syria's growing instability, as rebel groups seized Damascus, forcing Syria's former president Bashar al-Assad to flee to Moscow.
After the fall of the regime in Damascus, Hamas is more isolated than ever. It hoped for the consolidation of the arenas. Instead, it got the disintegration of the arenas. And the State of Israel is establishing its position as a center of power in our region as it has not been for decades. We want to see a different Syria, both for our benefit and for the benefit of the people of Syria.
Now, in addition to the ground deployment, Israel has also carried out hundreds of airstrikes targeting Syrian military installations, chemical weapons stockpiles, and missile sites. However, these actions have left the international community divided. While Russia and Saudi Arabia have criticized the Israeli operations, the United States has offered its support.
The United States fully supports a Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political transition that leads to credible, inclusive, and non-sectarian governance, and made clear that the United States will recognize and fully support a future Syrian government that results from this process.
The actions of the Israeli armed forces, which have occupied the buffer zone in the Golan area and a number of adjacent areas, obviously violate the terms of the Syrian-Israeli Agreement on the Separation of Forces from 1974. These military actions obviously do not serve the task of stabilizing the situation in Syria, and on the contrary, they further aggravate the already extremely difficult situation that has developed in recent days in this country.
Now, as the region teeters on the edge of further conflict, the question remains just how far is Israel willing to go to secure its borders, and how the world will respond to the growing instability in the Middle East. And now, from conflict in the Middle East to conflict in Europe, Russia has accused Ukraine of using Western-supplied missiles to attack a military field located in the country's southwestern region. The Russian Defense Ministry said Kyiv fired at least 6 Army tactical missile systems supplied by the United States. Now, Moscow is vowing retaliation for the strike, saying the long-range missile attack will not go unanswered.
On the morning of December 11th, 2024, the Kyiv regime launched a missile strike with Western precision weapons at the Tagan Rock military airfield in the Rostov region. This attack by Western long-range weapons will not go unanswered, and appropriate measures will be taken.
Russia says all 6 missiles were either shot down or intercepted, and their debris caused minimal damage. Meanwhile, officials at the Pentagon raised the alarm that Kyiv's further use of these weapons could prompt Moscow to launch another intermediate-range ballistic missile at Ukraine. The missile called Oroshenk was first launched at the Ukrainian city of Dnipro last month, after Kyiv used the same U.S.-supplied weapons to strike Russian territory for the first time. Vladimir Putin claims the new missile is impossible to intercept and has destructive powers just short of being a nuclear weapon.
Напомню еще раз. Напомню, как орешник работает, как вы и просили.
Let me remind you once again how the Orshnik works, since you've asked. Dozens of warheads, homing warheads, attack the target at a speed of 10 Machs, which is about 3 kilometers per second. The temperature of the striking elements reaches 4,000 degrees. If my memory serves me right, the temperature on the surface of the sun is 5.5 to 6,000 degrees. Therefore, everything that is in the epicenter of the explosion is divided into fractions, into elementary particles, essentially turned into dust. As has already been said, we will respond to the ongoing strikes on Russian territory by Western-made long-range missiles, including by possibly continuing to test the Orshnik in combat conditions, as was done on November 21st. At present, the Ministry of Defense and the General Staff of the Russian Army are selecting targets to hit on Ukrainian territory. These could be military facilities, defense industry enterprises, or decision-making centers in Kyiv.
On Wednesday, Putin discussed the war on a call with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. The call was reportedly initiated at the request of Orban, who casts himself as a possible mediator in his self-styled Ukraine peace mission. However, the Hungarian leader move drew the ire of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. In a social media post, President Zelensky slammed Orban for undermining Western unity and mocked him for boosting his personal image.
It's absolutely clear that achieving real peace and guaranteed security requires America's determination, Europe's unity, and the unwavering commitment of all partners to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. No one should boost personal image at the expense of unity. Everyone should focus on shared success. Unity in Europe has always been key to achieving it. There can be no discussions about the war that Russia wages against Ukraine without Ukraine.
Orban responded, emphasizing the Ukrainian leaders seem to have no interest in a ceasefire by Christmas.
At the end of the Hungarian EU presidency, we made new efforts for peace. We proposed a Christmas ceasefire and a large-scale prisoner exchange. It's sad that President Zelensky clearly rejected and ruled this out today. We did what we could.
Notably, Orban is the only European leader who shares close ties with both President-elect Donald Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin. And in Iran, freedom comes at a deadly cost. A woman's choice to unveil can now lead to flogging, prison, and even execution. The new hijab law enforces harsh penalties for those who defy strict dress codes. Iranian women, however, refuse to back down, with their courage shining amid repression. Our next report explores their fight, the systemic control they endure, and the hope they ignite.
In the shadowed streets of Tehran, a young woman pulls off her headscarf, letting her hair cascade freely in the breeze. As she steps into the public eye, she knows the risk, she knows the price, yet for a fleeting moment she feels alive, reclaiming a freedom long denied. In Iran, women's bodies have become battlegrounds for control. Their right to choose is stripped away. Patriarchy dictates their lives. But each strand of unveiled hair has now become a silent scream against oppression. And now, a new law looms over them, imposing severe penalties for defying hijab mandates. The legislation promotes the culture of chastity and hijab, enforcing strict dress codes and criminalizing dissent. Women who unveil will face fines of up to $15,700, flogging, and at least 15 years of imprisonment. In some cases, death sentences loom, turning acts of personal choice into crimes punishable by death.
The international community must not stand idly by as Iranian authorities further codify repression and even resort to the death penalty to suppress dissent against compulsory veiling. They must use their leverage to press the Iranian authorities to withdraw this law and abolish compulsory veiling in law and practice. They must also pursue legal pathways to hold Iranian officials accountable for committing widespread and systematic human rights violations against women and girls through the implementation of compulsory veiling.
But this is not all. The law also extends its reach, emboldening public harassment. Iran's Article 60 will now punish any attempt to stop such harassment, making defenders of women's rights criminals themselves.
Nearly all provisions of this law contravene fundamental principles, such as Article 9 of the Iranian Constitution, which prohibits legislation that undermines citizens' freedoms, even in the name of national sovereignty. The law stipulates lengthy prison sentences for those persistently opposing mandatory hijab and encouraging others to do the same.
Businesses and institutions are not spared either. Taxi drivers, schools, and broadcasters must report non-compliance. Failure to act will invite fines and punishment. This crackdown follows the death of Mahsa Amini in 2022, when her death in custody ignited a firestorm of protests. Iranian women, fueled by grief and rage, defied dress codes in acts of bravery. Videos of their resistance spread like wildfire. Recently, a young student stripped down to her underwear in protest. She was later taken to a psychiatric hospital, her defiance punished with cruelty. Since the incident, authorities have imposed hijab clinics to treat defiant women. The move has sparked outrage, further deepening societal tensions.
This allowed for our voices to be heard by the world. What us girls did made this movement into something that continues. Now, all over the country, women are protesting the compulsory hijab in any way they can. I definitely think it made a difference.
Since the implementation, even Iranian leaders expressed unease. President Masoud Pezeshkian warned of growing discontent. Critics argue the law's enforcement will deepen unrest because the regime's grip on power is challenged by the courage of its women. For now, Iranian women are waging a battle against a relentless hierarchy of control. They plead that the silence of the international community must come to an end because oppressors thrive on indifference. They declare that women deserve lives free from tyranny. Their rights are non-negotiable and their fight is far from over.
And finally, we couldn't end without addressing Elon Musk. The Tesla CEO has hit a new milestone, becoming the first person in history to surpass a net worth of $400 billion. Now, this is fueled by his SpaceX shares sale and a record Tesla stock prices. Musk's wealth tied to ventures like Tesla and SpaceX continues to grow despite him courting numerous controversies. Here's our report detailing his rise in wealth.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send them.
Elon Musk, the world's foremost poster child for unfiltered tweets and eye-raising business antics, is back in the headlines. Not for promising to genetically engineer a baby for Taylor Swift or rekindling his love affair with marijuana on a podcast, but for a feat that even monopoly tycoons might envy. His net worth has soared past a jaw-dropping $447 billion. Yes, that's 11 zeros. Thanks to a conveniently timed insider share sale of his privately held space juggernaut SpaceX, Musk pocketed an extra $50 billion. This little boost, paired with Tesla shares rocketing to an all-time high of $424.77, pushed his estimated net worth to an eye-watering $447 billion. This is as per the Bloomberg Billionaire Index. Now, Musk occupies the gilded throne on the list. The next milestone for his net worth is a trillionaire badge. Musk's treasure chest isn't the result of just one golden goose, he's got a whole flock. His sprawling empire includes Tesla, the electric vehicle pioneer, SpaceX, the rocket launcher, a tunnel construction business called The Boring Company, brain chip startup Neuralink, X, formerly known as Twitter, and his latest artificial intelligence venture called XAI. SpaceX alone accounted for $82 billion of Musk's wealth before the recent sale. XAI, the newcomer, has already mushroomed in value to $50 billion, fueled by fundraising and Musk's relentless AI hype. Tesla, meanwhile, has become the glittering gold of his portfolio. Its shares buoyed by the expectation that the new Donald Trump administration will have friendly policies. Investors are betting on Musk's Tesla as if it can save the planet by electric vehicles alone. This has made it a golden ticket for Musk under the guise of environmentalism, conveniently ignoring his environmental footprint from endless rocket launches. However, Musk's triumphs aren't just the result of his supposed genius or daring bets. They're also underwritten by, you guessed it, US tax dollars. SpaceX has raked in nearly $20 billion in federal contracts since the year 2008. largely from NASA and the Department of Defense. Trump's cozy relationship with Musk doesn't hurt either. Musk is a co-chair of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, an ironic title if there ever was one. He's going to get benefits from federal policies that conveniently align with his corporate interests. SpaceX, for example, enjoyed the president-elect's vocal support for missions to Mars, a cause that Musk has marketed as humanity's last hope. But it could just as easily be his retirement plan. Musk's meteoric rise came after a turbulent 2022, when Tesla stock plummeted, wiping out between $180 billion and $200 billion from his fortune. Lesser billionaires might have taken a moment to lick their wounds, but not Musk. He's proof that the rich don't just bounce back. They slingshot into the stratosphere, powered by investor optimism, government subsidies, and of course, relentless self-promotion. Elon Musk's ascent is a masterclass in the art of leveraging public funds, investor fantasies, and a media machine eager to amplify his every move. Love him or loathe him, he's the quintessential modern billionaire. Brash, unrelenting, and seemingly untouchable. His story is one of audacity and absurdity. A saga that leaves people asking, how much richer can one man get?
That's our show for today. We thank you so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I am Utsaf Parekh. We begin our show with updates from Mozambique. Protests continue in the southern African nation after the highly contested October 9th presidential election. The ruling Frelimo party won the election by more than 70% of the vote. The Frelimo has extended its 49-year rule with the win. However, opposition parties have accused Frelimo of election fraud. The runner-up in the election, Venancio Mondlane, who won more than 20% of the votes, says he's the true winner. Mondlane is currently in hiding in South Africa, but he has been orchestrating nationwide protests in Mozambique since November. The protests have often turned violent, with both the Mozambican police and Mondlane supporters resorting to violence.
Soldiers show strength and they show that they are with us. They keep their faces covered because, as it said, they are afraid of the superior order, so they wear masks. But when they arrive, they say, "We are with you, we support the same cause." My protest is not vandalism. No, I am concerned with the future of the young people. What's going to happen with them tomorrow? That's what matters to me.
However, every time violence spikes in Mozambique, neighboring South Africa shuts down its main Lebombo border with the country. This has affected bilateral trade and people-to-people relations.
The most important thing is that the people coming in and out of this border are our livelihoods. But no, there is no one coming in or out here. Our lives are being affected because the Mozambican government is not reaching an agreement with its people. So the order of the economy can stabilize.
Now, it's not just South Africa that's shutting its doors to Mozambique. Several foreign firms in Mozambique are also rethinking their future. 2 Australian firms have already decided to close their operations in Mozambique. They are now thinking of exiting the country. South 32 is a smelting company that is implementing contingency plans in Mozambique. Amid the ongoing post-election violence, South 32 has withdrawn its aluminium production forecast for the year. The mining and metals company says that roadblocks and violence are making the transport of minerals impossible. Another Australian firm, Syria Resources, is struggling to continue with its graphite mining operations in Mozambique. Syria Resources has declared a force majeure, which means the company may not be able to meet its yearly deliverables owing to external liabilities. The 2 Australian firms run mining operations in opposite sides of Mozambique. The South 32 aluminium smelting plant is just west of the capital, Maputo. The Syria Resources graphite plant is in the north, in Balama. Both the Australian firms say that the protests, violence, and the shutting down of the border with South Africa routinely affect production, labor availability, transportation, logistics, and the security of the plants. The protests in Mozambique aren't just affecting the mining operations of the Australian firms, they are also impacting global investors. After the 2 companies announced the stoppage of their operations, shares of both the companies saw a drastic fall. While the shares of South 32 fell by over 2% since the announcement, the shares of Syria Resources dropped by a whopping 28%. It's the largest slide in shares for the company in half a decade. The 2 companies have now demobilized most of their operational personnel from the mining sites. With Australian firms making an exit from Mozambique, it remains to be seen whether other international firms will also pack their bags and leave the country, as Mozambique struggles to contain the post-election turmoil. For more on this, we have with us Fredsen Guillain, a Mozambican political analyst, live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hello. How is the civil unrest in Mozambique impacting the operations of major mining companies like Syria Resources and South 32? And what are the potential economic implications for the region?
Thank you very much for having me. I think, as you clearly said in your piece, these companies are struggling to operate because they cannot transport the goods, the workers that cannot go to the sites, and also they cannot get important elements to run their own productions. So it's a complicated scenario, and most of these companies depend a lot. Mozambique depends substantially on South Africa to get equipment for operations, but also for transportation of the productions from these companies. For example, aluminium from Mozambique, Mozal aluminium gets transported to the global market through South Africa. So it goes from Maputo to South Africa, and it's from there that it's then sent to Europe. And graphite also it needs to be transported from the site to points of transportation through railway, for example, or maybe through road. So this has been affected by the demonstrations, but I think this has to be not seen regarded only economically, because, as you asked clearly, it affects the economy of the region. Lots of South African companies, the South African business community is suffering already from this context. but this needs to be located politically. It's part of the strategy of the leader of this movement to try to make it impossible for business to continue as usual, as a way to force the ruling Frelimo to concede in its demands. So it's a political, it's an economic implication of a political problem that needs to be resolved in Mozambique.
Okay, so while it's a political problem, it's also a human problem. Now, with these companies declaring force majeure, their production is getting affected. What steps are the companies taking to mitigate the risks and ensure employee safety?
Well, I'm not sure about the steps they're taking. I think they would be in the best position to answer to your question. But what I have seen from your piece and what I've read is one of the reasons why they are halting production is to guarantee also safety for their own workers. The safety of the site also, in my understanding, means safety of the workers and of the people. I hope that that's one of the objectives. But I think one of the other things that make these companies easily targeted by the demonstrators is the belief that they are connected to the elite on one side. On the other side, as you know, commodities like aluminium and also graphite, and speaking more generally, extractivism doesn't really create much jobs locally, and it doesn't really change the conditions of the people locally as it could be. So it is very easy to turn these companies as targets in these kinds of situation, because more than changing the lives of the populations positively, they result in grabbing of the territories of the communities, grabbing the lands, preventing access to water, and also violation of human rights. And Mozal's aluminium has been accused of polluting the air in Maputo, and the companies producing graphite in Cabo Delgado have already been subjected to contestation by the local population because of violations of human rights of communities there. So it's very easy then in a context like this, where you don't create jobs, where you are highly connected with the local elite that is perceived to be corrupt, where you are accused of violating human rights, where you pollute the environment, it becomes very easy for you to be targeted by demonstrations.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your insights. We really appreciate it. And we'll come back to you when there are some more developments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, shifting our focus to the political turmoil in Ghana. Ghana's police have arrested more than 100 people over acts of lawlessness. Most of the arrested people are supporters of President-elect John Mahama. His supporters, who seek jobs under the incoming administration, allegedly attacked state institutions. They reportedly looted properties and engaged in disturbances. The angry supporters also torched 2 Electoral Commission offices. This was over a delay in the announcement of the presidential election result and disagreements over parliamentary poll results. The protests took a violent turn as the incoming president's loyalists clashed with police officials. The violence has left some police and military personnel injured. The Ghanaian army has warned the public against attempts to disarm deployed soldiers. The army has now allowed its troops to use lethal force if necessary. The new president-elect, Mahama, has condemned the violence and asked his supporters to exercise restraint. He has also urged the incumbent president, Nana Akufo-Addo, and security agencies to act decisively and curb the ongoing violence in the West African nation. Meanwhile, Mahama's presidential opponent and the incumbent vice president, Mahamudu Bawumia, publicly asked the president-elect to rein in his supporters, who are allegedly involved in the violent attacks. Political tensions in Ghana follow the presidential and parliamentary elections on December 9th. Mahama and his National Democratic Congress, or NDC party, won both the elections, making a comeback to power after nearly 8 years. The NDC leader secured a second term in office after serving as Ghana's president between 2012 and 2017. He will be sworn in again on January 7th.
The results of this election, as declared today by the Electoral Commissioner, show that the National Democratic Congress, with me, John Dramani Mahama, as leader, has just chalked one of the most emphatic victories in the electoral history of the Fourth Republic. We have therefore been bestowed with a very outstanding mandate by the good people of Ghana. I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive such an overwhelming endorsement from the Ghanaian people.
While Mahama secured 56% of the votes, his NDC won 186 seats in the 266-member parliament. The ruling New Patriotic Party, or NPP, managed to secure just 76 seats.
I'm here because when the New Patriotic Party was in power, they didn't do the things they should have done for us. They lied to us. They brought us free education, but you can't say that you'll send us to school for free and afterwards you won't have a job. That's why we voted against NPP leader.
The chaos that ensued in Ghana is coherent with the country's winner-take-all trend. Supporters of the winning party take over government institutions, asking the appointees of the incumbent administration to vacate their posts before the swearing-in ceremony. Similar attacks by winning party members on government bodies have taken place in the past as well, during the transition period. Ghana remains one of the only few successful democracies in the West African region. As the country prepares to turn the page, ensuring a smooth transfer of power should remain the top priority for the outgoing and the incoming leaders. It looks like it's Somalia and Ethiopia have set aside their differences. Leaders of the two countries met in Turkey's capital Ankara last night. The meeting was hosted by Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Erdogan first welcomed Somalia's President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, followed by Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. This was the third round of talks between Somalia and Ethiopia, which Turkey was hosting. However, it was the first time since January that the leaders of Somalia and Ethiopia agreed to be in the same room. Tensions between the two African nations have been frosty since January. That's because the landlocked Ethiopia struck a deal with Somaliland, a breakaway region of Somalia, for access to the seas via the Berbera port. In return, Ethiopia pledged to recognize Somaliland internationally. However, Somalia considers Somaliland an integral part of its sovereign territory, and Mogadishu saw Ethiopia's agreement with Somaliland as a direct threat to its national integrity. Now, Ankara had previously attempted to patch relations between Mogadishu and Addis Ababa in July and August. However, both meetings failed to find a compromise. But this time round, Erdogan has confirmed that both Ethiopia and Somalia will set aside their differences.
With the valuable contribution of both countries, we have created a joint declaration text that we have agreed on today. This joint declaration focuses on the future, not the past, and records the principles that these two friendly countries will build from now on. I congratulate both of my brothers for reaching to this historical reconciliation with devotion and thank them for their constructive attitude.
The leaders of Ethiopia and Somalia also pledged to put their differences aside and work together.
We have common and mutual opportunities to develop together in our own interests. Somalia will contribute towards that, and we are ready to work with the Ethiopian leadership and the Ethiopian people to benefit the opportunities that we had in all aspects.
Allow me to assert here again that Ethiopia's aspiration for secure and reliable access to the sea is a peaceful venture and one that would benefit all our neighbors. With the growing youth population, the demands for our economy warrants such access.
Here's what we know about the Somalia-Ethiopia rapprochement so far. The first step is to improve bilateral ties between the two countries. Both Ethiopia and Somalia will move towards peace and de-escalate tensions. The two countries will hold official talks starting February 2025 and lasting 4 months. The talks will be centered around Ethiopia ending its agreement with Somaliland in exchange for access to Somalia's ports. The declaration also states that both Mogadishu and Addis Ababa will increase bilateral trade and commercial agreements. Now, Turkey had hosted the two nations for talks earlier as well. Ankara has good relations with both Mogadishu and Addis Ababa. This includes multiple drone deals and oil exploration agreements. With Ethiopia and Somalia agreeing to set aside their differences, this means that the breakaway region of Somaliland has now lost the support of one nation. Somaliland recently held presidential elections. Most candidates promised independence, but it continues to struggle with gaining any international recognition. With Ethiopia now normalizing ties with Somalia, Somaliland's ambitions of sovereignty have been thrown to the seas. And now moving to Botswana. The country is home to over 100,000 elephants. It houses more elephants than any other country in the world. But in recent years, a tragedy has hit Botswana. Hundreds of elephants have been dying in the southern African nation. The mystery has shocked the world. What is this silent killer? And how does its deadly grip threaten not just African elephants, but wider wildlife in the region? Our next report has more.
In the sprawling wilderness of Botswana, a chilling mystery unfolded in 2020. Over 350 African elephants were found dead. Their massive body frames were scattered across the sunlit savanna. The sheer scale and suddenness of the elephant deaths sent shockwaves across the world. The fallen guardians of African wildlife were found with their precious tusks intact. So poaching was immediately ruled out as the cause of death. There were no clinical signs of a disease outbreak either. For months, the country of over 100,000 African elephants had one question. What could be the reason that killed these mighty creatures in their prime? Botswana's wildlife officials concluded that toxins in drinking water killed these elephants. And now, scientists have answered how exactly these toxins killed Botswana's majestic tuskers. In the summer of 2020, when humans were combating the COVID-19 pandemic, elephants in Botswana were dying due to a poisonous brew in their drinking water. In the country's Okavango Delta, watering holes across 6,000 square kilometers were contaminated. The contaminant was a microgiant unknown in Botswana, the cyanobacteria or blue-green algae.
A diagnosis of neurotoxic cyanobacterial poisoning from seasonal water plants has been made relating to the elephant mortality in Botswana that started April of this year.
Cyanobacteria are microorganisms that thrive in stagnant, nutrient-rich waters. Some of them produce toxins potent enough to bring down one of Earth's largest mammals. Scientists say that Botswana's fallen elephants likely drank water from several contaminated puddles starting in May 2020. Satellite imagery showed that these elephants traveled an average of 16.5 kilometers after drinking contaminated water. With each sip, the invisible danger mounted until it became fatal. Within 88 hours of the first contaminated sip, the final blow of toxins knocked off the life from the giant bodies of these elephants. Botswana's water puddles became death traps for its elephants. Later, officials promised intervention to prevent such mass die-off events.
Isolation of cyanobacteria in our freshwater system is a concern because it has the potential to negatively impact on our wildlife population, and we will ensure to put up measures that allow us to monitor effectively and intervene where a need arises.
The latest study suggests that similar mass die-off events may take place in southern Africa in the future as well. Climate change is creating conditions ripe for similar toxic blooms in the region. The animals in the region face exceptionally high risks of toxin exposure in the water they drink. The next mass die-off event could be as bad as the worst mass mortality events in Earth's history. In Botswana, the giants of the savannah have fallen not to poachers or predators, but to an invisible, insidious threat born of nature's imbalance. As climate change fuels toxic blooms and human pressures intensify, the stakes for Africa's elephants have never been higher. The question now is urgent. Can Botswana, the sanctuary of Earth's largest elephant population, rise to protect its elephants? Or will the next catastrophe rewrite the country's wildlife history?
That's it on the show today. We'll see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The situation in Syria is said to be fluid, but it's closer to a powder keg. One wrong move and things could get ugly. It could escalate into another full-blown war. There are two places where it could erupt. One is in the south with Israel and the other is in the east with the Kurds. Let's start with what Israel is doing. Syrian military installations are under attack. They're being blown up by Israel. The Israeli army just released a video. It purportedly shows them blowing up weapon factories and even Syrian Air Force jets. Now, how would you feel in this situation? Imagine that you're a rebel fighter. You just ousted a tyrannical regime. You're working to consolidate your grip on power, but then a foreign nation enters your territory. They send troops into disputed border regions, and now they're blowing up your newly acquired military infrastructure. You can see why the Syrian rebels won't be happy with this. Israel says it is doing all this to secure itself. It says it does not want Syrian military assets falling into terrorist hands. But what they're doing also has side effects. It is likely to anger the new rulers of Damascus and perhaps encourage them to hit back. Even Israel's big brother, the US, is wary about this.
Again, the Israelis have been clear about what they're doing and why they're doing it. I think across the board, when it comes to any actors who have real interest in Syria, it's also really important at this time that we all try to make sure that we're not sparking any additional conflicts. That's also an important objective.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in West Asia again. It's his 12th trip to the region since last October, since the Gaza war broke out. But this time his focus is Syria. His goal is what he stated, to prevent additional conflicts. Israel is one potential spoiler in Syria, but Washington seems to be more concerned with another foreign actor, and that is Turkey. Antony Blinken flew down to Ankara yesterday. He met with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and their Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. Blinken's first goal was to get the Turks on the same page. While the US and Turkey are technically allies, they're both NATO members, they have been on opposing sides in Syria. The countries back separate rebel groups, and these groups have been clashing. We've told you about the Turkish interest before. They're dead against the Kurdish forces in northern Syria. Turkey has a large Kurdish population, and some of them want a separate country for Kurds. And Ankara has been fighting the separatist forces for decades. It believes that the Kurds in Syria are working with their brethren in Turkey. So Ankara has used the turmoil in Syria to go after the Kurds there. The rebels backed by Turkey attacked the city of Manjib this week. This city was held by Kurdish forces earlier. There were clashes in Manjib all week. Reports say that more than 200 people were killed. But a shaky ceasefire now seems to be in place in Manjib. However, the hostilities are spreading to other places. The new flashpoint is Deir ez-Zor. It's a city in eastern Syria. It was controlled by the Kurds, but now it seems they've been pushed out of this region. Turkey sees this as a victory against what it considers a terrorist group. So that's one side of the story. Turkey's battle against the Kurds. It's playing out. But the US sees things differently. Washington supports these Kurdish forces. In fact, they're a key ally in America's fight against terrorism, especially against the ISIS. And the ISIS is rearing its ugly head again in Syria. The Kurds helped the US defeat ISIS in the past, and Washington wants to keep using them. So it's a delicate balance. The US wants Turkey to stop fighting the Kurds so that the Kurds can focus on the ISIS. And that is part of why Blinken went to Ankara, to try and rein in the Turks.
We're very focused on Syria, very focused on the opportunity that now is before us and before the Syrian people to move from out from under the shackles of Bashar al-Assad to a different and better future for the Syrian people, one that the Syrian people decide for themselves. And we talked about how Turkey, how the United States, how other partners in the region can support those efforts. And I think there's broad agreement on what we would each like to see going forward.
Saving the Kurds isn't the only thing on Blinken's agenda. The US also wants to make use of Turkey's influence in Syria, of their ties to the new people in charge, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS. Washington doesn't have direct links to this group, but Ankara does. Turkey's Secret Service chief was spotted in Damascus yesterday, around the same time that Blinken was making his way to Ankara. Turkey also announced that it plans to reopen its embassy in Syria. The embassy has been closed since 2012. Now they want to reopen it. Turkey has appointed a temporary chargé d'affaires. It's clear that Turkey is trying to work with the new Syrian government. And the US wants to make use of this. They also want a seat at the table. So this is the situation. It's currently advantaged Turkey. They have the ties to power. They are the ones backing attacks on the Kurds. And they are the ones best placed to avoid a new war. Will the US be able to convince Erdogan to ease the pressure, though? Or will Turkey push forward with its own agenda, risking even more conflict in Syria? We'll keep tracking the story as it develops. Syria as a nation has been through a lot. 13 years of civil war, 500,000 people dead. There's more rubble than buildings there. The economy is in a shambles. Yet Bashar al-Assad led quite a luxurious life. Look at his presidential palace in Damascus. As you can see, it's a sprawling, luxurious compound. 3 6-story buildings surrounded by manicured gardens. The interiors are even more opulent. The doors are bulletproof. Inside, the floors are lined with the finest marble. There are plush red carpets. The furnishing is high-end, like chandeliers made of crystal. There's expensive furniture, countless boxes of jewelry, bank records for millions of dollars, antique goods, racks of designer clothes, and refrigerators full of meat. His garage was full of luxury cars worth millions of dollars, including a rare Ferrari F50. It has an eye-watering price tag of $5.5 million. Assad fled the country last week. Ordinary Syrians have since raided his palace. Some have left with goods, including designer bags and furniture. Others just wanted to see how the family lived.
After he became arrogant and tyrannical, dominating the land for 13 years from 2011 to 2024, causing hunger, killings, torture, and the displacement of Syrian children. Today, we were finally able to enter Bashar al-Assad's palace. His palace has now become a place for the Syrian people.
I came to see what we were forbidden from seeing because we were not supposed to witness these things. We had to remain in the reality we lived in, poverty, deprivation, and hardship. I came to witness what he owns, which we do not have.
For years, Syria's First Lady Asma al-Assad insisted that they led an ordinary life, that there were no trappings of luxury. Yet these pictures tell a different story. And speaking of pictures, the palace was full of them. Family holiday photos, pictures of parties. There were signs of a normal life too. Homework done by the children, birthday letters, even a Mother's Day card, all found scattered across the floor. So how did Assad fund this luxurious lifestyle? Of course, he had the backing of Russia and Iran, but he needed something more. Another robust source of income, and that came in the form of a drug, Captagon. It's a stimulant drug originally developed in the 1960s. It was legal for a while. By 1990, exports of this drug were limited, and in 2009, countries stopped manufacturing it altogether. And that's when Syria took over. They started producing this drug illegally. It took a few cents to produce a Captagon pill. It was then sent across the border to Jordan and finally to Saudi Arabia. That's where the drug was sold for nearly $25. Captagon is mostly found in West Asia, especially in the Gulf states. You see, alcohol is illegal there, so they use Captagon for recreational purposes. The drug made it to conflict zones as well. Hamas fighters are said to be using it, or were said to be using it. So large parts of West Asia was hooked onto this drug, and Syria was the drug dealer. The trade was run primarily by Maher al-Assad, the brother of Bashar al-Assad. By some estimates, the business was worth $10 billion, which is funny because Syria's GDP is less than $9 billion. So Captagon kept Assad afloat. And since taking over, the rebels have targeted it, dismantling his large network of drug trade.
After we entered and did a sweep, we found that this is a factory for Maher al-Assad and his partner Amir Kidi. They work in Captagon and drugs. And we found a large number of devices that were stuffed with packages of Captagon pills meant to be smuggled out of the country.
So what happens to the Assads now? They lost their source of income. They lost their country. What will they do now? We know that Bashar al-Assad fled to Moscow. His wife and children were already there. Sources suggest that he had two choices, Russia or Iran. But in the end, he chose Moscow. His son studies in the city. Also, his wife would get better medical care there. She was diagnosed with cancer in May this year. And that made Russia the top choice. Of course, the Assads will lead a comfortable life there, but it won't be the same. It will neither be luxurious nor extravagant. They may stay below the radar. That doesn't mean, though, that they are strapped for money. The family's net worth is around $2 billion, hidden in offshore tax havens, shell companies, and real estate holdings. They also own 20 apartments in Moscow, valued at over $30 million. So the Assads, of course, won't be struggling. For years, they ruled Syria with an iron fist. The family lived in opulence as the people continued to suffer. In Moscow, they will live as shadows of their former selves, haunted by the legacy of destruction that they've left behind. A few days ago, India's Foreign Secretary visited Dhaka. Vikram Misri met with Mohammad Yunus, the leader of Bangladesh's interim government. He goes by the title of Chief Advisor. Now, during this meeting, Yunus made a request. he asked for help to quote-unquote clear the clouds over the bilateral relationship between India and Bangladesh. And it sounded like an attempt to mend ties. After several rounds of provocation, Yunus seemed to be making the right noises finally. But within days, he's changed his tune again. Mohammad Yunus is back to stirring tensions with India. He is once again lecturing New Delhi, this time by calling for the revival of SAARC. He made these comments at a meeting yesterday. It wasn't even a meeting of diplomats or political parties. It was a virtual gathering of oncologists from SAARC nations. It was supposed to be an apolitical event, yet Yunus turned it into an opportunity to target India, to score political points and to deliver more unwarranted remarks. But first things first, what is SAARC? SAARC stands for South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. It is a grouping of 7 South Asian nations: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. This is the group that Yunus is talking about. He said, and I'm quoting, SAARC is very important to me. And he said he wants to activate the dead grouping, but the frosty ties between India and Pakistan were coming in the way. In fact, let me share the exact quote. This is what Mohammad Yunus said: SAARC is not being activated because of some issues between India and Pakistan. I think the problems between the two countries should not affect other countries. Now, this is not the first time that he said this, knowing fully well what issues India has with Pakistan and why New Delhi insists that terror and talks cannot go hand in hand. So why did Mohammad Yunus say what he did? Perhaps his words betray his political ambitions. They show how he wants to shape regional politics and Bangladesh's ties with its neighbors. Consider what Yunus said next, and I'm quoting again: if South Asian leaders meet every year, stand together and take pictures, it sends a message to the world that we are united. This will present South Asian countries to the world in a positive light and help them move forward. I must say that's a very reductive approach. Diplomacy is not just about posing for pictures. And we all know why SAARC has failed. Diplomatic groupings succeed only when there's a convergence of interests and values, when members can agree on a common agenda, like establishing security. And in fact, security has been a key priority for SAARC. After all, most of its members share borders with each other. But how can SAARC be secure when one of its members actively undermines regional security? We are talking about Pakistan. It is a state sponsor of terrorism, and it has single-handedly derailed SAARC. Its open support to terror groups has made meaningful cooperation impossible. Plus, Islamabad has time and again misused the forum to push its Kashmir agenda. This has blocked progress within SAARC, and India has repeatedly highlighted this. And other SAARC members have supported India, including Bangladesh. 4 SAARC countries have been backing India's position: Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Afghanistan, as you know, is now led by the Taliban. But now Bangladesh, under Mohammad Yunus, is going in a different direction. Which brings us to the question, what are Yunus's priorities after all? He's not an elected leader of Bangladesh. As chief advisor, he has a clear mandate: restore law and order, stabilize the economy, and hold elections. Has Yunus delivered on any of these fronts? Let's look at his track record so far. An election is out of the question at the moment because Yunus has fallen behind on the reforms plan. Last month, he appealed for patience. He said he needs more time. How much time? It could take up to 4 years, he said.
I am not sure how much reform we will be able to make. But I promise you, if you give us the opportunity, we will complete some mandatory reforms and then go for the highly sought-after election we all are looking for. I would request you to keep patience till then.
There are a lot of ifs here. Where does this leave Bangladesh's economy? It faces significant challenges. Inflation remains a pressing issue. Last month, it crossed 11%. That's the highest in 4 months. And what is driving this spike? Mostly the high food prices. Businesses are feeling the strain. Recently, a survey of Bangladeshi businesses was published. It highlighted 4 major risks to the economy. Again, inflation was at the top, followed by economic downturn, poverty, and inequality. Instead of fixing all of this, Mohammad Yunus wants to revive SAARC He wants to launch new currency notes to erase the image of the country's founder, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, from the Bangladeshi taka. He wants to get India to muzzle Sheikh Hasina. She's been living in New Delhi for more than 4 months now. Initially, she remained quiet, but now she has started speaking at international forums. She has been criticizing Yunus, accusing him of mass killings and calling him selfish and greedy. India has refused to endorse Hasina's remarks, but it's a gesture that has not been reciprocated. Dhaka has largely ignored Delhi's concerns, especially on the growing attacks on minorities in Bangladesh. The Hindu community there is being targeted.
Foreign Secretary highlighted during his talks India's support for a democratic, stable, peaceful, progressive and inclusive Bangladesh. He also reiterated India's willingness to build a positive and constructive relationship with Bangladesh based on mutual trust and respect and mutual sensitivity to each other's concerns and interests. Foreign Secretary also discussed certain developments and issues and conveyed India's concerns, especially those relating to the safety and welfare of minorities.
But let alone addressing it, the Yunus government does not even admit that there's a problem. They constantly downplay and undermine the severity of these incidents and challenges, and that sums up the problem. An unelected leader pushing his flawed diplomatic agenda and prioritizing politics over the people of his country.
It is time to shift to a wartime mindset and turbocharge.
Our next story is about NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO members finally seem to have woken up. The European ones think that they are in danger, and they have realized that they need to do more. They are planning to increase their defense spending to 3% of their GDP, and this is a huge win for the United States, especially for Donald Trump. Let me give you some background first. NATO is a Western military alliance. It has 32 members, 30 in Europe, plus Canada and the US. NATO was supposed to be a security bulwark for the Western world. But in recent years, it changed. It became an excuse, a way for Europe to shirk its defensive duties and leave security to Big Brother America. That's how it's been since the 1990s at least, but things finally seem to be changing because of two major factors. One is Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the second is the return of Donald Trump. Trump first took aim at NATO in 2018 during his first term as president. He pulled up the other NATO members for not contributing their fair share. NATO has a guideline. It wants members to spend 2% of their GDP on defense. Every member should spend 2% of the GDP on defense, but most countries don't do it. So Donald Trump called them out on it. He threatened to pull the US out of NATO, or at the very least, not protect what he called the delinquent states. That's how he put it. He called them delinquents. The words were harsh, but they gave NATO members a much-needed reality check. Most of them started to increase their defense spending, but it was happening slowly. Then in 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine, and that's when real progress took place. Europe was shaken, so it started to invest in its defenses. European NATO members increased spending by $100 billion. This is over the last 2 years. And things became even more urgent this year after Donald Trump won the US presidential election. The European NATO members know that they are on the clock. So how many NATO members spend 2% of their GDP on defense now? Until 2018, just 6 of them did. But this year, the number has gone up to 23. It is major progress. But is it enough? NATO chief Mark Rutte does not think so.
A decade ago, allies agreed it was time to invest in defense once again. The benchmark was set at 2%. By 2023, NATO allies agreed to invest at least 2%. At least. I can tell you, we are going to need a lot more than 2%.
NATO is now calling for even more defense spending. 2% is not enough. They want to increase it to 2.5% in the short term and 3% by 2030. NATO is planning to put forth this proposal next year during their summit in June, and that will happen in the Netherlands. It's a steep hike, but the NATO chief defended this increase.
We are not ready for what is coming our way in 4 to 5 years. Danger is moving towards us at full speed. We must not look the other way. We must face it. What is happening in Ukraine could happen here too. And regardless of the outcome of this war, we will not be safe in the future unless we are prepared to deal with danger. We can do that. We can prevent the next big war on NATO territory and preserve our way of life. This requires us all to be faster and fiercer. It is time to shift to a wartime mindset and turbocharge our defense production and defense spending.
He's talking about preventing the next war and preserving the Western way of life. That may sound nice, but it won't be easy. Spending 3% of the GDP on defense is not that simple. Western governments are not exactly rolling in cash right now. It's the opposite, in fact. Look at Germany and France. Budgetary issues just took down governments in both these countries. Things aren't great in Britain either. Their chancellor recently issued a warning. She said that increasing the defense budget would mean cuts elsewhere, possibly leading to austerity measures. And the UK is one of the better NATO contributors. It has consistently met the 2% threshold. This year, it hit 2.3%. And even they are saying that it's tough to go beyond this. Only 5 NATO members currently spend 3% or more of their GDP on defense. Poland comes on top, Estonia, then the US, which comes in the 3rd place. Then there's Latvia and Greece. That's it. These are the countries that spend 3% or more on defense. Everyone else is behind. So they will feel the pinch if NATO decides to go for the 3% target. Now let's turn to the UK, where a political row has erupted. There are a lot of reasons for politicians to spar: the economy, immigration, the war in Ukraine, the list goes on and on. But British politicians aren't focusing on those things. They have decided to fight about what really matters: sandwiches. That's right, sandwiches. Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the opposition, took a swipe at sandwiches recently. And Prime Minister Keir Starmer was not having it. Then some other politicians joined in, leading to one of the most ridiculous spats you're likely to see. Here's our report.
How do you like your sandwiches? Grilled or toasted? With some melted cheese in between? Or maybe fresh and healthy, made with brown bread perhaps? Or maybe you're one of the people who don't like sandwiches at all. If you're in that third category, it's best to stay clear of the UK, because a storm is raging over this very issue. A political firestorm, which centres around the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch. Badenoch gave an interview recently. It came out yesterday, and it gave British tabloids something new to talk about. Most of what she said was ignored. The focus was on her take on lunch and sandwiches. Badenoch said that lunch is for wimps, which is obviously harsh. But her worst was saved for sandwiches. She said, "I'm not a sandwich person. I don't think sandwiches are a real food. It's what you have for breakfast." This was apparently the wrong thing to say. Her opponents, the ruling Labour Party, were quick to seize the opportunity. A spokesperson for Prime Minister Keir Starmer said, "The Prime Minister is quite happy with a sandwich lunch." The spokesperson added, "I think he enjoys a tuna sandwich and occasionally a cheese toastie." Badenoch was not amused. She hit back on social media. She accused the Prime Minister of wasting time by talking about her jokes and ignoring real issues like an ongoing farmer protest. She seemed to be trying to hit 2 birds with 1 stone, highlighting the silence over farmer issues and clarifying that her sandwich dig was a joke. That second part, the clarification, may have been necessary, because it isn't just Starmer trying to capitalize on the sandwich spat. It's also her other opponents, like Nigel Farage, the leader of the Reform UK party. Farage put out a video to mock Badenoch. Take a look.
The leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, Kemi Badenoch, says that lunch is for wimps. Well, I tell you what, I think that lunch is pretty cool. But on the busy days, I stay in the office and have a sandwich. She even thinks sandwiches are wrong. Now, I leave it up to you, centre-right voters, to decide what kind of leadership you want. Lunch is for wimps or me. Cheers, everybody.
Farage is using the lunch and sandwich drama to canvass for votes. That's how much it has blown up. Sandwiches are overshadowing all the bigger issues right now. The British economy? Sandwiches contribute $10 billion to it annually. Immigration and cultural issues? British people have been eating sandwiches since 1762. Since the Earl of Sandwich first had them made. They are apparently a part of British heritage. This is what has become of British political discourse these days. Everything's being viewed with sandwich-tinted glasses.
Let's discuss big tech and Donald Trump. They've had a love-hate relationship. Nearly 4 years ago, after Trump lost the election, he was banned from all major social media platforms. So he went ahead and launched his own. It's called Truth Social. Now he has won the latest election, and those same platforms are rolling out the red carpet for him. Their CEOs are now eager to win his favor. They're even cutting million-dollar checks to do so. Our next report explores how big tech is trying to get back in Trump's good graces.
The Capitol riots were an unprecedented event in America's political history. US lawmakers blamed Donald Trump for the chaos. At the time, they argued it was Trump who lit the fire, which led to the attack on the US Congress. The internet platforms agreed. More than 10 of them deplatformed Donald Trump while he was still a sitting president. This effectively silenced Trump on the internet, and he had no recourse to fight back. Nearly 4 years later, the tables have turned. Trump has made a comeback on the internet's largest platforms. He's also won the election and is preparing to return to the White House. This shift has forced big tech to recalibrate. Consider Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, which is Facebook's parent company. Zuckerberg used to be a supporter of liberal politics. More significantly, he had a difficult relationship with Donald Trump. So much so, Trump has termed Facebook the enemy of the people. Zuckerberg has now pivoted to the hard right. Now he calls Trump a badass. After his victory, Zuckerberg paid a visit to Mar-a-Lago and had dinner with the president-elect. Now Zuckerberg has made a donation. Meta has given $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. This is a pool of money that's usually used to finance different events and ceremonies around the inauguration, like a parade or the inaugural ball. For big businesses, such donations are a good way to build a relationship with the new president. Which is why Zuckerberg isn't the only one cutting a check. Jeff Bezos is also making a donation. His company, Amazon, has committed $1 million as well. Reports say Bezos plans to sit down with Trump next week. More tech CEOs have sought an appointment with Trump. This includes Google CEO Sundar Pichai and Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff. Benioff also owns Time magazine, which has named Trump as Person of the Year. He congratulated Trump yesterday in a post on X. So why is big tech eager to meet Trump? The reason is simple. They want to get into Trump's good books and manage, if not avoid, any disruption which a Trump presidency might bring. During his campaign, Trump repeatedly criticized big tech. He accused them of favoring the Democratic Party.
January 6th rally was a protest against a crooked election carried out by unhinged Democrats, big tech, and working with the fake news media, all working together to defeat Republicans and your favorite president, me.
The last presidential election wasn't compromised, but Trump still holds a grudge. He has an axe to grind with big tech for muzzling him. With Trump returning to the Oval Office next month, the tech giants are keen to avoid any further backlash.
Picture this. Dozens of nations come together. They hold a competition, a parade of scantily clad young women who are rated and ranked. The male gaze laps it up. There is abuse behind the scenes. There is buffet-style toxicity on stage, but apparently it is all worth it because finally one woman gets to win the honor of a tiara. Do you have the ick yet? Wouldn't a contest like this be all kinds of problematic? It should have no place in our world, right? Well, too bad that it does, because if you haven't guessed it yet, this is exactly what beauty pageants are: retrograde and demeaning. Yet they have been conducted for years in dozens of forms at international and regional levels with titles that belong in the cringy adjective hall of fame, like Miss Petite Global or Miss Glam World. This happens across dozens of countries, but one nation among them has come to its senses, the Netherlands. They have held the Miss Netherlands beauty pageant for 35 years now, but after its long misogynistic run, the contest is being scrapped. The Netherlands wants to transform the pageant into a platform for mental health, where women can share their life stories and talk about their struggles. The Netherlands has called the beauty pageant, and I'm quoting, "no longer of this time," and rightly so. But few others think so. A decade ago, a town in Argentina banned beauty competitions, calling them sexist. Other places like Nepal and Israel have temporarily shunned such pageants, but for their personal political gains. So why is the pickup so slow? Why aren't more nations raging against these abusive contests? Because they're big money. The beauty pageant industry is worth $5 billion. Most of these contests are sponsored. That's another $300 billion. Companies, even countries, benefit from these pageants. So why would they have a problem with it? But no amount of glitter or gold can distract us from the darker issues lurking beneath the surface. Listen to the conditions to participate in most of these contests. The contestants have a weight limit. They have to be a certain height. They must be unmarried and childless, and I'm not making these up. In 2018, Miss Ukraine was disqualified after officials found out that she was a divorced mother. And last year, Miss France was publicly abused for her short hair. Are these the qualifications of beauty? Or rules for a puritanical culture? Now, pageants obviously say that they are more than this, that they give women major scholarships. But reports say that that is not true. These scholarships usually offer a fraction of the money that pageants promise. So now the organizers say that they give women confidence. And that too has been debunked. According to a study, 26% beauty pageant winners have eating disorders. Nearly half of them want to be thinner. And these are women who've already won beauty pageants. They're apparently the fairest of them all, but even they find faults in their own appearance. Nothing seems to be good enough, and it never will be, because this game is rigged. When you pit a woman against another who is made to walk around like an unnamed entity known only by the name of a country or state, she is vying to be the shiniest object in the room, nothing more than that. Is this what we want for women? What about the young girls watching this dystopia, learning from it? That's years of damage right there. We have said this before, and we'll say it again. Beauty pageants have no place in our world. The Netherlands finally accepts it. About time that other countries catch up. Can you charge a 10-year-old with a crime? Can you send them to prison? Most countries say no, but Australia's state of Queensland disagrees. They've passed a new law. Children as young as 10 will have the same penalties as adults if convicted. Obviously, this is for crimes like murder or serious assault. And their logic is simple. If you commit an adult crime, you will serve adult time. But is it really this simple? Will it act as a deterrent for youth, or will youth crime rates go up because of this? Our next report explores.
In Queensland, a few new laws have sparked a controversial debate. The Australian state has designated 13 offences as adult crimes. This includes serious assaults, break-ins, and dangerous operation of vehicles. If a child is convicted of them, they get the same punishment as adults, even if the child is as young as 10 years old. For murder, the punishment is even more grave. A child convicted of murder will be given a life sentence with a 20-year minimum non-parole period. The new laws are courtesy of the Liberal National Party. They won the Queensland elections in October. These reforms were a cornerstone of their electoral campaign. The LNP argues that victim rights must take precedence over criminal rights. Hence the adult crime, adult time laws. The government argues harsher sentences will act as a deterrent, that it will prevent youth from committing crimes. Leading up to the vote, the LNP said Queensland was facing a wave of youth crimes, hence the need for a stricter approach. But contrary to the political rhetoric, statistics tell a different story. Youth crime in Queensland has halved over 14 years. 2022 marked the lowest youth crime rate in the state's recorded history. Since then, the rate has been steady. There has been no sudden rise in crime rates. Rights groups have criticized these laws, and the United Nations too has slammed them, arguing that they disregard conventions on the human rights of children. The new laws will also put pressure on the state's justice system. Queensland's detention centres are already at capacity. Many children are spending extended periods in police cells. Queensland already has the highest number of children in detention of any Australian state or territory. The government's plan to extend detention facilities is yet to materialise. But will these new laws act as a deterrent? Studies show that harsher punishments do not deter youth crime. In many cases, they only exacerbate the situation. When young people are sent to prison, they are exposed to environments that can further harden them. This increases the likelihood of recidivism. Experts say the key to reducing youth crime is rehabilitation and not retribution. Early intervention programs, education and support networks can help divert at-risk youth, offering them the chance to turn their lives around. Across the world, there are alternative approaches to youth crime. In countries like Norway, young offenders are treated with a focus on rehabilitation. The aim is to reintegrate them into society as responsible citizens. In the United States and parts of Europe, similar programs have seen lower recidivism rates. In India too, the focus is on restorative justice. So as Queensland moves forward with its tough-on-crime approach, the question remains, is it truly in the best interest of the state's children, or will the consequences of these laws reverberate through generations to come?
He is an Indian teenager, a Chennai-born prodigy, and now a chess legend. I'm obviously talking about Gukesh Dommaraju. He has stunned the world and rewritten history. At the age of 18, Gukesh has become the youngest world chess champion. He is the second world champion from India after Vishwanathan Anand, and the 18th world champion overall. He achieved this laurel at the FIDE World Chess Championship in Singapore. Gukesh defeated the defending champion, China's Ding Liren, who held the previous record at the age of 22. It was a dramatic match. Tensions were high. This was a 14-game match. Before the last game, the match was tied. It looked as though the final game was heading for a draw, but it came to an unexpected close. After nearly 5 hours of play, Ding cracked. He blundered. He made a simple but terrible mistake, and Gukesh exploited the error. He forced an end and clinched the title. Ding walked away, despondently shaking his head, and Gukesh, who was normally stoic, clasped his hands at the board, overwhelmed by the victory. He burst into tears. It has come full circle for Gukesh. He has wanted to be world champion since 2013 when he was just 7. and watched the World Chess Championship match in Chennai, it was played between Magnus Carlsen and Vishwanathan Anand, who was then the world champion. Gukesh sat in the audience at the edge of his seat and watched Carlsen win the title. But nearly a decade later, that same Gukesh has returned the glory to India and marked the peak of his own career, which has already witnessed a long string of achievements. Gukesh became a grandmaster at the age of 12. He has won the candidates. He has dominated the Olympiads by winning individual golds in the last two. And now, he's the ultimate victory for this prodigy, who has earned the $2.5 million prize fund and received a flood of congratulations, including from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who called Gukesh, and I'm quoting, an inspiration for millions of young minds. But not everyone is impressed. Carlsen, for one, has criticized Gukesh's performance, saying that it is hard to understate how bad this was from Gukesh. But Gukesh does not mind the criticism. In fact, he says, and I'm quoting, it kinds of fires me up. Now that is D. Gukesh for you. He is obviously an extraordinary talent, but he is practically immovable as well. Because he doesn't just have the skills, he has the composure, he has the mental stamina, the mental fortitude to handle pressure. We know that Gukesh has a mental conditioning coach who calls the Grandmaster deeply self-aware. And we witnessed this quality in Singapore, not just during the game, but before it as well, when both players were asked to select a playing chair. They had 7 different options. Ding chose a simple office chair, while the ever-humble Gukesh chose this out-of-character dominant gaming chair. It shows you his mindset. All the grandmasters are already winners in their own accord. But what differentiates Gukesh is his mental strength. It has helped him stand at the apex of a robust chess world. He wants to have, and I'm quoting, a very long career to the top. At the top, rather. And by the looks of it, he will. We wish him all the best. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Ukrainian President Zelensky visits the front lines in Zaporizhia as the war rages on. In Croatia, an ancient Roman amphitheater lights up as a Christmas ice rink. And an 11-month-old bear cub becomes a breakout star at the Shanghai Zoo. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2003, U.S. troops captured Saddam Hussein. The former Iraqi president was found hiding in a small bunker near his hometown. This ended an 8-month-long manhunt. Saddam Hussein was put on trial and convicted of crimes against humanity. He was finally executed in the year 2006. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
We begin with the latest from the Middle East. Israeli troops have pushed deeper into Syria after direct orders from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli army released multiple videos of its troops going far beyond the buffer zone between Israel and Syria in the Golan Heights. Along with the ground incursion, Israel continued with its airstrikes across Syria. Now, the Israeli Air Force struck Syria's air bases and took out any fighter aircraft and air defense systems that could be operated by the Syrian army or its rebels. Netanyahu said Israeli troops will remain deployed in Syria throughout winter. He also added that Israeli troops were operating in Syria to prevent jihadists and Iranian forces from filling the power vacuum left in Syria after Bashar al-Assad's ouster.
People of Iran, as we see history unfold before our very eyes, I can only imagine what you're feeling right now. Your oppressors spent over $30 billion supporting Assad in Syria. Today, after only 11 days of fighting, his regime collapsed into the dust. Your oppressors spent billions supporting Hamas in Gaza. Today, their regime lies in ruins. Your oppressors spent over $20 billion supporting Hezbollah in Lebanon. In a matter of weeks, most of Hezbollah's leaders, its rockets, and thousands of its terrorists went up in smoke.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in the region for his 12th visit since the war between Israel and Hamas erupted in October of last year. Secretary Blinken said he's working with Israel, Jordan, and Turkey to prevent the chaos in Syria from spreading across the Middle East.
We're also going to be very focused on preventing any actor, inside or outside the country, from putting their narrow self-interests ahead of the interests of the Syrian people, especially in this delicate moment. And that includes, of course, ISIS, which no doubt will seek to regroup. And I think, as we've demonstrated, the United States is determined to prevent that from happening.
Secretary Blinken also showed support for Israel's military actions in Syria, calling them non-escalatory and self-defense operations.
And the Israelis have been clear about what they're doing and why they're doing it. I think across the board, when it comes to any actors who have real interests in Syria, it's also really important at this time that we all try to make sure that we're not sparking any additional conflicts. That's also an important objective.
Now, Washington is pushing for peace in the region. However, the Biden administration is closely monitoring the chaos in Syria, with the country possibly seeing a return of ISIS and Syrian rebels struggle to unite and agree on power-sharing terms after Assad's removal. And here in the United States, President-elect Donald Trump sat down for an interview with Time magazine after being named Person of the Year by the publication. In the 65-minute interview, Donald Trump spoke about a range of topics, including the economy, the migrant crisis, January 6th, the Russia-Ukraine war, and tensions with Iran. When asked about the possibility of the United States getting dragged into a direct war with Iran, Donald Trump said anything can happen. He further added that all options against Iran are in fact on the table. Now, this comes amid a Wall Street Journal report which states that Donald Trump is weighing options to stop Iran from making nuclear weapons. The report cites several officials from Donald Trump's incoming team who said that direct American airstrikes on Iranian uranium enrichment plants is in fact possible. Now, Donald Trump's history with Tehran is, of course, deeply complicated. In 2020, Donald Trump ordered a drone strike killing a top Iranian general, which sunk ties between Washington and Tehran to historic lows. Since then, Donald Trump has accused Iran of trying to assassinate him multiple times, including this year during the election.
As you know, there have been 2 assassination attempts on my life that we know of, and they may or may not involve, but possibly do, Iran. But we've been threatened very directly by Iran. And I think you have to let them know, because the best way to do it is through the office of the president, that you do any attacks on former presidents or candidates for president, your country gets blown to smithereens, as we say.
Now, tensions between the United States and Iran remain tense, particularly after Tehran launched 2 missile attacks on Israel this year, prompting Washington to defend its ally. And now, with the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria, Iran blamed the United States for wanting to ignite a regional war.
There should be no doubt that what happened in Syria is the result of a joint plan between the United States and the Zionists. Yes, a neighboring government of Syria has played, is playing, and will continue to play a clear role in this matter. Everyone sees this. But the main actors, the principal agents, the real plotters, the masterminds, and the command center are in America and with the Zionist regime. We have evidence. This evidence leaves no room for doubt. America's foothold will not be strengthened either. By God's grace, God's will and power, America will also be expelled from the region by the resistance front.
Now it remains to be seen what approach Donald Trump takes towards Iran during his second term in office and how the president-elect plans to end hostilities, if at all, in the region. And staying with the president-elect, Donald Trump has been named Time Magazine's Person of the Year for the second time. The year saw Donald Trump campaigning from a New York courtroom, being convicted in a historic hush-money criminal trial, surviving 2 assassination bids and crushing not one, but 2 presidential opponents. Having dominated the headlines for all 12 months, the incoming president's influence is set to grow even more, for better or for worse. Here's our report with more.
Donald Trump, the former and future President of the United States, is Time Magazine's Person of the Year once again. As soon as he was honored, the 78-year-old arrived at the New York Stock Exchange to ring the opening bell and celebrate the feat alongside his family and well-wishers.
Well, thank you very much. This is an honor, a tremendous honor. I brought some of our compatriots along with us. They're going to do a beautiful job for you for the next 4 years. And it's really been something very special. And I have to say, Time Magazine getting this honor for the second time, I think I like it better this time, actually. Because
this isn't the first time that the Republican was prestigiously acknowledged by the magazine. Time previously honored him in 2016, following his first win in the presidential election. Trump's victory 8 years ago surely shocked many. His chaotic first term saw the reversal of several environmental regulations, controversial border policies, a fondness for enemy nations, and mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Not to forget a period of nationwide protests and Trump's first impeachment that ultimately led to him losing the next election to Joe Biden, sparking the violent riots on Capitol Hill on January 6, 2021. The world thought it had just witnessed the end of Trump. But his story was far from over. The billionaire politician, who fights till he gets what he wants, made a comeback with a second presidential bid in 2022. Though for the next 2 years, it all went downhill for Trump. He was only making headlines for FBI investigations at Mar-a-Lago and his 4 criminal indictments. By May 2024, he largely campaigned from a courtroom in New York, where the jury declared him guilty in the historic hush money trial, making him the first former or sitting US president to be convicted of criminal charges. However, Trump accepted the challenge of overturning his fate. At campaign rallies, he doubled down on Biden's old age and mental acuity, framing the outgoing president the weakest link.
who likes Crooked Joe the best? Who likes Sleepy Joe the best? Crooked Joe? Sleepy Joe? Whoa! You know, that's the first time that Sleepy Joe has ever beaten Crooked Joe. It's the first.
The Republican's point was proven during his sole debate with Biden in June, leading to his opponent's eventual exit from the race. Just 16 days later, the president-elect survived an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania that left him bloodied but made him a real hero among his supporters. In the following sprint, Trump pushed his pro-economy and anti-immigration rhetoric and polished his wit for hyper-masculine podcasts. This strategy worked like a charm as he won the largest percentage of the black vote for a Republican in 50 years and the most Latino votes for any GOP nominee since George Bush. Suburban women who were thought to side with Democrats due to reproductive health restrictions also moved towards the Republican. Trump outlasted Vice President Kamala Harris by sweeping all 7 swing states and positioned himself again at the center of the world.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
Now, as we watch the president-elect rewrite his fate, Americans wait for a new era. In a matter of weeks, Trump will return to the White House, turning the world around him 180 degrees for the final time.
And from one mercurial billionaire to another, Elon Musk is now on a new mission, this time to make SpaceX's launch site an actual city. The location, which is known as Starbase, is a private industrial complex where SpaceX builds and launches its rockets for Moon and Mars missions. It's located in Boca Chica Beach in the Rio Grande Valley near the Mexican border in Texas. On Thursday, Elon Musk took to his social media platform X to announce his big plan, saying the SpaceX headquarters will officially become Starbase City, Texas. The company has submitted a letter to local officials to start the process of turning Starbase into an incorporated city. The letter requests a vote by local residents to determine whether they are in favor of Starbase as an actual city. Elon Musk already has more than 3,000 employees and contractors working at the site. Now, according to SpaceX, the transition would help make the area a world-class place to live.
Incorporating Starbase will streamline the processes required to build the amenities necessary to make the area a world-class place to live for the hundreds already calling it home, as well as for prospective workers eager to build humanity's future in space. SpaceX currently performs several civil functions around Starbase due to its remote location, including management of the roads, utilities, and the provision of schooling and medical care for the residents.
Musk has already changed his own residence to Texas back in 2020 after living in California for 2 decades, as Texas has no income tax on individuals. In 2021, he also moved Tesla's headquarters to Texas, but said California will remain the engineering hub for the EV giant. That same year, the SpaceX CEO suggested he wants to create the city of Starbase in South Texas. And earlier this year, the world's richest man announced that he was shifting the main office of SpaceX and social media platform X to Texas. Musk cited a new gender identity law in California as the reason for moving his 2 companies from the state, but experts say he just wants to leverage tax benefits.
Yeah, I think the actual moving because of this is a bit of a head scratcher. I think it's been piling up in terms of Musk wanting to leave California. And I think for him, this is probably a straw that broke the camel's back. I think that's how he'll characterize it. But this has been building up really over years. We've already seen Tesla move, and Musk has been wanting to move more and more to Texas, including space. It's really tax benefits, lower cost maybe on the margin. That's why I'd move to Texas. But also for Musk, if you look at Tesla and what they've built down in Giga and Austin, more and more of his infrastructure is in Texas. So it does make sense logistically. That's where he he spends more time in Texas than California. So I think that makes sense logistically.
Now, Texas officials say despite the talks of Starbase's incorporation in 2021, this is in fact the first time an official petition has been filed by Musk.
Our Legal and Elections Administration will review the petition, see whether or not it complied with all of the statutory requirements, and then we'll go from there.
Now, the road to make Starbase an official city may face difficulties as SpaceX's rapid expansion in the region has drawn pushback from locals over environmental concerns. And our final story is about Joe Rogan, the longtime podcast king. After sitting atop the podcast world, he's now been dethroned by rookie Kylie Kelsey, whose debut show rocketed to the top of the charts in just 4 days. Leveraging her newfound fame as the sister-in-law of Taylor Swift's beau, Travis Kelsey, Kylie captivated audiences with her personal anecdotes about her family life. While Rogan is yet to comment on the upset his fans have taken to social media with a mix of conspiracy theories, memes, and outright dismissals. We bring you more on this podcast rivalry.
Our fame. What a fickle mistress. One moment you're basking in the glow of chart-topping glory, and the next you're staring at the backside of a rookie podcaster with a dazzling debut. Joe Rogan, the perennial podcasting king, just learned this lesson the hard way when his long-reigning The Joe Rogan Experience was booted off its lofty perch by none other than Kylie Kelsey, a first-time host with a knack for spilling tea. Kylie's podcast, Not Gonna Lie, dropped on December 5 and promptly soared to the top of the charts on Apple Music and Spotify. Just within 4 days. Yes, you heard that right. 4 days. Before her first episode even premiered, the show had already locked in the second spot, flexing some serious beginner's luck or maybe a killer PR team. The 32-year-old used her debut episode to unpack everything, from her marriage to retired Philadelphia Eagles player Jason Kelsey, to family life, pregnancies, and her sudden thrust into the limelight, thanks to her brother-in-law Travis Kelsey's whirlwind romance with pop icon Taylor Swift. Despite claiming she prefers the background, Kylie admitted the past 2 years forced her to embrace the spotlight and control the narrative. Translation, she figured out how to make that Swiftie spotlight work for her. And boy, did it work. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan, podcasting's OG, has maintained radio silence. Fans, however, have not. X lit up with hot takes, conspiracy theories, and memes galore. Rogan loyalists cried foul, accusing Kylie of overloading on social media marketing. Others shrugged, saying rankings are irrelevant to die-hard listeners. Some even admitted they had no idea who Kylie Kelsey is, proving that not all of us have Swift-level pop culture radar. Kylie, for her part, seems equally stunned by her meteoric rise. She gushed about the overwhelming support, calling it mind-blowing, and thanking fans for being way too nice about her show. "We're still working out the kinks," she humbly noted, as if she hadn't just casually taken down the reigning champ of the podcasting world. Rogan, 57, has plenty of reasons to keep his cool. Since its 2009 debut, the Joe Rogan Experience has racked up over 2,240 episodes featuring megawatt guests like Elon Musk, Quentin Tarantino, and even Donald Trump. A podcasting behemoth like that doesn't crumble overnight, even if Kylie Kelsey is riding the wave of Swiftie magic. And yet, this isn't the first time a woman has ruffled Rogan's feathers. Back in August, his comedy special Burn Boats lost out to the British teen murder mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, only for him to reclaim the title, then lose it again. Comedy, after all, is short-lived, quite literally. So what's the takeaway here? In the ever-evolving podcasting universe, no throne is safe. Rogan might be the veteran, but Kylie's success is proof that a compelling narrative, a sprinkle of pop culture buzz, and a well-timed launch can shake up even the most entrenched giants. As the podcasting king mulls his next move, Kylie might want to enjoy her moment while it lasts. Because if there's one thing we've learned, fame is less of a lifetime achievement and more of a revolving door.
That's our show for today, everyone. We certainly thank you for tuning in today and all week. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here on Monday. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority: tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest news from Sudan, where heavy bombardment by the warring sides, the army and the paramilitary RSF, has given the ongoing civil war a new bloody turn. At least 176 people have been killed in 2 days of strikes by the two sides. The United Nations and rights groups have blamed foreign powers for propelling this fight, and the United Arab Emirates has emerged as the foreign player most invested in the war. Now, the UN experts and diplomats claim that dozens of cargo planes from the UAE have flooded a small airstrip in Chad since the civil war erupted in Sudan. They suspect UAE is funneling arms across the Chadian border into Sudan. According to flight data and documents, at least 86 flights from the UAE have headed for an airstrip in Amjaras in eastern Chad since April of 2023. 75% of them were operated by carriers that have also been accused by the United Nations of ferrying Emirati weapons to a warlord in Libya. Sudan's army-backed government, headed by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, has accused the paramilitary RSF, led by Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, also known as Hemedti, of launching UAE-made drones from neighboring Chad. Abu Dhabi, however, has dismissed these allegations, calling them ludicrous. Earlier, it also rejected a UN report that cited credible allegations. The UAE was providing military support via the Chad airstrip to the Sudanese RSF. Now, the West Asian country says it has been sending aid for Sudan via Chad, not arms. The UAE government says it had sent 159 relief flights with over 10,000 tons of food and medical aid, including supplies to a field hospital it has established in Amjaras. Now, according to reports at a meeting with senior US officials, the UAE delegates had dropped their denial of backing the RSF after they were shown intelligence that Washington had collected. So let's understand why the United Arab Emirates has emerged as a key player in not just Sudan, but in the entire region. Since the Arab Spring uprising in 2011, the Gulf nation has intervened in conflicts from Yemen to Libya. One of its main aims has been to roll back Islamist groups, including the Muslim Brotherhood, which Abu Dhabi sees as a threat to domestic stability. Now, Islamists associated with the rule of the ousted Sudanese president, Omar al-Bashir, have long held influence with the Sudan army. Experts say to counter this, the UAE began backing the RSF, which has altered the balance of power in the conflict and has prolonged the war. Abu Dhabi also views resource-rich and strategically located Sudan as an opportunity to expand its influence in West Asia and East Africa. Since 2018, it has invested over $6 billion in Sudan, including foreign reserves in the central bank and a Red Sea port. According to reports, the RSF's General Hamidati acts as a custodian of the UAE's interests in Sudan. Now, these include gold, the main driver of the conflict, and agricultural products. The UAE also imports 90% of its food supply and has food security high on its priority. So, agricultural produce is shipped to the UAE through the Red Sea. The United Nations has repeatedly accused foreign players of prolonging the war in Sudan. Apart from the UAE, Russia and Libya have also been accused of supporting the paramilitary RSF, and Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Iran have reportedly been aiding the Sudanese army. The Chadian airstrip at Amjaras is not the only route that has been identified by experts as a channel of weapons into Sudan. The war-torn country is surrounded by major arms trafficking hubs. Apart from Chad, weapons and ammunition are smuggled in through countries like Libya, the Central African Republic, South Sudan, and Uganda. As foreign players continue to fuel the Sudan war, the prospects of peace remain elusive. The brutal civil war has set off one of the world's worst famines in decades. Over 20,000 people have been killed, around 9 million have been displaced, and around 25 million, which is almost half of the population of Sudan, are in dire need of humanitarian aid. And as the Sudan war inches closer to its 2-year mark, it stands as a glaring example of the failure of the international community to address one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. Now, for more on this, we have with us international affairs expert Musa Ndunge, who is joining us from Dundee in the United Kingdom. Welcome to Firstpost.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, the UN experts have claimed that dozens of UAE flights to Chad airstrip are funneling weapons into Sudan, fueling this ongoing civil war. Given the UAE's denial and its insistence that the flights are solely for humanitarian aid, what evidence supports the UN's allegations, and how credible is this evidence in the context of the war?
Well, thank you so much for that question. You know, on the first point, in terms of the evidence that has been provided, various video footage have been provided to various media houses, among them Reuters, for example, has reported seeing video footage that points to the fact that the kind of goods that have been shipped through to Sudan via Chad by the UAE have in fact been that of military type, rather than the type of labeling that you would associate with goods that are of a humanitarian makeup. So, for example, some of the things that have been noted by UN investigators who are experts in this particular area is the type of traits that have been used in terms of these particular goods, you know, noting not only the type, but the manner in which these goods were being stacked, as well as the fact that many of these goods were labeled with the UAE flag.
Yeah.
And what the UN have pointed out is that in actual fact, when looking at the type of labeling, it seems that it would point out to that of a military type rather than any type of civilian goods that wouldn't be used for military purposes.
Yeah.
And this is the evidence that has been pointed out against the UAE.
Yeah. And how significant is the role of international actors, including the UAE, in shaping the dynamics of the Sudan civil war? And what impact could these alleged arms supplies have on the prospects for peace and for stability in the region?
Well, yeah, there are various international players, you know, as we have had in previous conversations discussed, right? You think of the role of countries such as, you know, Saudi Arabia, such as Egypt. Both countries have played a very critical role, including Ethiopia, in trying to get some sort of a peace arrangement. The challenge here is you have various sides supporting various factions. So, for example, while the UAE seems to be on the side of the RSF, countries like Russia, which has played a critical role in this conflict, switched support initially from the RSF and until it supported the Sudanese military forces and argued around the issue of Sudanese sovereignty. And even in a recent, UN Security Council resolution that was proposed by the United Kingdom as well as Sierra Leone, Russia vetoed that resolution, which would have called all the players towards a cessation of arms and towards the negotiation table. Unfortunately, Russia vetoed that notion. The challenge here, Alison, is again the role of the AU and whether the AU really has an ability to exercise some form of a role as a neutral arbitrator in this particular conflict. For as long as nations are still viewing this conflict within narrow nationalistic interests, then it is unlikely, Alison, that we will see a resolution to this conflict.
Yeah. And Musa, what measures can the international community, including the United Nations, and there you mentioned the AU, and neighboring countries like Chad, take to ensure transparency in the use of airstrips and the cargo that is being transported, especially in these conflict zones like Sudan?
Well, this is a very challenging issue here. One of the key things that we may likely have to see as an intervention is perhaps in the similar vein as was done in Libya, though it was quite controversial, would be a proposed no-fly zone in that particular region. Now, the challenge of that is you then have to make the argument around then how do you move humanitarian aid through, and that then becomes the challenge here. I think the key thing is, again, what kind of interventions can the United Nations truly present, given the gridlock that is being presented here? And one would hope, which is perhaps for South Africa, just to bring them in, that this would then be a seminal opportunity for a country like South Africa, given that it's taking over the leadership of the G20, to elevate this particular issue towards its rightful place. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that being done. And as long as we see a proliferation of weapons transporting in that region, then it is unlikely, to answer the previous question, it is unlikely that we are going to see the heat being removed in terms of this conflict. And so the question is, where is the AU? Where are the organizations that are supposed to promote peace and security? They are not there. And then the question is, what role do, like South Africa, like Egypt, that have that kind of heft and influence in the continent do in terms of getting both sides to the negotiation table according to previously agreed settlements?
Yeah. Absolutely. Musa, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you very much for your analysis there.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now we stay with Chad for our next story, where France has started a military withdrawal after the Central African country ended a key defense pact with its former colonizer, calling it a historic turning point. France has now withdrawn its fighter jets from Chad. The French Defense Ministry said the move came after a disagreement with the Chadian authorities. France flew out 2 Mirage 2000D fighter jets and a tanker aeroplane that it had stationed in Chad's capital. The Chadian military forces wished the jets farewell as they headed back to an Air Force base in Nancy in eastern France. Now, the 2 fighters were stationed at the Cossé Air Base in N'Djamena, which is a French military base. The departure marks the first stage of the disengagement of the French military forces stationed in Chad before the gradual withdrawal of the ground forces in the weeks ahead. France still has about 1,000 troops in Chad. On the 28th of November, N'Djamena too had ended a defense accord with Paris that dated back to its independence in 1960. The decision was widely backed by citizens in Chad, with rallies in the capital city. Last week, hundreds marched in N'Djamena to call for the withdrawal of the French troops. They chanted "France out" slogans and held banners that read they do not want to see any French person in Chad. According to French media, a row erupted between the two countries over security and diplomatic disagreements. Now, reports say the French army refused to provide aerial support and intelligence to Chadian authorities in October when they were facing an attack by Boko Haram terrorists. Reports also say that French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot's remarks during a visit to Chad in late November also sparked tensions. The French minister reportedly recommended Chad postpone elections that were scheduled for December. Chad had been a key link in France's military presence in Africa. It was France's last foothold in the Sahel region after its troops were ousted by the juntas in Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger. For years, French forces, along with regional troops, had been fighting Islamic terrorists. Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso said the Western troops had failed to counter the insurgency. So the junta-ruled states turned to Russia for security assistance. Russia has its mercenary forces deployed across the Sahel, which experts say is current epicenter of global terrorism. The end of Chad's defense pact with France raises questions about who N'Djamena could turn to next and what it could mean for the region. The landlocked nation faces a potent threat from Boko Haram and other terrorist groups. Its decision has certainly marked a shift from Western influence in the Sahel, creating an opening for other global powers. So, who could these new players be? Now, most of Chad's neighbors are already Russian allies, like Sudan, Libya, Niger, and the Central African Republic. Russia's influence has been gaining momentum as that of the US and France fades. Now, Chad has received military aid from the United Arab Emirates. It has received weapons from Israel, and it has also acquired Turkish training aircraft and drones. And now it's exploring ties with Russia and Hungary. In addition, Chad could also strengthen military cooperation with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, and those are members of the Alliance of the Sahel States, to boost counterterrorism in the region. But the current global uncertainties, including the collapse of Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria, signal the weakness of Assad's backers, such as Russia and Iran. On the other hand, it enhances the influence of Turkey and Israel, who oppose his regime. Now, Chad's leader, General Mohamed Idris Deby, has sought closer ties with Moscow, but talks to strengthen cooperation are yet to bear concrete results. So, the ongoing geopolitical shifts could influence Chad's choice of partners and could also prompt other Sahel nations to reassess their alliances. The South African nation of Zimbabwe is set to abolish the death penalty, a punishment that the country has not executed in nearly 2 decades. The Zimbabwean Senate has approved the legislation to abolish capital punishment. The bill against the British colonial-era rule was introduced in the National Assembly last year. After months of debate, it has finally received a nod from Parliament. The bill will now be presented to the country's president, Emmerson Mnangagwa. His signature will turn the bill into law and make the country free of capital punishment. President Mnangagwa has been a vocal critic of capital punishment. He has voiced his opposition to the brutal sentencing. Mnangagwa, who has been leading Zimbabwe since 2017, used his own experience to voice concerns over death penalties. He was sentenced to death during the Independence War in the 1960s. His sentence was later commuted to 10 years in prison. Mnangagwa has used his power to grant amnesties to those facing capital punishments, converting them into life sentences. Zimbabwe last used hanging as an execution method in the year 2005. This is also due to a shortage of people willing to take up the executioner's role. Human rights groups have urged Mnangagwa to sign the legislation into law without delay. They also seek the commutation of sentences for those facing the death penalty in Zimbabwe. The country has more than 60 inmates awaiting execution. Zimbabwe is among over a dozen African nations that still have a legal framework to give death penalties. It is one of the 4 African nations, including Kenya, Liberia, and Ghana, that have taken positive steps towards abolishment of the death penalty. Meanwhile, over 50 countries worldwide continue to have death penalties. Even amid growing concerns over capital punishment, the data released by the human rights group shows a rise in executions. In 2023, 1,153 known executions were documented worldwide, while in 2022, 883 executions were documented. The rise in number comes despite the countries executing individuals went down to 16 from 20. Iran, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, and the US were the highest contributors to the executions data. Our final story is from South Africa. Jazz, with its infectious rhythms and soulful melodies, has long been the heartbeat of the American cities like New Orleans and New York. But what happens when this quintessentially urban genre finds its way to a quiet South African village? Now, enter Marapanya, a rural community in Mpumalanga, where jazz is doing more than just entertaining. It is bringing generations together, transforming spaces and rekindling joy among its elderly residents. Here are all the foot-tapping details in our next report.
New York City's jazz scene has always been a spectacle to behold. From the sultry rhythms at the Village Vanguard to the high-energy dance floors in Harlem, the genre's dynamic marriage of music and movement has captured hearts for decades. But jazz is not confined to smoky Manhattan clubs or Broadway stages anymore. Its infectious spirit has found a new home in the unassuming South African village of Marapanya. Inspired by the timeless allure of New York's Village Vanguard, local jazz enthusiast Paul Seke founded the Village Vanguard Jazz Movement last year. So what happens inside this jazz club? Every fortnight, Seke transforms an ordinary gathering space into a pulsating hub of music, dance and community connection. For the elderly residents, these jazz sessions are more than just an event. They are a breath of fresh air, a chance to let loose and an invitation to rediscover joy through rhythm.
Because I'm old, but this one, it keeps me healthy and physical. That's why I like dance.
Take, for instance, 73-year-old retired teacher Salome Tseke. She, with her granddaughter's help, wears a chic skirt and her favorite heels to attend a session.
We should not just sit at home as pensioners, because just sitting in one place at times, it ruins your mind. Your body is not active, so even when illness comes, they persist, but if you move, things are so much better. Yes, I also dance, depending on how moved I am by the music playing, because sometimes it's necessary that you must dance. Sometimes it's enjoyable to also just listen to the combination of instruments playing and soak in the music.
Meanwhile, another attendee shared her experience about the social aspect. She said, and I quote, "Jazz is just perfect for adults. Gathering here as peers feels good because we can relate to each other."
I want to know to dance. I want to dance one day. Yeah, I want to see me dancing. Yeah, I love it. Jazz. It's not too much sound like for the small child. I like it because there's some big guys and the older, not the younger.
However, Tseke's vision goes beyond his village. He hopes the movement will bridge generational gaps and inspire jazz appreciation across the nation.
What you see, the footwork, experience or whatever, is just a theme to attract people. But it's a way of doing things differently.
South Africa might be globally recognized for its dance floor dominating amapiano beats, but the nation also boasts a storied jazz history. jazz flourished in South Africa during the mid-20th century with legends like Hugh Masekela and Miriam Makeba, who used the genre both as a form of art and activism. Their music echoed themes of resistance and resilience during apartheid, hence proving that jazz could do more than just move feet, it could inspire change. As Tseke's group sways to the rhythm of trumpets and saxophones, Marapiana's jazz movement pays homage to that legacy. It's a reminder that jazz is universal. A soundtrack for joy, a balm for the soul, and a bridge between the two worlds, from New York's iconic clubs to a humble South African village.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again on Monday at the same time. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.